The Senate Legal and Constitutional Affairs Legislation Committee inquiry for the supplementary budget estimates 2025-26. I'd like to begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the lands on which we meet today, and I pay my respects to their ancestors and elders past and present. I extend this respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples and their cultural and spiritual connections to Australia's lands and waters. On behalf of the committee, I welcome any traditional owners that are here today. The Senate has referred to the committee the particulars of proposed expenditure for 2025-26 for the portfolios of Home Affairs and the Attorney-General and other related documents. These are supplementary budget estimates proceedings, and the outcomes are to be heard during today's estimates are from the Home Affairs portfolio. The committee has set Thursday the 16th of October 2025 as the date by which written questions on notice should be provided to the Secretariat. The committee has also decided that answers to questions taken on notice should be returned to the Secretariat by 5 p.m. on Friday the 28th of November 2025. Under Standing Order 26, the committee must take all evidence in public session. This includes answers to questions on notice. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence to a committee. Officers and senators are familiar with the rules of the Senate governing estimates hearings. If you need assistance, the Secretariat has copies of the rules. The Senate has endorsed the following tests of relevance of questions at estimates hearings. Any questions going to the operations or financial positions of the departments and agencies which are seeking funds in the estimates are relevant questions for the purpose of estimates hearings. I remind officers that the Senate has resolved that there are no areas in connection with the expenditure of public funds where any person has the discretion to withhold details or explanations from the Parliament or its committees unless the Parliament has expressly provided otherwise. The Senate has also resolved that an officer of a Department of the Commonwealth shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution prohibits only questions asking for opinions on matters of policy and does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. I particularly draw the attention of witnesses to an order of the Senate on the 13th of May 2009 specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. Witnesses are specifically reminded that a statement that information or a document is confidential or consists of advice to government is not a statement that meets the requirement of the 2009 order. Instead, witnesses are required to provide some specific indication of the harm to public interest that could result from the disclosure of the information on the document. I remind senators of their obligations under the Behaviour Code for Australian parliamentarians to treat witnesses with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect. As Chair, I'll be particularly vigilant in ensuring cultural safety for First Nations people and culturally and racially marginalised groups during these proceedings. Officers called upon for the first time to answer a question should state their full name and the position for Hansard record. And witnesses should speak clearly into the microphone. And the committee's proceedings today will begin with the National Emergency Management Agency. I now welcome Senator, the Honourable Jenny McAllister, representing the Minister for Emergency Management. I also call officers from the National Emergency Management Agency. Minister, would you like to make an opening statement?
I do have a short opening statement, Chair.
Please proceed.
So good morning. I am honoured to represent the Minister for Emergency Management, the Honourable Christy McBain, here today. Since becoming Emergency Management Minister, Minister McBain has worked diligently in collaboration with her agencies to ensure that our country is prepared when emergencies strike. The Minister would like to particularly acknowledge the work undertaken by the National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, to support communities before and after disasters. Of course, the work that they do during disasters is critical. It's clear that climate change is increasing the frequency and intensity of severe weather events around the country. The recently released National Climate Risk Assessment highlights the need to act if we want to avoid the worst impacts of climate change on our communities. In just the single year, 2024 to 2025, Australia experienced 70 declared disaster events under the disaster recovery funding arrangements. The Minister remains focused on supporting communities that are still recovering, particularly those on the mid-north coast, Hunter and northern regions of New South Wales, Western Victoria and throughout Queensland. Ex-tropical cyclone Alfred has had a massive impact on communities across southeast Queensland and northern New South Wales. This has curtailed economic activity, harmed industries and damaged property. Events like this disrupt supply chains, agricultural production, construction, retail and tourism activity, and they cause incalculable damage to people's physical and mental health. Severe weather events are becoming more frequent and intense, making it more important than ever to undertake risk reduction activities and bolster our resilience so we are prepared for the future. The Minister has made it a priority to work with all partners to ensure that Australia is much better prepared for disasters and responds much more quickly. Investing in disaster preparedness is not only essential for community safety, it is fiscally responsible. Every dollar invested in risk reduction activities in Australia is estimated to save $7, including recovery costs. NEMA and the Minister have been focused on delivering those investments ahead of this year's higher risk weather season. At the same time, the Government is working with other jurisdictions to continue the shift towards disaster risk reduction and build resilience. This includes $3.6 million to fund mental health support for emergency services workers grant program through 2026. The Government will also soon announce round 3 of the Disaster Ready Fund, DRF, which will see another $200 million invested in disaster, resilience and risk reduction initiatives. We have already collaborated with state and territory governments to invest about $400 million in more than 350 projects through rounds 1 and 2 of the $1 billion DRF. The investments we have made over the past 3 years and will continue to make place us in the best possible position to respond to whatever may eventuate. NEMA and Minister McBain will continue leading and coordinating the Australian Government's efforts in managing crises through preparedness, response and recovery. We thank you for your time and we welcome your questions.
Thank you, Minister. Mr Moon, have you got an opening statement?
If I may, Chair, thank you, Chair and Committee, for allowing me to make a statement. Over the past 12 months, Australia has experienced one of its most complex and demanding high-risk weather seasons. Communities across the country were affected by a series of severe and often unprecedented events, from destructive tropical cyclones and record-breaking rainfall to catastrophic bushfires, extremes of temperature and severe storms. These events have tested our emergency management systems and underscored the importance of national coordination, preparedness and the resilience of our communities. The team at the National Emergency Management Agency continues to support those communities recovering from the consecutive events, particularly across northern New South Wales and also Queensland. Since the start of this calendar year, the Australian Government has provided over $605 million through the Australian Government Disaster Recovery Payment and almost $215 million through the Disaster Recovery Allowance, helping Australians in early recovery. At this stage of the season, our focus is clearly on preparedness ahead of the coming months of the higher risk weather season. Last month, the National Higher Risk Weather Season Summit was conducted here in Canberra as part of our National Preparedness Program. And earlier this year, the agency delivered the exercise Convergence, bringing together crisis management specialists from across the nation, not-for-profit sector and also the private sector. We're also delivering those higher risk weather season briefings to our state and territory counterparts as we speak. From an operational perspective, Australia's aerial firefighting fleet is now better equipped than ever, with 5 multi-role aircraft ready to support response efforts for this season. Disaster Relief Australia continues to strengthen its capacity through government funding for recruitment, equipment and training. And the National Joint Common Operating Picture is now used by over 1,000 users across 55 government agencies across the nation. Work on the national messaging system progresses strongly and the National Emergency Management Stockpile continues to provide states with a pipeline of essential supplies. As Senator McAllister has pointed out, we remain focused on building national resilience. Round 2 of the $1 billion Disaster Ready Fund has been finalised and is being delivered on the ground, with Round 3 ready for imminent announcement. We are also working closely with our state colleagues on Round 4 design, and the flagship programs continues to reduce risk across the nation. And finally, Chair, if I may, I would like to highlight the delivery of the Northern Rivers Resilience Initiative, particularly CSIRO's hydrodynamic modelling of the Richmond River catchment in northern New South Wales. This was a significant piece of work and the first of its scale and complexity for the region, and will ensure that those communities are prepared and also resilient into the future. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for that opening statement. We will proceed to questions and start with Senator Cadell.
Thank you, Chair. Two things you mentioned there. I'd like to start on the National Emergency Management Stockpile. So going through that, and I've got the document, the Goods and Service Catalogue, I've gone through it, breaks up all the approved things, the panel documents, the buy and lease and the purchase profile. What it doesn't say is, and I want to get my head around the funding and the way it works, do we have an inventory already in stock? Is that publicly available? I couldn't find it on the website. Do we have the things we have here, everything from sandbags, body bags, laundry facilities, warehousing, all these things? Is there an inventory that's available?
Thank you, Senator. What I might do is ask Mr Buffoni, who's Deputy Coordinator General for Emergency Management and Response and manages the stockpile. But what I would say is that the National Emergency Management Stockpile, as you've pointed out, is made up of two components. There are physical supplies. They are stored in locations across the nation, and they are available to the states. There is also a goods and services panel, Senator, which provides difficult to access capabilities in the middle of an event. And what I might ask the Deputy Coordinator General for EMR to give you an outline of how it actually works from an operational perspective.
Okay.
Thank you, Coordinator General. Thank you, Senator, for the question. Joe Buffoni, Deputy Coordinator General for Emergency Management and Response. Senator, as has been outlined, the stockpile has two key components, and I'll start with the actual physical assets that we have. So the first is an emergency shelter capability, which is it's effectively a camp. It can be deployed in 48 hours. It can house up to 700 community members or 1,400 emergency service workers, because, you know, there's different requirements for community members that have been displaced. Fully self-contained, sewerage, water, catering, etc. So that's the first thing. The second part of the stockpile is we've got a number of generators, we've got flood mitigation capability, we've got sandbags, we've got water purifiers, and these have been sort of developed around those items that sometimes are in need when we get to that stress point, where states and territories may have exhausted their requirements, and that's been developed over a period of time. Currently, they are in South Australia, Victoria, and we've got some generators in Queensland. The panel is designed as a virtual marketplace. Yep. So the list of items that you see are so that we can access them in a timely manner, and states and territories can directly access them as well. But it's that virtual marketplace. We've designed that off the Australian Disaster Preparedness Framework, so there's 21 capabilities, and we've actually looked at what are the most used and most required, and then the panel is set up in that way.
Okay. But I'll go back to my point. Do we have 10 sandbags sitting in this? Do we have 1 million? Is there an inventory? Can you table an inventory?
There is an inventory, and we can table it.
Okay, thank you very much. My concern is looking at the funding profile and reading budgets. The funding profile historically on NEMS was 57.7 in 23-24, 15.4 in 24-25, down to 2.6 this year, 5.6 next year, and 0 in 27-28. Given warehousing and operating costs, how does that change, given we will have to replenish stocks? How is the funding mechanism for the NEMS and the stockpile, or are we running it down?
So we're definitely not running it down, Senator. It's in line with the budget process. So right now, that's been the the forward estimates around the budget is set over that period, and then that will be considered by government in due course as part of the budget process.
But those numbers are right, 2.6 for 25-26 this year?
I just have to get those figures. So I've got 8.9, 24, 25, 8.9, 25, 26.
So that would be split between, we had 15.4 on page 110, table 3.16 of the portfolio budget statements.
So that would be correct, then, if that's what you're referring to. So I'm just working off what we've got it, spread over that period of time. But the funding does peter out to make sure that we can maintain the current capability.
We've just heard that we're facing an increasingly, we've had the climate risk report, but in 2 years' time the budget is zero for the stockpile.
Senator Cadell, you'll be aware that government, of course, considers these matters in a timely way. There are a number of budget cycles before that, the one that you refer to.
Well, even this year it's 2.5.
Senator, I'll ask the Chief Operating Officer to provide an update on the figures. I think VJ may assist you.
Thank you. Good morning, Senator Vidushi Jana, Chief Operating Officer. Can I just correct for the record, for the stockpile, administered budget for 25-26 is $6.2 million, 26 and 27 is $7.9 million. Departmental funding for the same year, 25-26 is $2.7 million.
Departmental, yep.
Yes, and 1.1 for 26-27. As the Deputy Coordinator General has mentioned, these are part of normal budget processes, and as we get closer to the budget process, we have an opportunity to request replenishment of those stockpiles.
Do we have to run an evaluation of the stockpile or usage? Are there drawdowns? If I'm a state and I want to take your stuff, do I have to reimburse, or is that handed over in kind? Does it form part of the funding matrix? How does that work?
There's a number of different arrangements. There is some cost recovery arrangements in place, but that can be waived by the Minister. It just depends on what the arrangements are. An example is for the deployment of Humani Hut. It is, so we will actually move it, we will establish it, we then hand it over to the jurisdiction to operate it, so they actually run it, and then we will disassemble and then transport it back to its original place.
Okay. In my mind, I'm having trouble why the parliamentary budget statement is different than the numbers you've given as line items. Is it just the internal transfer of funding? Is that page 1, table 3.10 on page 110 of the parliamentary budget statements?
Page 110,
yes.
Senator. Um,
3.16, is that in there? Maybe I got...
are we looking at the...
Oh, no.
Sorry.
I'll come back to you.
And it could be, Senator, it's a point in time. A PBS is a point in time. So depending on which budget paper you're looking at...
25, 26.
Yeah. Because the number that you were looking for...
Yep. No, it's just getting my head around new things.
Yep. And I'll get back to you, Senator.
Okay.
I'll come back and explain to you what numbers are here during the course, if that's helpful.
Okay. When we're getting the inventory list, can we possibly get the drawdown the last 2 years would be enough, just what was taken out of it and what was in, inflow and outflow?
We'll take it on notice and provide what we can to assist you, Senator Cadell. I understand the interest in the stockpile. The point, another point which may interest you is that part of the significance of the panel is that, as you'd understand, governments need to follow at all times appropriate procurement processes.
Yep.
One of the things that the panel offers state and territory partners is an opportunity to move quickly to procure necessary items in a pre-qualified way, and it's designed to expedite purchase of things that are necessary in an emergency, and also to do so in a way that's cost effective and follows the appropriate probity arrangements.
Okay, I'm slightly concerned by the way that was answered. Are we taking on notice because we don't have it, or are we taking on notice because we're not sure we can provide it?
We're taking on notice because you've asked for a very specific set of information. I understand your interest in understanding the current state of the inventory and what's been used over the last couple of years, I think the agency will be able to look at their records and provide information that is useful to the committee.
Okay.
And so we'll take on notice and see what we can do to assist you.
Okay. Moving on to something else. Mr Moon was talking about the National Messaging Service. You said that it's progressing.
Senator Cadell, if I may, I think that Ms Jana
Yeah.
is in a position to assist you with just an update on that question you asked about the figures.
Yep, Senator, so on page 110 or 111 that you're looking at, that is the capital expenditure for stockpile, the 2.6.
Not the maintenance of it.
No. So that is the capital. So that is the money that we are given to buy an asset. So the maintenance, it's the departmental and sometimes administered money. So the difference is there with
So
us. So
2.5 on capital expenditure for this financial year?
Yes, 25-26.
Okay.
Yep.
Significantly lower than last year?
Well, Senator, yes, it's the capital investment was initially done in 23-24 when we actually bought all the big stockpile, and then
This is why it's becoming important. That's why I want to see the
Yes.
inflows, outflows, because when we're getting to zero on the capital expenditure on that budget in 2 years, if it's like war stocks, they sit in, ammunition has to be fired, things go out of date, these things, I want to see that renewal continue. That was my interest in that. Okay, thank you very much. National Messaging Service. It's obviously complex, and I get you've said these things. We are behind by a long time on the original date profile of this. What's the current position on timeline for an official national rollout?
Thank you, Senator. So the National Messaging System is being delivered in partnership with the Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Communications, Sports and Arts. Mr Buffoni's team are leading the build and the implementation, working with Detrica in this space. So I might ask Mr Buffoni to give you an update on progress.
Thank you, Coordinator General. Thank you, Senator, for the question. The National Messaging System is contracted, so it's currently being built. It is on track, and currently, as you've heard, we are working in partnership with DITRICA, the Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Communications and the Arts, and ourselves. We're working with states and territories as well, so that we're actually making sure that they are, training involved in the development. And we are looking at having it ready by October 2026. Ahead of the high risk weather season.
Very specific. I'm very pleased by that. That's good.
And we are within that. We're still having to do some work with the states and territories to make sure that it becomes fully operational. So right now, from a technical perspective, from the build, it is on track to be delivered October next year.
Okay. When
And
you
I
talk
think
about,
that, if I may, Senator Cadell, the point that Mr Buffoni makes about the distinction between the technical work and then the operational work is relevant and important, because the technical work is the technical capacity to deliver messages. The operational piece relates to the way that system might be used by emergency management partners in the states and territories. And obviously their decisions and their approach to rollout is not entirely within the Commonwealth's control.
well, you said you signed. Which states have signed up, if any?
No, so right now, Senator, the Commonwealth is building it. The primary system for warnings at the moment remains as the text-based system, emergency alert, so the states and territories manage that. We are working with them on the appropriate transition date and what that looks like into the future.
So have any states signed binding participation agreements?
Not at the moment, Senator, no.
If any jurisdiction opts out, is the NMS still deliverable?
Absolutely.
What would happen in those states?
Well, it's a decision for the states around how they would use that. However, there are some significant limitations to emergency alert. That's why we're actually building a national messaging system, which is cell broadcast, which is, world-renowned best technology in warnings.
Okay. If we're talking about a build-out of those systems by October 26, and we don't have binding participation agreements, are we risking wasting money building technology where they won't be taken up?
No, not at all, Senator.
What will happen to those assets?
Well, I'm very, there's a couple of reasons if I could just reset. Yep. So first of all, the Australian government decided to build national messaging system for twofold. One is so that states and territories can access it and use it for warnings and messaging, and also it allows the Australian government to use it for public safety messaging, which is a slight nuance on it. But if you go back to a range of, and you think about some of the big events, but if we happen to have another pandemic, just using that as an example, you could use it for that purpose. You could use it for national security arrangements. So the system, and the Australian government has committed to build the system and to fund the system, and it will also fund it for the first year operationally, and then that gives us the ability for states and territories to come on board. The commitment that we have from states and territories is that they are absolutely looking forward to actually buying in and becoming partners with new technology.
You mentioned about going to the cell broadcast system. What percentage of handsets that people use in the market are currently compliant with that technology?
There's a standard that is being rolled out, and pretty much all smartphones. I don't have the exact...
We don't have a percentage. We haven't looked, because given the 000 failures, given 3G things, all these things is very front of mind for people at the moment.
Yeah.
Are we looking at the percentage of handsets actually in the market, not just an industry standard, that are compliant?
It is, I don't have the percentage in front of me, but it is the vast majority of phones that are in the system that will get cell broadcast. We're actually working on that with the telecommunications industry and with Ditrica to make sure that the phones within the system can receive the cell broadcast.
Okay, well, given we've seen on 000 outages, we've seen on this, vast majority find it's the 3 or 4 calls that matter that don't get through. It's the messaging in sites. What is the process to audit the handset availability across Australia?
Well, as I said, we're working with the industry to make sure that we have handsets that have the standard that will receive it. I think there's an important part about the national messaging system too, Senator, is that it is not the only system that is used for warnings. And states and territories emergency services, we use multiple channels. It is another capability that allows, the reach to the broader community. But all the other channels, even going to local radio, television, websites, the apps that are used in jurisdictions, such as, fires near me, hazards near me, all of those. Yep. So the national messaging system is another tool in the system that allows us to actually warn people at that time of need. So the actual handsets are being developed specifically to the standard that's been set by industry.
Okay. A lot of talk about stress testing, these things when they go forward. You talk about October 26. Is that when testing can start, or will testing have rolled out prior to that? Or
testing will start well before that. In the first quarter of 2026 is where testing. There's a range of different testing that will occur. It will be very localised. Okay. Senator, it will be very localised testing. It will be broader testing in a number of different jurisdictions and communities, and then we will actually do a national test. So that means the whole country, because that's the beauty of the national messaging system and cell broadcast, is you can broadcast very fast to the whole country. Emergency Alert cannot do that at the moment.
And will we be piggybacking off major telco networks to do this, or that we'll have our own transmissions?
No, off major telco networks.
Okay, so given Optus's failures, given Telstra's failures, how do we ensure that this system works in a similar off-ramp, no global thing? What is to prevent our entire national messaging system going down in a similar way to the telco systems?
So, Senator, it's being built to the standards of a warning system. It does rely on the telecommunications network. That's the same as Emergency Alert, the same as those systems, the same as it is across the globe. Similar sort of systems are in play. The fact is that because we have multiple carriers and there's work going on with them, then that's an element of redundancy. But the main main thing about redundancy is that it is not the only system of communicating warnings and information. As I said earlier, multiple channels, multiple systems. This is another tool that we will use as part of the warnings infrastructure.
And importantly, Senator Cadell, that is it's a really important point for members and senators to personally understand in the context of the role that you will play during an emergency. And so you will often hear officials speak directly to communities about the need to make sure that they are monitoring multiple channels of information and understand how to obtain information from different sources. An emergency, by its nature, has unpredictable elements, and it is very important that communities think about making sure they maintain access to information through different pathways, and members and senators have an important role to play in talking with their own communities about those issues, particularly during an emergency.
Okay. I have to rotate now, I believe, Chair. So
Thank you, Senator Cadell. Senator Cox.
Thank you very much, Chair. Can I ask some questions of how NEMA is continuing to work with First Nations representatives and other stakeholders to improve processes and to enhance support for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people before, during and after disasters?
Thank you very much, Senator, for the question. NEMA is acutely aware of the actions and the perspectives that reduce risk for all members of the Australian community, being led very much by our Aboriginal Torres Strait Islander communities. Their understanding and their connection to place and their understanding of their environment provides important lessons in terms of how we prepare, how we respond, and also how we recover as a community post these events. NEMA actually works across the Australian government and also from a policy perspective, from a program perspective, but we also work on the ground with recovering communities that have been impacted by these events. Most recently, Wujal in North Queensland. Also in the Fitzroy River Crossing, the communities of the Fitzroy River Crossing, where we worked very, very closely with not only the state agencies, the local governments, but also with those communities as they prioritised their recovery, and we enabled that recovery as well. Senator, it's a complex contribution from the agency, from a preparedness perspective, from a response perspective, and also from a program perspective. What I might do, if it is okay with you, Senator, is ask Mr Buffoni, for example, in the operational space, how we work with First Nations people in the preparedness space, because I think there are some important lessons there. And then I might hand over to Mr Minak in the disaster resilience and recovery team to talk about how that works during and after an event.
That's great.
Thank you, Coordinator General. Thank you, Senator. First of all, I'm NEMA's First Nations champion, and I'm very proud of actually holding that position. We have just completed our Reconciliation Action Plan, and within that there are a number of activities that focus us on First Nations vulnerabilities, and we also look at lessons from previous events. Also in our planning arrangements, so we have a guideline for planning across Australian government plans. We specifically call out consideration of First Nations people in both before, during and after the events, both in response and in recovery. We work very, very closely with communities, and you heard from the Coordinator General, Fitzroy Crossing, there's actually a really good news story there around engaging at the local level, creating legacy capability where there's employment for the local community. In addition to that, we've worked with the Northern Land Council. In actual fact, we've worked with the NT government and held some round tables. And during exercise Convergence, which had more than 300 people, we had representatives from Northern Territory that had experienced, disasters, natural disasters, flooding and cyclone, and they presented their story to a range of operational leaders so that they could take into account the considerations of connecting locally, of engaging with elders, of understanding cultural aspects as well. Also across the country, and we've been doing key leadership meetings across the country with states and territories, cultural heritage matters during events where they actually have cultural advisors that are in their incident management team so that they can advise them on strategies. Tasmania, I'll give you an example, they were looking at where they might actually be using retardants. In the Grampians was another example where they had cultural advisors asking them around what they should do in certain response and mitigation activities. So we're really seeing that very, very strong focus in an operational context to make sure that cultural heritage and First Nations people's needs are being addressed in an operational sense. Thank you, Senator.
And from a program perspective, Senator, also there is significant investment going into delivering on outcomes for First Nations people that build resilience to natural disasters. I might hand over to Acting Deputy Coordinator General Andrew Minack, who leads the recovery and the program side.
That's great, thank you.
Thank you, Mr Moon. Yeah, in addition to what Mr Buffone said, from a programs perspective, there's a range of different streams of support we provide to First Nations communities. As Mr Moon said, in terms of Wudjul, there's a raft of programs from the disaster recovery funding arrangements. Specifically, this was grants to the local community in terms of providing a range of different supports, both immediate support in terms of immediate relief and recovery measures, and then longer-term planning for the recovery of those communities. With very strong focus through Queensland Reconstruction Authority and also the local communities to make sure it's locally led by traditional owner groups. And that's a key focus and principle in terms of the work we do regarding programs. In addition, under the Disaster Ready Fund, as the Minister and Mr Moon alluded to, in terms of round 2, we provided over 104 projects, funding of $140 million to projects which supported and benefited First Nations communities. Just some examples in terms of $500,000 from the Australian Government managing fire risk in Central Desert, $4 million to Foundation for National Parks and Wildlife in South Australia. So there's a range of those different programs under the Disaster Ready Fund. The other couple of comments I would make is, as Mr Buffone mentioned, in terms of Preparedness Summit, there was a strong focus around First Nations communities. We also provide support to the National Indigenous Disaster Resilience Foundation, which is part of Monash University, funding of over $200,000. Again, that's to create a Indigenous resilience framework. We've engaged with states and territories through the ANZEMSI, Australian New Zealand Emergency Management Commissioner. So that's a genuine national focus in terms of ensuring that resilience, First Nations needs are being incorporated into resilience and recovery measures. So that's a key stream of work that we're undertaking. The other comment I'd make is in terms of working with NIA, the National Indigenous Australian Agency, we've got a officer from that organisation embedded within NEMA, and that's again to make sure that the work that we do in this space picks up, incorporates and reflects and hears some of the unique challenges from First Nation communities. So there's a range of different measures we take in the program space.
That's wonderful. And as a proud West Australian senator, I'm glad to hear there's some good news stories, and I've been on the ground in Fitzroy Crossing and seen the fruits of your labour, so well done on that front. Can I ask some questions about the national aerial capability? If you would run through the enhanced national aerial emergency response capability ahead of the high-risk weather season of 25-26 for us.
Thank you for the question, Senator. So, Senator, in line with the outlook, we work with states and territories, and in particular with the commissioners and chief officers. And I think that's an important point, that we work with the operational leads within states and territories to first of all determine what the mix of aircraft will look like, where their locations are, and what will be required. There is a national arrangement that's called the National Aerial Firefighting Centre, which is effectively a group that, an organisation that is led by the Australasian Fire Authorities Council, but represents all of the states and territories, and they actually do the contracting on the national level. The reason I just want to put this into context, because that's what gives the system the flexibility to move aircraft around the country when they're needed. More specifically though, and in particular last year and this year, there has been a significant uplift in investment, and a co-contribution with the states and territories. So historically there was about $30 million that was invested. There was another $20 million that was invested to specifically increase the national capability. And if I could, there has been a bit of narrative around Royal Commission and meeting the requirements. I'd just like to highlight that the Royal Commission said Australian states and territories, so that's 8.1, Australian state and territory governments should develop an Australian-based registered national aerial firefighting capability to be tasked accordingly to the greater national need, and this capability should include a modest, very large air tanker, Type 1 helicopter capability, supporting infrastructure, crew, etc. Last year we specifically focused on that. So last year there was a large air tanker, which is a C-130 with a multi-use focus, and that was tasked around the country. In addition to that, so it talks about Type 1 helicopters, which are effectively the big helicopters. There were 3 Type 1 helicopters. So there was, and excuse the technical language, but an S-61, which in actual fact, it was interesting. That did more flood and cyclone work than fire work, even though its primary purpose is fire. And 2 Black Hawk helicopters, again heavy lift, that did a mix of fire support and a mix of other support as well. So last year we saw that, and to significant benefit. The same will occur this year. This year they were aiming at having approximately 163 aircraft that will be across the nation, and jurisdictions decide on the sort of mix that they require. But I reinforce that those aircraft can be moved around depending on risk, and the decision to do that is done by the operational heads of agencies. Right now, the national fleet, those aircraft that I spoke about, are actually on station, ready to go, and they're leased for about 200 days, in line with, well, it actually goes beyond what the season. It's the longest period that we've actually had national assets available. I'll just stop there, Senator, if you've got some other questions.
That's great. I'm going to share the call with Senator Polley. I know that she has some questions to follow up on. Thank you very much.
Very short. Thank you very much. I wanted to go to, if I can, if you can outline to me the investment that has been made in Tasmania in the Disaster Ready Fund. If you could just outline that. I mean, we've had experience, and it was interesting with your contribution then as to how the aircraft are used for multiple purposes, which has been very relevant in Tasmania. So.
Thank you, Senator. I do note, and under rounds 1 and 2, all states are represented and had significant investment as a result of the Disaster Ready Fund. I might ask Mr Minack, if I can, please, to give us an outline on the progress of the Tasmanian projects.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Moon. In terms of Tasmania, in terms of round 1 outcomes, there was a total of 19 projects. Commonwealth funding was over $14 million. Total co-contributions was additional $15 million. So almost $30 million of the DRF in round 1 was provided to Tasmanian projects.
What was the total amount Australia-wide?
In round 1 was a total of $29.8 million for those 19 projects in Tasmania.
Great.
And then in terms of the status of those projects as of 30th of June 2025, in Tasmania, of the 31 total projects, 11 are in planning stage, 2 are in planning stage, 4 are in pre-reconstruction, 8 are in construction, and that's a total of 19 projects for Tasmania.
And in terms of from other states in Australia totally, in round 2, have we got a figure for that?
Yeah. In terms of round 2 outcomes for round 2, in terms of a summary, there was $200 million, obviously Commonwealth contribution. Of the total projects, 46 projects totalling $53 million were infrastructure projects. 85 projects totalling $67 million were in systemic risk reduction projects. 40 projects combined multiple outcomes in terms of infrastructure, systemic risk reduction, totalling $76 million, and $2.9 million went to lead agencies. So that's in terms of outcomes. The other comment I'd make is just in terms of some of the themes out of those funded projects. As I mentioned, $140 million, or approximately 140 projects, were there to benefit First Nations people. 41 million, or 28 projects, supported not-for-profit organisations, and 62 million, or 77 projects, provided support to councils or local government entities.
Could you actually just give us an example of the sort of projects that the fund goes to?
Yeah, of course. So just as an example, Senator, in terms of the Mullamine water treatment... Sorry.
Sorry?
This is an example of a DRF project.
Senator, I think you should allow you're obviously interjecting. I think Mr Minack is answering questions from Senator Polly and is able to provide examples of a whole range of projects that have been extremely important from a disaster resilience perspective.
Thank you, Senator. So in terms of an example of DRF project, if I use the example of Mullamine water treatment plant levy, this is an upgrade where $1.4 million in combined funding was awarded to future-proof Mullamine against damage caused by large flood events. And that project is underway. The project involves an upgrade to the Mullamine water treatment plant levy, upgrades of sections of the levy system and installation of structures to isolate riverine floodwater from the town's stormwater supply. Senator, obviously we're happy to provide detail on all projects funded under the DRF.
Just in relation to the risk information portal for Tasmania, can you just outline that? And that would be my final question for the Chair. Great.
Thank you.
In terms of the risk...
The portal, yes.
For
you
DRF.
outline what that project is.
Yeah. So I might actually ask for Assistant Coordinator General Mel Ryan just to provide some detail in terms of the portal. In terms of risk, the approach we do around risk, in terms of the DRF process, in terms of risk assessments, they're driven by local and state governments using their risk assessments in terms of how they assess risk from an emergency management perspective. So that is actually fed up through the assessment process, and that's one of the key criteria in terms of assessing risk and determining funding projects. I might hand over to Ms. Ryan.
Apologies, yeah. Senator. Melissa Ryan, First Assistant Coordinator General Programs Division. I am afraid, but I'm going to have to take that question on notice about the risk information portal for Tasmania because I just don't have it in my folder, but I'm happy to provide further information on notice. For that, I apologise.
No, look, that's fine. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Senator Polly. Senator Chandler.
Thank you, Chair. And just very quickly, because the Coalition is keen to move on to the rest of the program in a timely fashion, I understand that NEMA was in attendance with at the meeting that the Communications Minister had with telco bosses yesterday. Is that correct?
That's correct, Senator.
And I gather from media reporting that an agreement was made at that meeting to stress test the 000 system following the Optus outage. So can you explain to the committee what that stress testing is going to look like and how it will work?
I did attend that meeting, Senator, and we NEMA did provide an update in terms of our preparedness for the upcoming season in terms of the climate drivers and the work that we are doing not only with the telecommunications industry, the power industry, but a whole range of other sectors. Routinely, Senator, we will conduct exercises during the course of the year. We conduct 2 national exercises during the course of the year. In this particular case, we have had initial discussions with the Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Communications following that meeting in relation to conducting a stress testing exercise using an emergency management methodology, but it will be led by the department in this particular case. They have responsibility for this particular area, Senator.
So you can't tell us, based off what you heard at that meeting yesterday, what that stress testing is going to look like? At
this particular point in time, we will work not only with the department but also with the industry. And as I said, I think we need to include, we will include in this the power industry. We'll also work very, very closely to ensure that the state and territories who have primary responsibility for the management of emergencies, that they are involved in scoping that particular exercise, Senator. The meeting was only yesterday. That work will need to take place in the coming week.
I'm a little surprised that stress testing the 000 system wasn't sort of standard practice. I mean, that would be a drill that you could run pretty regularly. Are there concerns that NEMA has about the 000 system? Is that why the stress testing was needed?
NEMA don't have responsibility for the 000 system, Senator, and I think that's a question best directed towards to Detrica. But what I would say is that NEMA are prepared to work with Detrica in order to develop an exercise so we really understand the capabilities of that system leading into this high-risk weather season.
So you're not currently concerned about the performance of the 000 system?
You're asking the official for an opinion, Senator, and I think the official has explained to you the allocation of responsibilities within government and that the questions about the 000 system are led by the Department of Communications.
Okay. Thanks very much, Minister. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Chandler. Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your time here this morning. Thank you for the work that you do. I understand that there are some issues raised by staff in relation to underpayments at NEMA. Is that correct?
There was an issue earlier this year, Senator. I might ask the Chief Operating Officer to address that particular question.
Yes, Senator, there was a concern raised about underpayments in shift workers, but we have addressed that. It was a timing issue in that particular regard.
Mm-hmm. And so all of these issues have now been addressed?
Yes, and additionally what we are doing is we've initiated a management-initiated review around our payroll system to ensure that all our staff are paid appropriately. It is a shared services agreement with Home Affairs, so we are working with them very closely to ensure that our staff are paid in a timely manner.
Thank you. How many staff were affected and what was the total underpayments?
The total, let me just get that for you, Senator. There was only one staff at that point in time who was underpaid. And let me see if I've got that information for you. Senator, I might have to take that on notice, the exact dollars and the number of employees. I do recall at that point in time there was only one employee that was actually impacted, and we did work with that particular employee to ensure that they were paid.
So only one NEMA employee has been underpaid?
Well, that at that point in regards to the overpayment.
What about this point in time?
Senator, I'll have to get back to you because at this point in time I'm not aware of any underpayments. Okay.
So no concerns have been raised since, when did you say it was? In February?
This was in April 2025, Senator.
Yep.
And we worked with the CPSU on that particular matter. It was, as I said, it was related to an overtime payment in the National Situation Room. It was an employee on shift worker. It was a shift worker employee, and we worked with them to make sure that the payment was made. But I can get back to you. Yeah, sorry.
If it's only one employee, why are you then doing a big review into your payment system?
Yes, so we have been with shared services with Home Affairs for a period of time. We've had a new enterprise agreement in the interim. So I think what that showed to us that there is a need to actually review the whole process to ensure that our new enterprise agreement is appropriately implemented and that we are not then underpaying any other employees.
Sure. And so just to check with officials at the desk, you're only aware of one NEMA staff member being underpaid?
At that point in time, but I will take that on notice to make sure there are not others.
What about, no, I'm interested at this point in time.
I think you've asked that question already, Senator Pocock, and the official has indicated to you that she'll take it on notice.
Thank you, Minister. I'm asking any other officials here. Are you aware
Well, Senator, it is not the case that each official can be asked to personally address your question. Senator Ms Jana has taken it on notice and she will provide an answer to the committee.
I think in estimates we can actually direct questions. I'm interested
Well, I'll
in any
refer
of
it to
the
the
other
Chair,
officials.
Senator. You may wish to take it up with the Chair, but I'm indicating to you that you've received an answer in relation to the original issue. The official's been very frank with you. She's also taken on notice your question about any other matters that may have arisen. She is incidentally the official within the organisation who is responsible for these matters. It's why she's appearing.
Thanks, Minister. And so, Ms Jana, as of today, you're only aware of one person at NEMA affected by underpayments?
Yes, she's taken it on notice, Senator. You asked her about the point in time, which she answered. You've also asked her about the current status, and she took that question on notice.
Thank you, Minister. These are very capable officials. I'm sure they can answer for themselves. As to the review...
Well, Senator, if I may, the standing orders are really clear that ministers may answer any question and any question may be referred to the minister, and I'm not acting in any way that is unusual in terms of how the standing orders are organised. But I think I'll return you to Ms Jana, but she's taken the question about where we are at this point in time on notice for a reason, so that she can provide accurate information to the committee.
Thanks, Minister. Ms Jana, who's doing this review?
We actually have KPMG. We've employed them to actually undertake this review.
Sure. Was that an open tender?
Yes.
Yes. What's the value of that piece of work?
I will see if I can find that for you, Senator. And I might have to take that on notice if I don't have that on me, because I might have to take that on notice, Senator, sorry.
When did the review commence?
The review... commenced in August 2025, Senator.
August. And when is it due to be delivered or finalised?
Late October, Senator.
Thank you. Do you know how long it'll take to get the value of that contract?
I should be able to... I'll see if I can actually get
Cool.
that for you soon.
Okay,
Yeah.
that'd be great.
Yeah.
Thank you. And you mentioned there's the service arrangement with Home Affairs. Is that part of the review? Do you consider it to be fit for purpose? What's happening with that?
Yeah, so because they're the service provider, we will work with them very closely to ensure they've got all our records, they process our pays, so it's really important that we work with them, and they will need to provide all the information to the review. And then we'll form a part of, they'll provide us with a report in late October, and we'll see what comes out of it, and then obviously take up all the recommendations.
Thank you. And I'm just interested in the decision to do a external review based off one employee being underpaid, how that came about. Is there more of an issue that? It just seems like, you know, if one employee is underpaid in a business or a department, like, it seems an extraordinary step to then go and pay KPMG, you said.
If I may start, please, Senator. I think you would be well aware we have a significant cohort of people who work shift arrangements within our National Situation Room, working under what can be difficult circumstances, and we are absolutely committed to ensure we have the systems in place that support them. And if I reflect back on this particular year, Senator, we have responded to over 70 events as an agency, providing support to not only states and territories, but importantly situational awareness to the Australian government as well. That requires a 24/7 approach, and the decision around ensuring that we have the adequate systems and support in place that supports those teams that provide an essential service in the functioning of the agency was a priority for us. And when we became aware of this situation, that is why we moved quickly to address it.
And so just to clarify, I understand that, and you're obviously doing very important work, but based on one person being underpaid, you've launched an external review by KPMG.
Well,
Like, it sounds like in all the other instances, the system's actually working when it comes to pay.
Yes, Senator, because it's shift workers, we had CPS who also get involved, so we wanted to make sure that our payments are correct to our employees. And as I said, we have had this arrangement, a new enterprise agreement that's been put in place. So we also undertake a number of internal audits. Therefore, we thought it was a good idea to make sure that we do an internal a management-initiated review to ensure that there are no other employees impacted.
Okay. So one person has been underpaid, and that's raised sufficient concerns to then have an external, one of the big four, to do an audit review. And so have other concerns been raised by employees about underpayments, or is it just that one person?
Senator, as I said, at this point in time, that was the reason that review was initiated. Shift workers, it's a complex sort of payment system,
Sure.
right? So we wanted to make sure that it was timely that we actually did that review at that point in time. It raised enough concern for me as the Chief
Sure.
Operating Officer to make sure that we have over nearly 70 or 80 employees who are doing shift work. So I did want to make sure that everybody was paid correctly.
Okay, great. Thank you, Ms. Charlotte. So just confirming that no other employees have raised concerns.
Well, as I said, Senator, I will take that on notice.
Sure.
If at this point in time that was the only one, because I personally dealt with that particular
Sure.
case, but I will take that on notice.
Thank you. And just the value of that contract when you can. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Pocock.
Chair, I might we've got to follow up one of the questions that Senator Polly asked about Tasmania.
Sure.
So question was no, so I might just hand it to my
Senator, I
colleague.
do have the information now. So in terms of your question in relation to the Risk Information Portal, it's a statewide project that was funded under the Disaster Ready Fund. The Commonwealth contributed $2.87 million. The total funding package is $5.782 million. It's due for completion in February 2027. It's currently in its planning and design phase, and the intent of the project is to deliver a portal and link tools and data support to identify consistent risk assessments to support essential services and community services. So, thank you.
Oh, that's great. That will address some of the concerns we've had. Thank you.
Chair, before we conclude, Mr Buffoni has a document he wishes to table in response to questions asked by Senator Cadell, and I think one clarification he wishes to make.
Sure.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just I'll hand over the documents in relation to the inventory. And just to be very clear around the Minister wavering for NEMS, I just wanted to clarify that for the record. So on the advice of the Minister, it's actually the PM in consultation with the Treasurer and the Minister for Finance that actually does that wavering for the costs as is agreed with states and territories. I just wanted that to be clear. Thanks.
Senator Stewart, in relation to the document that's been tabled, Senator Cadell asked both about the current inventory and also about utilisation of the inventory over the last 2 years. The document relates only to the first question, and if there is additional information we can provide the committee, we'll examine that as a matter, we'll consider that a question that's been taken on notice.
Thank you for the clarification, Minister, and for the additional documents. Thank you very much for your time this morning. We can now say farewell to Nima, and we will take a short suspension while we welcome officials from the Department of Home Affairs. please. I now welcome Senator the Honourable Murray Watt, representing the Minister for Home Affairs. I also call officers from the Department of Home Affairs in relation to the cross-portfolio corporate and general matters areas. Minister, would you like to make an opening statement?
No thanks, other than to say great to be here. Look forward to talking with you.
It's very, very chipper.
Always.
Really so early in the morning. Secretary, would you like to make an opening statement?
Yes, I would. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
What I'd like to do is highlight the significant achievements for the portfolio since our last estimates hearing. I should start by noting the seamless integration of agencies following the election in May, with the return of the Australian Security Intelligence Organisation, Australian Federal Police, Australian Transaction Reports and Analysis Centre, and the Australian Criminal Intelligence Commission, along with the Australian Institute of Criminology, to the Home Affairs portfolio, and the transfer of associated staff and functions from the Attorney General's Department. I thank all involved, including the existing Home Affairs teams, for their professional and positive approach to the transition. Since March this year, we have completed the majority of initiatives under Horizon 1 of the cybersecurity strategy and commenced consultation on Horizon 2, with over 170 submissions received to the public discussion paper we released in July 2025. We've issued PSPF, the Protective Security Policy Framework Release 2025, on 24 July to ensure our policy responds to emergent risks. We've implemented key elements of the Cybersecurity Act 2024, including rolling out ransomware reporting obligations. We've developed the draft Telecommunications and Other Legislation Amendment Bill 2025, which is currently before the PJSIS, and the Australian Security Intelligence Organisation Amendment Bill number 2, 2025, that has been introduced into the House of Representatives. We've rolled out Step Together nationally to help members of the community identify signs of violent extremism and safeguard those that may be at risk of radicalisation. We've directed all designated Tier 1 and Tier 2 airports to revise their transport security programs to better address perimeter security as a direct response to the Avalon incident on 6 March 2025. We've re-established the Protective Security Coordination Centre in July 2025 to ensure a coordinated approach to protective security for high office holders, parliamentarians and official establishments. We delivered the migration and humanitarian programs in full, at the same time taking actions that have supported a decrease in the net overseas migration towards pre-COVID levels. We finalised nearly 4 million visas, including granting over 13,000 humanitarian visas. We delivered almost 80% of the initiatives within the migration strategy, including measures to strengthen the integrity of our programs, including the establishment of new powers under the Migration Amendment Strengthening Employer Compliance Act 2024. We reduced the citizenship on-hand caseload by over 16,000. We finalised over 95,000 citizenship by conferral applications and supported over 55,000 individuals to acquire Australian citizenship. We established the Office for Multicultural Affairs to strengthen our work to support Australia's diverse multicultural society, and we continued to manage the cohort of non-citizens who cannot be removed to their country of origin, including the establishment of a third country reception arrangement with Nauru in August 2025. The ABF Commissioner will talk later about some of the achievements of our ABF officers. However, as we celebrate the 10-year anniversary of the Australian Border Force, I want to acknowledge the hard work of our frontline officers and their commitment to ensuring our borders remain safe. More broadly, let me put on record my appreciation for the commitment, hard work and passion of all 15,000 plus Home Affairs staff who should be rightly proud of the achievements outlined above. As we move into 25-26, our task is not just to sustain the improvements and success of the past financial year, but to build upon them. To assist me with this, following the machinery of government changes in July 2025, I took the opportunity to restructure the department to ensure we're well placed to deliver on government priorities and to better position ourselves to respond to the evolving threat landscape, particularly in the national security space. This saw the appointment of a Head of National Security, Hamish Hansford, and a Head of Immigration, Claire Sharp. With this, I believe we have the right foundations to continue to deliver for the Australian community, and we look forward to the committee's questions today.
Thank you very much, Secretary. We will proceed to questions and we'll begin with Senator Patterson.
Thank you, Chair. Morning. It's a bit of a deja vu, isn't it?
Good morning, Senator.
You probably thought you'd seen the back of me, and I certainly thought I had seen the back of you, but here we are.
Congratulations on your appointment as Acting Shadow Minister.
Thank you, Minister. Very kind. I'm grateful.
Acting Interim Temporary.
Indeed, hopefully. Interim
Acting Temporary.
We will ask the substantive questions in the substantive outcomes, but just at the outset, I want to seek your assurance that all reasonable questions about ISIS brides can be answered here in the committee today.
Senator, I'll answer everything I'm in a position to do so.
Thank you, because Senator Wong yesterday in PMC, as you may or may not have seen, was very insistent that this is the place for those questions and this is the place where we get those answers. So I'm grateful for that. Just want to touch on some cross-portfolio issues, though, before we get to that. And just to make sure that after the election, nobody accidentally confused the blue book with the red book?
No, Senator.
No? Because it seems to me that in relation to the machinery of government changes that you just spoke about, the government implemented the opposition's election commitments, not their own. So could you just explain the government's rationale for these machinery of government changes?
Yeah, probably best if I take that one.
Please.
Senator Patterson. So, I mean, the reality is that the national security world is constantly evolving, and so the government, will always make decisions and consider the best structures of government for a particular moment in time. Of course, the overriding objective, particularly when it comes to this portfolio, the overriding objective of this government is to keep Australians safe and therefore to have the right departmental machinery and architecture to achieve that goal. As I say, the security environment that we confront is constantly changing, and that always requires consideration to what is the best kind of structures within government to manage these issues. Security issues are much more cross-cutting across portfolios than they have ever been before, and all of those things put together meant that the government made a decision to make some administrative changes which resulted in the AFP, ASIO, AUSTRAC and the Australian Criminal Intelligence Commission transferring under the Department of Home Affairs portfolio alongside some policy responsibilities from the Attorney General's Department. What that ultimately means is that we have all operational agencies in the same portfolio with oversight powers under the Attorney General. And our view is that for this moment in time, that is the best structure to adopt.
Sure, but you won the election, and not just by a little bit, and it's unusual for a government re-elected to implement the opposition's election commitments, not your own, particularly because this machinery of government change reverses the two previous machinery of government changes that you made in the last term, and the Home Affairs portfolio now almost exactly resembles what it was when you came to government before you started dismantling it. So why has the government changed its mind and reversed the changes it made in its first term?
Well, I mean, you might like to paint this in a particular way, Senator Patterson, but the government's considerations, it's not the first time that a re-elected government has made machinery of government changes. That's a very common thing to occur, and in fact it often occurs during a parliamentary term as well, when there's a ministerial reshuffle or for other reasons. We certainly haven't been motivated in our decision making by political objectives. What we've been motivated by is considering the current security environment that Australia faces and setting up government in a way that reflects and best deals with that security environment. And so our view, as I say, is that right now this is the best structure to have. I'll make the point, that under the former coalition government, we saw changes from time to time in terms of the national security infrastructure. At times, some of the security agencies sat within the Attorney General's portfolio. At times, they were moved into the Home Affairs portfolio. So it's not unusual for governments to make these sorts of decisions at different points in time.
Well, we moved them all in 2017 and left them that way for 5 years. You took them out when you won the election. You first took out the AFP and then you took out ASIO, which we were highly critical of and which you defended in this forum. And then you reversed it. So what has changed to cause you to change your opinion about, in particular, the AFP and ASIO being in this portfolio?
Well, as I say, governments make decisions at points in time about what the right departmental structures are that meet the moment. And we made decisions after we were elected in 2022 that at that point in time there was a case to separate some of those agencies. We've made a decision after this election that at this point in time it meets the moment best to have these agencies sit in the Home Affairs portfolio with oversight activities undertaken through Attorney General Department, and that's the way we've structured things.
The Prime Minister was asked about this at his press conference shortly after the election, and he alluded to communication issues, particularly relating to the Dural caravan incident. Is that an acknowledgement from the Prime Minister that he should have been briefed by the AFP on that incident as the New South Wales Premier was? No,
As I say, it's an acknowledgement that right now, with the cross-cutting various security challenges that Australia faces, both domestically and internationally, that we think the current and revised structure is the best way of dealing with that.
So what were the communication issues the Prime Minister was referring to?
I'm not here representing the Prime Minister, so I couldn't say.
No, but you're representing the portfolio that your government has mogged to overcome those communication issues. So do you not know?
Well, again, you're asking me about statements the Prime Minister has made, and I'm not here representing the Prime Minister.
Right, so I take it from that you don't know?
I've never asked the Prime Minister about that, no.
Right, can you take it on notice?
Sure.
Thank you. I'd just be curious, it's quite a significant thing to say about your national security architecture, that communication within the portfolio was deficient, and you can't tell me what those deficiencies were.
That's
Secretary,
a statement,
are
by the sound of it.
aware of what the Prime Minister was referring to?
Senator, I've not had any conversation with the Prime Minister about that.
Has the government articulated to you the rationale for the MOG changes?
Senator, clearly Minister Burke and I have discussed the opportunity presented by the machinery of government changes and the capacity for us to strengthen what I've described to you in the past as already very strong links between the department and the operational agencies, and to cite a couple of perhaps simple examples, Senator, having all of us reporting to one minister allows us to do things like prepare a coordinated brief for Cabinet Committee meetings, to have very clearly established protocols for who briefs the minister on what sorts of incidents in what time frame. So those sorts of practical things we've been able to implement very quickly. I think also, Senator, you will have heard a number of people, including the Director General of ASIO, talk about the way threats are no longer distinct, no longer fit in sort of separate stovepipes, and the capacity to have all of us working together in one portfolio, I think, positions us better to respond to that emerging security landscape.
Well, as you know, I agree with you and have argued that for the best part of 3 years, including in this forum. And when I've made those arguments, I've received assurances from that side of the table that I need not be concerned, that there are no
impediments to cooperations of agencies, even though they reported to different ministers and were in different portfolios. But you have just acknowledged that these changes have strengthened the ability for those agencies to cooperate and for you to coordinate them. So isn't that an acknowledgement that it wasn't as strong under the previous MOG arrangements?
So, Senator, I stand by the evidence that I've given you previously. The relationships were strong and our cooperation was very strong. What I've described is the additional opportunity that we have now we are in the one portfolio working to the one minister.
You said before you had discussions with the minister about the opportunity to strengthen the portfolio. Is it the case that you're able to strengthen the portfolio because of a change in the Attorney-General's portfolio, because Mr Dreyfus is no longer the Attorney-General? He is a known critic of the Home Affairs construct and previously gained the AFP and ASIO in his portfolio. Now that he is gone, has it been easier for the government to put those agencies back into Home Affairs?
Senator, that's very much a question for government, not for officials.
Perhaps the minister can assist us.
No.
Have you ever been party to any conversations where Mr Dreyfus has argued against these sorts of arrangements?
Not that I can recall.
How about any where he's argued for the AFP or ASIO to be brought into the portfolio?
Not that I can recall.
Not that you can recall. Hasn't come up in cabinet. Hasn't come up in your caucus. In any other forum.
Well, of course, even if it had been discussed in cabinet, I wouldn't be talking about that here. But as I say, I don't recall being a part of any discussion of that kind.
I mean, Mr Dreyfus has publicly made these arguments for years that it's inappropriate to have the AFP under Home Affairs and ASIO under Home Affairs. In public forums, you're not aware of those?
I think I've seen some of that public reporting, but you were asking me about whether I've been part of any discussions, and the answer is no. Not that I can recall.
Right, okay. So it wasn't easier for the Prime Minister to do this now that Mr Dreyfus could no longer object to it? I mean, he was the Cabinet Secretary, so he would have had quite a lot of say and oversight over MOG changes.
No, I mean, as I said earlier, this is not about, these changes are not about achieving a political objective, they're not about ministerial changes, they're about delivering what the government considers to be the best policy architecture to deal with the national security challenges that we face right now.
Just not what you considered to be the best architecture only 6 months ago?
Well, as I say, I mean, during the Morrison government, there were times when some of these agencies sat in Attorney-General, some of these sat in Home Affairs. We all remember what George Brandis had to say about that and continues to say when he was the Attorney-General. But what we're focused on is what Australia needs right now, and this is what we think Australia needs right now.
I'm sure it was unintentional, but what you said was just not true, was it?
What bit?
You just said that under the Morrison government at various times these agencies were under different portfolios. That's not true. Well,
my recollection is that, for example, ASIO at different times sat in Attorney-General's department, and sometimes a portfolio, and sometimes it sat in Home Affairs.
Not under the Morrison government.
Oh, okay. You're right. Fortunately for Australia, Scott Morrison was only the Prime Minister for a brief period in that Turnbull-Abbott-Morrison government, but under the Turnbull-Abbott-Morrison government, those agencies moved around. I've blocked out some of the previous years from my memory.
The Home Affairs construct was created under Malcolm Turnbull as Prime Minister in 2017, and it remained constant and stable for the rest of that time in government.
I'm pleased to hear you speaking up as a fan of Malcolm Turnbull. I didn't realise you were a fan of Malcolm Turnbull.
One of his many great achievements. Chair, I've got some other cross-portfolio matters, but I'm conscious if you may want to rotate the call.
I can do. I was going to let you go till 10:30.
Sure, I'm happy to continue.
I'll rotate the call after morning tea.
Okay, thank you. Secretary, I'd like to ask some questions about Operation Kingscliff.
Yes, Senator.
Thank you. For those playing at home, this is the NAC investigation into a Home Affairs official. When did you first become aware that there might have been issues relating to this official?
In January of 2024, Senator.
Right. My understanding from the report is that Home Affairs as a department became aware on the 19th of December when its Integrity and Professional Standards branch received a referral, so you weren't told at that time?
I don't believe so, Senator, but I would ask the officials from that team to check their records. My understanding is that I became aware on my return from leave in early January.
Right. I have here on the timeline from the report that it was on the 12th of January that you made a referral to the NAC Commissioner, so presumably it was around that time or sometime prior to that that you learned of it?
So, Senator, the referral was made by the acting secretary in the week that I was, in a period that I was on leave.
Right.
So I learnt on my return shortly after the referral had been made.
Okay. So you weren't aware prior to Christmas that a referral had been made to the Integrity and Professional Standards Branch?
That's correct, Senator.
Right.
But as I said, I'm asking the branch to make sure that my recollection is correct.
Isn't it the case that the relevant departmental official was working on your team?
That's correct, Senator.
What substantive position did they hold on your team?
My Chief of Staff, Senator.
Right. So the Integrity and Professional Standards Branch learnt on the 19th of December of a corruption issue involving your Chief of Staff and didn't tell you for weeks?
So, Senator, I might ask Ms Tressler, the Chief Operating Officer, if she can come and assist us with the process that went on in that period. I'll also ask my office to check the dates of my leave over that period.
Thank you.
I don't want to put words into Ms Tressler's mouth, but I think there would normally be a period where a referral was received where the officers would try and validate the information.
Sure.
Thank you, Senator. Charlotte Tressler, Chief Operating Officer. As Ms Foster has stated, it would be standard practice for us to do some preliminary inquiries into a matter on referral before then working out the appropriate course of action, which would include notifying Secretary and the NAC where required as well. I do have the team just checking those dates for you as well.
Thank you. That'd be helpful. And I do appreciate that it's possible that when a referral comes in, it could be entirely baseless or speculative. And so, you know, the first action shouldn't be tell the Secretary, but as soon as any validity or concern was established to be genuine, surely the Secretary should know that there's a corruption complaint about their Chief of Staff.
That's absolutely correct, Senator. I agree.
Right. So I really can't persist much without having that timeline. How far away is that timeline about?
The team are checking it currently, so I'll let you know as soon as we've got that.
Okay, thank you. I'll persist as best as I can. Secretary, how did you first become aware of this official's conduct?
So in the handover briefing on the day I returned from leave, Mr Smythe, who had been acting secretary, advised me that he had received a report including a recommendation for a referral to the NAC, which he had actioned in my absence.
Right, is he here?
No, Senator.
And why is that?
He's transferred to the Department of Education, Senator.
Okay, that's unfortunate because obviously he has contemporary knowledge of receiving this complaint and making the referral. Thank you. I'll just persist for a couple more minutes and then, yes, very happy to. Okay, thank you, Chair. What action did you take when you became aware of this issue, Secretary?
So, Senator, the officer involved was on leave at the time, and so...
Sorry to interrupt, just regular leave, annual leave, or were they placed on leave because of
regular
this issue?
Leave.
Yep.
They were due back at the end of January, and so on the officer's return, on the morning of that return, she was advised by our internal integrity team and the NAC of the allegations, and she was immediately stood down and escorted from the building.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for your assistance, Senator Patterson. It is now 10:30, so we will suspend until 10:45 for morning tea, and we will return with cross-portfolio. And we'll return with cross-portfolio. We will go to Senator Shoebridge for questions.
Well, thanks, Chair. Secretary Minister, nice to see you both this morning. Some questions about the travel costs and the travel expenses for the anti-Semitism envoy. Is travel for the envoy arranged through Home Affairs? I assume it is because she's given secretarial support.
Normally it would be, Senator. I'm caveating that simply because if either envoy was travelling, in part on government business and in part not, then there may be some variation. But if the envoy is travelling on government business, then yes, my team would organise it.
Yeah, I'm only asking about work travel, obviously. I know you don't fund holidays for anybody. Well, that's my understanding. Do you know what is there a separate budget for that travel? Is there a budget attached to the office or the envoy?
So, Senator, I'll get the relevant team to come and support me if they're here. They're actually supported out of Outcome 2, but in broad, each envoy was allocated a budget from which comes staffing, travel, supplier costs, etc.
Well, then what is the budget for each of the two envoys? What's the budget for the anti-Semitism envoy and what's the budget for the Islamophobia envoy?
Mr McAllister, would you like to take the Senator through that?
Malcolm McAllister, Acting First Assistant Secretary of the Office for Multicultural Affairs. Both envoys were the government allocated $16.7 million over 3 years, I believe. I'll check that in a second. And the funding was allocated evenly between the two envoys. How and when the envoys choose to spend the money is a matter for the envoys.
All right, so they each have $8.35 million. Is that how it works?
Yeah.
Over 3 years. And then what is the staffing? I'm assuming staffing and travel. Is it both staffing and travel that come out of that budget?
That's correct.
All right. What is the staffing level for the anti-Semitism envoy?
It's the equivalent to 5 FTE.
5 FTE. And has that been consistent all the way through?
Yes.
Well, obviously there was a ramp-up period, but
otherwise consistent. The Special Envoy for Anti-Semitism recruited very early in her appointment. So,
and what about the Islamophobia envoy?
The Islamophobia envoy is currently going through a recruitment process.
Okay, so are there any staff attached to the Islamophobia envoy?
We are providing support with Home Affairs staff while he goes through the recruitment process.
Right. And are they separate Home Affairs staff, or are they separate to the staff to the anti-Semitism envoy, or are they same staff?
There are a couple of Home Affairs staff that are directly supporting the Islamophobia envoy as he goes through his recruitment process. At the same time, we have a team that supports both envoys with things like procurement and public service administration.
So ultimately, Senator, in a mature system, when both envoys are fully staffed with their own teams, there will be a small central team of Home Affairs people who help with some generic things. At the moment, we're in a transition process.
Right. And they would be separate. Would they come from that $16.7 million budget, or would they be just funded by the department?
Funded by the department.
Okay. So are any of the 5 full-time equivalent staff attached to the anti-Semitism envoy, have they also been providing duties to the Islamophobia envoy?
No, Senator.
So they're different teams. Do you know what the cost of the travel of the anti-Semitism envoy to the Foreign Ministers' Conference I think it was on the 27th to the 28th of May, where I think both Netanyahu and Herzog two Israeli political leaders spoke. Do you know what the cost of that was?
I don't have it on me, but I can get it.
Was that funded out of the $16.7 million? It
was.
And do you know if you could give a breakdown of the costs for the travel? I assume there was flights and accommodation and other expenses.
Sure.
Do you think it would be possible to get that today?
Yes.
And could you also, do you know if any staff attended on that trip?
I don't believe so, but I can confirm.
Yeah, and again, obviously if staff travelled, if we get costing of the staff. Do we know what the total travel expenditure has been for each of the envoys, the anti-Semitism envoy and the Islamophobia envoy to date?
I can get it.
Sorry, can you repeat the question, Senator?
What the travel expenses for each of the two envoy positions have been to date separately?
Certainly.
All right. We put an FOI request in for the briefing paper for the anti-Semitism's envoy's trip to the United States for that conference, and we got some documents. Well, sorry, we didn't, but we've been provided with an FOI that was put in to the anti-Semitism envoy for that travel. Firstly, do the envoys have security clearances?
The envoys go through an AGSFA process, yes.
So what level of security clearance do they each have?
Effectively baseline, that's my understanding.
We'll take that on notice,
I'll take it
Senator.
on notice.
Did you say effectively baseline?
I think so, I believe so, but I'll take it on notice.
What is baseline?
It's the equivalent to a protected clearance. I'll confirm.
But have they gone through that process to be formally security vetted and to be given security clearance?
They've gone through an AGSFA process.
Have they been given a security clearance?
I understand so, yes.
All right. Could you give details of what that security clearance is?
Sure.
Because when we, the FOI that went for the briefing pack, and it's quite a detailed briefing pack. Well, it's quite a lengthy briefing pack, I think around about 80 pages or so. And every single page and every single item was blacked out. Not a single element of the anti-Semitism's briefing pack was provided under FOI. Do you know who was responsible for that FOI determination, Secretary?
Senator, I'll ask my FOI team to identify who the decision maker was.
Do we have any of them here responsible for that?
I've just said I'm asking who it was, Senator.
Are any of them in the room? The relevant officials?
I don't know, Senator. I've just asked the question.
Okay, so we're just waiting? Oh, are we waiting to see if somebody in the room stands up?
So, Senator, I'm assuming that my FOI manager will let me know as soon as she has an answer.
Is she in the room?
I don't know, Senator.
Well, see, I don't know what she looks like, but you might know what she looks like. I'm just wondering if she's in the room.
So, Senator, she wouldn't have been the decision maker. She manages the overall FOI process, and she will maintain a record of who were the decision makers.
All right. So are we waiting for them to give you that answer now?
Up to you. You're asking the questions.
Yes, but I'm not providing the answers.
So, Senator, I'm just checking. Do you know Mr. McAllister? So, Mr. McAllister thinks it may have been him. So it was right, just checking, Senator, to see if we actually had someone at the table.
Well, Mr. McAllister, you would remember, I assume, blacking out 80 pages for a variety of different reasons if an FOI came across your desk, or is this just everyday practice in Home Affairs?
Yep. It's not, but I can't actually recall the grounds which are actually in the...
Well, they vary. A lot of it is 47EC, 47F1. They're the primary basis. I think certain of those relate to issues of national security.
Okay.
Does that ring a bell?
It does, yep.
Yep. Do you remember doing that now?
I do, yeah.
Okay. But you didn't... When I was asking if the official who did it earlier was in the room,
Sorry,
you weren't... Well, I was asking the secretary if the official who did it was in the room, and you did it. Is that right?
I believe
you
so.
did this?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Were you... The bulk of the reasons why this has not been provided to the public is for national security reasons. What is the national security threat of telling the public what the briefing materials were to Australia's public anti-Semitism envoy before they leave for the United States? What's the national security issue at risk here?
Senator, that might be difficult for Mr McAllister to answer without the document, without the original document in front of him.
And perhaps you could at least give us the number or something of the document. To it sounds like Mr McAllister knows what the
He's
document
now,
is, but
I think we've now established that Mr McAllister remembers blacking out 80 pages under an FOI request. Yep. And so I'm asking you about what you remember, Mr McAllister. And
it might help Senator Shoebridge to get answers if you could provide a copy of the document to Mr McAllister. It's pretty customary if you're going to ask about documents to present them to witnesses.
I can assure you it won't enlighten Mr McAllister in any way because every single page has been blacked out by Mr McAllister.
To judge whether
by Mr McAllister. Mr McAllister, would having a copy of a document where you blacked every page out yourself, which has therefore no content that you can see, would that help you answer questions about what's in the document?
I'll need to go to the original decision record and what the specific grounds were. I'm
more than happy to table the document. I hear my colleague there suggesting it's helpful. Perhaps it is helpful for the public to see a document produced by you, Mr McAllister, for Home Affairs, which blacks out every single page of 80 pages. But I go back and ask, what's the national security risk in telling the public about the briefing pack given to the anti-Semitism envoy before they go over representing Australia in a foreign country, in this case the United States? What's the national security risk?
So, Senator, I think we've already indicated that Mr McAllister would need to see the original document and his statement of reasons to sensibly answer that question for you, and so we'll take that on notice.
Well, yes. Will you provide the original document to this committee?
So, Senator, we would have to look at the document for any sensitivity, and...
Are you going to take that on notice?
We'll take that on notice, yes. Senator.
And of course, do you know at the time if the anti-Semitism envoy had a security clearance at the time?
She would have, yes.
This is the basic security clearance that you'll give details about later in today. All right. And was it because she had that basic security clearance that it was okay to give her the information but not the public the information? Was that the rationale?
Senator, I think Mr McAllister's already indicated that he would need to actually look at the document and the record of decision in order to sensibly answer those questions.
Right. Just 1 minute warning, Senator.
Well, while we're on public interest immunity claims, the Minister you're representing, Minister Burke, has been using public interest immunity claims to prevent answering to questions, I think at a record rate this year. I counted 7 public interest immunity claims that he's made just this year, just in relation to questions that I've put forward. Was that part of the goal, that your government has had to have record levels of secrecy and record levels of public interest immunity claims to stop basic information being given?
No. I mean, we've talked here previously, and I've made the point previously, that the number of questions being submitted by Greens and opposition senators in this committee has exploded over the last 3 years. So it's not surprising that there might be more PII claims in a context when there's a lot more questions on notice.
I think 7 is a record in any one
As is
given
the number
year.
of questions on notice being asked.
Well, I don't think my number of questions I've put on notice are anything like
I'm
a
talking
record.
about collectively.
And I'm simply indicating, well, asking you, has there been a concerted strategy been adopted by the Albanese government to be even less transparent than the incredibly non-transparent Morrison government? Because that's the record you're establishing now, even less transparent than the Morrison government.
Well, I know that's a Greens talking point, but the answer is no.
Well, it's a reality.
Thank you, Senator.
It's a Greens
I'm
talking
going to
point.
rotate the call now. Thank you, Minister. Senator Patterson.
Thank you, Chair. I should support Senator Shoebridge on that. It's not just a Greens talking point, although it might be. I think it's an objective fact by measuring objective numbers. Anyway, that's not the reason for I'm seeking the call. Secretary, did you have answers to that the timeline questions and those leave questions that I asked before?
I'm sorry, Senator. I have my own leave, and I have impressed on the team the urgency of documenting that short period in December pre-Christmas.
Okay.
But unless Ms Tressler has an update, what I'm seeking to establish is what happened when the report was received. The officer who runs that division has assured me that his normal practice, if that were drawn to his attention, would be to have briefed his boss, the Chief Operating Officer. That was before Ms Tressler came into the job.
Who was the Chief Operating Officer at the time?
It was Justine Saunders.
Who is still with the department or also no longer with the department?
Not with the department.
That's unfortunate.
But the records, when we can get them, Senator, will indicate what happened in those sort of few days before Christmas. And then I was on leave essentially from Christmas forward. So my approved leave was 2 to 15 January.
Right. So there was no acting secretary when this incident was first reported. You were the...
That's correct, yes.
Right. And so, sorry, just to say your leave again was from the 2nd of January to the 15th, did you say? Did I hear that right?
I think I did say that. Yep, 2nd to 15 January.
Right. So that's a time span of roughly 2 weeks before the incident was reported and you went on leave. And in that period, I appreciate it's Christmas and all of that. I don't want to be unreasonable about this, but no one thought to tell you that there'd been a corruption complaint about your Chief of Staff?
So, Senator, that's what I'm trying to establish. What was happening to that report in that what was only a few days before we went on Christmas leave.
Sure. But again, I mean, this is someone at the highest levels of the department with access to sensitive and important national security information, presumably with a pretty senior security clearance. And we got this complaint, and shouldn't be one of the first things to happen that you be told?
Senator, as I said, the officer who runs the division has indicated to me that he believes that that's what he would do in normal circumstances. We're trying to establish whether it didn't get to him quickly or whether he didn't in this instance. And as soon as we know that, we'll provide that to you.
Right. So do you have the dates when your Chief of Staff was on leave? Because obviously she was on leave when this was referred to the NAC, and as you say, when she came back in was immediately put on leave or dismissed or whatever it was.
My memory, Senator, was it was through the whole period of January, and she came back from leave right at the end of January.
Right. So not December, so she was still working with you up until you went on leave?
We're just having those leave dates checked, Senator.
Right, but as best as you can recollect, until you went on leave, was your Chief of Staff working with you? Is it ordinary for you and her to be on leave at the same time, or to stagger your leave?
Senator, it varies a lot depending on who else in the office is there, what people's personal commitments are, and I don't recall when the officer went on leave that Christmas.
Okay. It will be important to have that information as soon as it's available. What steps have you taken since then to satisfy yourself that nothing was compromised while she was in the role of Chief of Staff to you?
So, Senator, we have undertaken a number of actions in response to the NAC report that go to the nature of the offence, of the transgression. That was the subject of the NAC report. The issue that was the subject of the report, as you know, related to recruitment practices. And to my knowledge, there was no related activity in my office that caused me to check that.
And I hear you choosing your words carefully there, but of course, if someone is willing to engage in corrupt activity in one area of their duties, shouldn't we be concerned that they'd be willing to engage in corrupt activity in other areas of their duties, particularly when it comes to something sensitive like national security?
Thank you for those interjections, Senator Shoebridge.
So, Senator,
sorry, if I could, I was just checking my memory with the team. I did, when this all came to light, I did ask the team to do some general checking that there weren't other instances that we should be concerned about or required investigation, and we did not find anything.
What does that mean, Ms Tressler?
So we had a look at records and did some further investigation to check if there were other instances that would require follow-up or further investigation.
So this officer's conduct in other areas, their professional conduct in other areas was carefully reviewed? Is that what you're saying?
So we did undertake a review.
Yep. Who did that review? When did it occur? How long did it take?
So I'll get further details for you, but that was our investigations and professional standards team did some further inquiries and investigation.
Okay. Thank you. Further information about that would be helpful on notice. Secretary, when did you first discuss this with the Minister?
Senator, I don't recall an exact date. I do recall bringing it to his attention at a very early opportunity because of the sensitivity of the role that the officer was in.
Mm-hmm. Can you take that on notice?
I can, Senator.
Thank you. And whether the department by any other means notified the Minister's office any earlier than when you and the Minister first canvassed it?
I will, Senator.
Just quickly on another matter, because I can't really go much further until that information comes back on notice. I'm looking at the new org chart. The print is very small, so if I've missed this, please correct me, but it doesn't appear to me on the face of it that there is any longer a counter-terrorism coordinator or a counter-foreign interference coordinator. Is that right? Like a substantive person in those roles with that title?
That's not correct, Senator.
Or help me, who is the counter-terrorism coordinator?
So I'll ask Mr Hansford to come up and outline how he's organised the responsibilities within the National Security Group.
Hello, Senator Hamish Hansford, Head of National Security in Home Affairs. So, Senator, I am both the Commonwealth Counter-Terrorism Coordinator and the National Counter-Foreign Interference Coordinator. Both of those roles are outlined on the Department of Home Affairs website, and are now well known to stakeholders by virtue of me chairing our Counter Foreign Interference Executive Board and the Joint Counter-Terrorism Board, as well as the Australia-New Zealand Counter-Terrorism Committee.
That's a lot on your plate. You're Head of National Security, CFI Coordinator, CT Coordinator. Very capable person, of course, Mr Hansford, but that's a lot for one person to do.
It goes to the Secretary's comments earlier about the appointment of a Head of National Security. You'll see in the organisational structure we have 2 Deputy Secretaries responsible for effectively the line management of domestic security and law enforcement on the one hand, and the critical infrastructure and protective security mission on the other hand, which allows me to really perform those roles really with senior leaders supporting me. Really my role is to integrate the mission and to pick up on the Minister's comments. Given the threat environment, particularly emergent threats are coming together, how do we think about hybrid threats in a different way? What does that look like? How do we start to bring areas of work together? And the coordination functions help me do that as well.
Sure, but it's previously been a full-time job in its own right. We have previously had CT coordinators and CFI coordinators. Sometimes it's been combined, sometimes it's been different people. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that's my memory. Having all of those roles and your other roles in one person, can you assure me that nothing will fall through the cracks, that there are no gaps in coverage, that there are no things which could occur because of that?
Senator, I think two comments. The first comment is that the previous incumbent of those 2 roles also managed a group on a day-to-day basis as well. And so this gives me flexibility in one sense to be able to focus on that coordination mission and to think about national security generally and try and bring the mission together. And in terms of guarantees, I will, to the best of my abilities, perform the function.
But I'm not wrong in saying, I agree with you about your immediate predecessor, but I'm not wrong in saying previously the CT coordinator has been a full-time role and the CFI coordinator has been a full-time role.
That is correct, Senator. Yes.
Right. So, Secretary, you're satisfied that nothing will fall through the cracks by piling all of this on Mr Hansford's plate, capable as he is?
I am, Senator, because as Mr Hansford explained, the day-to-day management of the national security functions are run by 2 very capable deputies who sit underneath Mr Hansford. And so that has relieved him of that level of management responsibility for those functions and enabled him to look upwards and outwards.
So is this the 2 FASs? Is that the people you're referring to, or are the assistant secretaries?
Two deputy
secretaries.
2 deputy secretaries who effectively fulfilling these roles, is that what you're saying?
So, no, Senator, the structure of the group is such that Mr Hansford sits over 2 deputy secretaries, each of whom have the 2 functions that he just described. As deputies, they take the day-to-day running of those functions, which frees Mr Hansford up to do the broader coordination role and to support me in my leadership role of the department.
Is Mr Hansford also a deputy secretary?
He is,
substantively.
Senator.
Is it ordinary to have deputy secretaries under a deputy secretary?
So it's absolutely permitted under the structures and public service rules, and it's relatively commonplace in some agencies, not in others. Okay. So Treasury has used a system like that for many years.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Chair, I've finished with that bracket of questions. Thank you.
For a second. Senator Shoebridge.
Well, thanks, Chair. Secretary, you can't remember precisely when you were first advised, either by your staff or directly by the NAC, about your former Chief of Staff being investigated. Is that right?
No, yes, I can, Senator. So on my return from leave, in the handover briefing from Mr Smythe, who was Acting Secretary, he advised me that the referral had been made to the NAC.
Okay, do you remember what date that was?
So my leave concluded, Senator, on the 15th of January, so I'm assuming that would have been the 16th of January 2024.
Is that right? 16th of January?
I'm just checking to see what day of the week it was, Senator. Senator, I'll just get my office to check whether it was the 15th or the 16th of January, but it was one of those two dates.
All right. And you said that there had been a referral made to NAC. Was that a referral from within Home Affairs?
So the process, Senator, is that a allegation was made to our integrity area, who subsequently prepared a brief for the acting secretary, which contained a recommendation that the matter be referred to the NAC, as it met they believed it met the definition of behaviour that should be referred to the NAC. That referral was then signed by the acting secretary to the NAC.
And as acting secretary, was the acting secretary being supported by your chief of staff at that time?
No, the chief of staff was also on leave.
And was on leave from the time the allegation went to the integrity area?
Senator, I've just been handed the leave dates, so the chief of staff period of annual leave was actually 15 to 25 January.
Okay.
Was also on leave between Christmas and New Year, which is a stand-down period for the department.
But when was the allegation referred to the integrity area? That must have been before the 15th, because that's when you became aware of it,
So
Secretary?
the team received the referral on the 19th of December, so that's the date that's published in the Kingscliff report, and they began their assessment on that date.
So NAC received the referral on the 19th?
My internal team, the integrity team, received,
Okay.
yeah.
So between the 19th of December and the 15th of January, save for the annual leave during the shutdown period, your now identified as corrupt chief of staff was working as your chief of staff and as the chief of staff for the acting secretary, is that right?
That's correct, Senator. I should also note that the NAC investigation uncovered significantly more detail than was contained in the original allegation. So the officers making those decisions at the time did not have access to all of the information that we now have as a result of that report.
What information
being public.
did you have as at the 19th of December about the corrupt activities of your chief of staff?
So, Senator, I'm hesitating because I'm not sure to what extent I'm able to...
Why not?
To discuss whether there are any restrictions on me as a result of the NAC Act, and I'll just have someone check that for me quickly.
Well, what possible restrictions could there be on you identifying to the public through this hearing what corruption or other allegations your department knew about your chief of staff while they were working for you as your chief of staff?
So, Senator, the NAC Act has some very specific restrictions on what can and can't be disclosed, and I don't want to fall foul of that. I'm asking someone to check that for me.
Were you a witness in the NAC proceedings?
I don't believe I was, Senator, because the events that were covered by the NAC inquiry predated my professional association with the officer.
You say you don't believe you were. I mean, normally people would remember if they were a witness in a corruption investigation by the National Anti-Corruption Commission. Do you have some ambiguity here about whether you were or weren't a witness in a National Anti-Corruption Commission?
So I said I don't believe I was, Senator, but I did, by dint of the officer holding the position that she had, ensure that action was taken very swiftly to remove her from my office on her return from leave. So the reason I'm hesitating is because I had those conversations with the NAC Commissioner, but
So you spoke with the NAC. You spoke with the NAC Commissioner on how many occasions?
Oh, Senator, maybe in that period, 2 or 3 occasions, I don't recall, but the point of that communication was to emphasise the importance of the officer being removed from the office immediately on return. The reason this was important, Senator, is because often the NAC, to protect the integrity of their investigation, does not wish to advise the officer involved that they are under investigation. In my view, it was essential that the officer be removed from the role immediately on return from leave.
All right. So you had 2 or 3 conversations with the NAC Commissioner. Was it in the day or the days after you returned from leave? When were those?
Senator, I don't recall precisely. As I said, I was concerned to make sure, once I was aware of the situation, that the officer was removed.
Were they the only conversations you had with the NAC Commissioner about the matter?
Senator, my memory is that I received a couple of updates on the timing of the investigation, but not anything to do with the content.
Can you provide on notice any details you have about the updates, including did they contain, well, perhaps I can ask you now, did they contain any substantive elements about the updates?
No, Senator. They were timing issues.
All right. What were the issues?
As in, I was keen to know when the issue might be resolved.
So was you proactively contacting the NAC Commissioner?
Senator, I don't recall. This was obviously some 18 months ago.
But the report wasn't released 18 months ago. The report was only released a few months ago.
The referral, Senator, was in January 2024.
Yes.
And as I said, I was keen that the issue be resolved as promptly as possible for reasons which will be obvious.
Now, the NAC Commission, the Commissioner for the NAC, Commissioner Brereton, decided to not publish the name of your corrupt former Chief of Staff and make a ruling as to anonymity. Were you advised of that in advance? Were you consulted in any way by the NAC Commissioner about the decision not to publish the name of your corrupt former Chief of Staff?
Senator, from memory, we were given a copy of the report immediately before it was published, but I was not consulted on his decision not to name the person, nor did I provide any view or input on the naming or the use of a pseudonym.
All right. Now, it's my understanding that that person that corrupt officer is now privately employed in the cyber industry. What protective measures are in place to prevent Home Affairs having contracts or engagements with her through the entity, with your former Chief of Staff, through the entity that they're now working for?
Senator, we'd consider them in the usual way as part of any procurement process, but clearly that we would need to look through whether indeed that individual should be providing services. We haven't put anything explicitly in place, but that's something that we're looking at.
Well, have you checked to see whether Home Affairs has any contracts with...
We do not have any contracts.
And if nobody knows her name and nobody knows who she's working for, how do you ensure that an organisation as large as Home Affairs doesn't contract with an entity that employs your corrupt former Chief of Staff, Secretary?
Senator, I think it's fair to say that the report, by providing details of the period that the officer was in that role, has made knowledge of who that person is very widespread in the organisation.
But roll on 12 months or roll on 18 months, some official undertaking a cyber procurement project, there's no public record of the name of your corrupt former Chief of Staff, there's no way of identifying what cyber entity they're employed by. Without naming her and without having that name publicly and broadly known, there is a real risk she'll continue working for the Commonwealth, but through a private entity at no doubt significant expense to the public. How are you going to fix that?
So, Senator, I'm just talking with my Chief Operating Officer about whether or not there are any mechanisms by which that could be managed. Clearly, Senator, there will also be consideration of security clearances, which is a matter for AGSFA. Many of the people who contract into us on cybersecurity issues will do so in an environment where clearances are required.
I'm assuming the security clearance has been removed from the Chief of Staff?
Senator, the way security clearances work are that we remove our sponsorship of that security clearance, and so whether or not that continues would be a matter for her current employer and the security clearance agencies, but my expectation would be that the NAC report would weigh very heavily on any consideration, but it becomes not a matter for Home Affairs at that point.
All right, but the problem is her name hasn't been published, so you're not... Did Home Affairs refer these concerns to the relevant agency and say, we're removing our sponsorship, they're corrupt, you should remove their security clearance, or have you not done that?
So, Senator, the removal of our sponsorship is a signal. We have also sought and received the NAC's permission to identify the officer to the security agency.
And has that happened?
That is correct.
That's correct, Senator. When I say the security agency, I mean the security vetting agency.
I want to go back to another matter, but
you're the only one with questions,
okay, good.
Senator.
Well, I'll try and be quick and wrap up this cross-portfolio. Minister, I was asking you questions about public interest immunity claims. And look, as I said, there were 7 just in relation to questions that we've put on that have been denied by your minister so far this year. One of them was in relation to what, if any, communication there'd been with the United States regarding the United States decision not to take any more resettlement positions from Australia, from Nauru or from other any other programs. You're aware that the United States, under the Trump administration, issued an executive order. I think they called it realigning the United States refugee admissions program.
I'm broadly aware.
Yep. And obviously, because that has a significant impact on people held in detention and the Australian government's ongoing detention of individuals in Nauru and also onshore, I asked, not unreasonably, for what, if any, communication there'd been with the United States about that executive order. That's something the public should have some insight into, don't you think, Minister?
Well, I'm not sure exactly what the basis of the PII claim was, but I'm sure the minister had good reason to claim that.
Well, the minister was worried that it might have, giving that information might offend the Trump administration.
Well, I don't think that's what he would have said. I think he would have probably cited the well-understood ground of PII claims relating to relations with other governments. Yeah. I've forgotten the exact terminology.
Well, he said the public release of information about bilateral engagements and communications without explicit authority from the US government is expected to damage Australia's bilateral relationship with the US government. Disclosure could invite criticism from the US government that Australia has public released information relevant to our bilateral relationships, breaching trust and making it more difficult to navigate relationships with the new Trump administration. That was the reason given. Is that your government's position? You're more concerned about hurting the feelings of the Trump administration than giving the Australian public information about what, if anything, you're doing to advance the Australian national interest?
Well, that's your characterisation of that.
Well, that is what that is, isn't it?
No, it's your characterisation of it. It's a well understood ground for PII claims from ministers of various different governments that they don't disclose information which may impair relationships with governments of other countries. Now, you may or may not like the governments of those other countries, but we don't conduct ourselves on the basis of whether we like other governments. We deal with governments that are elected by their people, and that's the basis for the PII claim.
Well, see, the Trump administration never has it's never shy about saying what its negotiations position is or what the information they have from the Australian government. They're not shy, they just go out and say it. It's a very one-sided relationship, isn't it? They can criticise Australia, they can make statements about Australia, and we can't even say what we ask them.
It's up to other governments to decide how they conduct their affairs.
Do you know, Secretary, how many public interest immunity claims have been made by your minister last financial year and how many have been made so far this year?
I don't have that data to hand, Senator.
Can you provide the data to the committee?
I'll take that on notice.
Thank you. Talking about taking questions on notice, last estimate, Secretary, I was asking you questions about how where you responded to a question on notice by referring me to other questions, answers to other questions on notice that hadn't been lodged.
Yes,
remember
Senator,
that?
I do recall.
It was kind of this bizarre bureaucratic mess that that became apparent. Do you remember that exchange?
I do, Senator, and at the time I recall I apologised for the process issue and explained that at the time that the Quan was prepared to you referring to the other Quans, we expected that they would be lodged simultaneously and they weren't.
Actually, you said that you'd take it on notice and provide an explanation on notice about why you had on notice referred to other questions on notice and answers to other questions on notice that hadn't been given. You said you'd take that on notice and provide some details. Why haven't you answered that question on notice?
Senator, if you would give me the question number, I can
Question
let
on
you
notice
know,
5 and 6 from the last estimates hearings.
and I'll ask my questions on notice team if they could give me the status of that question.
So you're taking on notice your failure to answer on notice, questions I asked you on notice, about questions that you responded on notice to answers you hadn't given on notice. Is that what's happening?
How long did it take to work up that line?
I just did it then, Minister.
Senator, I've asked the team who's behind me to give me the status of the two questions you just asked.
So that's the question on notice about questions on notice that you answered on notice by referring to answers that weren't given on notice.
It's no funny
Is that right?
time.
Can I?
It's no funny at any point, that kind of bureaucratic mess from Home Affairs.
Senator, could I just...
Sorry,
Sorry, Chair.
I was just seeking an indication of time. You've had the call for about 20 minutes.
Well, subject
Yeah.
to getting some answers, this should wrap up at some point.
Can I make an inquiry as to how much longer you think you've got before we can move on to the next outcome?
It depends on the answers, but not long is my hope. Yep.
Okay.
Now, Secretary, one of the answers that you referred me to that you hadn't answered in that previous round was SE 2496, which related to the number of people travelling to Israel for the purpose of joining the IDF. Now, that question is now extremely long-standing, and you still haven't answered that question. SE 2496. How is it that you still haven't answered SE 2496?
So, Senator, I'll ask the team to check the status of that question on notice, but I can advise you that questions on notice 5 and 6 from last estimates hearing have been provided by the department.
When were they provided?
I'll get the date for you, Senator.
All right. When we're talking about questions on notice, some questions on notice have been lingering, not for weeks or months past the due by date, but one question, Secretary, was put to you on the 4th of November 2024, and it's SE 24358, where we're seeking information about the number of people, of asylum seekers transferred to a regional processing country on or after the 19th of July 2013. How is it that effectively a year later you still haven't provided an answer about asylum seekers who have been transferred to a regional processing country?
So, Senator, as you're speaking, I'm sure the team is checking the status of that. I can tell you that questions on notice 5 and 6 were submitted on the 19th of June.
19th of June.
I should note also, Senator, that Senator Patterson took us through the outstanding questions on notice at one of the earlier estimates hearings this year and established through that questioning that the department's record in submitting its answers is sound.
Well, we must have different recollections of the history of the department answering questions. I have some questions about community legal centre funding relating to Home Affairs funding of community legal centres for the purpose of processing applications to the ART. Where's the appropriate point to ask those questions?
I think it's probably outcome 2, Senator. I'm getting a nod, yes.
Outcome 2, all right. Well, that completes my cross-portfolio questions.
Thank you for your assistance, Senator Shoebridge. That means we can finish with the cross-portfolio and corporate and general matters and move to outcome 1. And I'll go to Senator Patterson.
Thank you, Chair. When was the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet first informed about the return of ISIS brides to Australia?
Senator, I don't have information on when Prime Minister and Cabinet was informed. I can answer questions about the Department of Home Affairs knowledge.
Well, that's funny because I asked this question to the Department of Prime Minister Cabinet yesterday, and Senator Wong said I had to ask the Department of Home Affairs, that you were the holders of this information.
Well, you can ask questions about the activities of the Department of Home Affairs here, so feel free to do so.
Well, I made that point to Senator Wong, but she said that these matters had to be dealt with here, so I'll try another one. To your knowledge, did the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet inform any state governments of the return of ISIS brides?
So, Senator, the normal process would be for the Department of Home Affairs to coordinate any activity with return of persons of interest from overseas. And so again, we can speak to the role of Home Affairs rather than the role of Prime Minister and Cabinet.
Right. Well, how about when did the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet first brief the Prime Minister about this matter?
Again, Senator, my knowledge is of the actions of the Department of Home Affairs, not of the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet.
Well, you might have to take that up with Senator Wong, because when we asked her these questions and the department yesterday, they said they couldn't answer them and only you could answer them. How about...
Can you direct me to the part of the transcript where she said that?
As you know, Minister, we don't have the Hansard transcripts yet, but I can send you a video link if you'd like to watch it in the lunch break.
Because I had my office transcribe this yesterday and I'm not aware of where...
They're very diligent.
She made the... well, I had an expectation that this issue would come up today. I'm not aware of the Senator Wong saying the things that you are claiming she said. She certainly directed a number of questions to this department appropriately, because this is the department who would have much of the information that you were seeking yesterday, but I'm not sure that she said some of those things that you've just claimed.
Okay, let's try a different tact then. How many ISIS brides are currently in Australia?
So, Senator, the first references I could find to return of foreign fighters and people supporting that effort dated to 2016 to 2019, when the then Director General ASIO put some things on record in estimates and answered in questions on notice. But the numbers weren't specific, and it was not clear how many or whether they included women. In 2019, as you know, the coalition government repatriated 8 unaccompanied minors. In 2022, the current government repatriated 4 women and 13 children. And in September this year, a group of 6 individuals returned to Australia without repatriation assistance. That comprised 2 women and 4 children.
Thank you. When did they return to Australia?
It was on the 26th of September.
26th of September. So the story published in the Herald Sun by Carly Douglas on Friday afternoon, reporting that they had returned to Australia, that was accurate.
Senator, I can confirm that 6 Australians returned to Australia in September.
What about the story on the 3rd of September by Leah Mendes in The Australian that said these people would be returning to Australia? Was that accurate?
So, Senator, we were aware that this group had an intention to return to Australia. When and how exactly, we did not know.
Right. When did you first become aware of their intention to return to Australia?
It was in June this year, Senator.
June. Okay. When did you first brief the Minister about their intention to return to Australia?
At the time that I had that information, Senator.
Do you have any visibility of when the Prime Minister was briefed, either by your department or agencies within your portfolio?
I don't, Senator.
So you weren't present when, for example, this would have been discussed at the National Security Committee of Cabinet?
Senator, I'm obviously not in a position to discuss the content of the National Security Committee of Cabinet.
Right. Where are the most recent cohort of 2 women and 4 children, where are they located now?
So, Senator, I'm going to need to take that on notice and refer to our security agencies to see if there is any sensitivity or risk with that information being disclosed.
I'm not asking for street addresses, obviously. I understand why you couldn't disclose that, but can you tell me the state or territory they're located in?
So, Senator, I'm not in a position to know what could be sensitive in that operational sense, and so I will need to take that on notice and ask security and law enforcement agencies.
The department have previously disclosed the location of the NZYQ cohort by state and territory. Why would this cohort be any different?
So, Senator, the NZYQ cohort was under active management by the Department of Home Affairs, and so I was in a position to assess those risks. In this case, any management would be done in a collaboration between the relevant jurisdictions, law enforcement agency and the AFP, and they're the only ones who could make that assessment.
So you don't have visibility of the location of these people, or?
I do, Senator,
right.
But I'm saying that the judgment about whether or not that detail can be provided is one for the law enforcement and security agencies.
Okay. Which state governments has Home Affairs engaged with in relation to this cohort?
Senator, I think that would potentially reveal the answer to the question I just indicated to you that I could not answer.
Mm-hmm. So has Home Affairs engaged with state governments about the return of this cohort?
So typically, Senator, that engagement takes place between law enforcement agencies.
Yes, I didn't ask what typically has happened. I asked in this instance what has happened. Did you engage with state governments? Did anyone in Home Affairs engage with any state governments? Mr Hampson's nodding. Yes, we did.
Yes, Senator.
Great. Who led the engagement with the state governments?
Senator Gemma Smythe, First Assistant Secretary of the Counter-Terrorism and Violent Extremism Division. I had a conversation.
A conversation with a state government counterpart?
A state government counterpart, correct.
Right. And Ms Smythe, are you in a better position than the Secretary to tell us which state it was?
No, Senator. I refer back to the Secretary's
Can you
advice.
tell us whether it was engagement with a department or a state police force, or which counterpart were you dealing with?
A law enforcement counterpart, Senator.
Okay. The New South Wales Police have testified in their equivalent of this Senate estimates that they were told of a returning cohort. If they've been able to disclose that, why can't you?
So, Senator, I think that's consistent with my evidence earlier that law enforcement agencies who have responsibility for managing cohorts when they return to Australia are in a position to assess the risks or sensitivities with disclosing the location.
Yes, but that's already on the public record, so they've already made that assessment and disclosed that information.
They have, Senator, about they have, but Senator, that is their judgment to make.
And since they've made that judgment, I don't understand why it would be a problem for you to confirm that it's New South Wales.
Senator, I can only repeat my earlier evidence that I'm not in a position to confirm where the 6 individuals that I referenced in my earlier answer are located.
Because there was also a report in The Age yesterday that suggested that they were in Victoria. Is that report accurate?
Senator, that's another way of asking me the same question, which I've indicated I can't answer.
Indeed, it is. Can you at least tell me whether they are located in one state or territory or over multiple states or territories?
Senator, again, I think that it is most sensible that those questions go to law enforcement agencies who are in a position to make an assessment about the location and the risk sensitivity associated with that knowledge.
Well, I'm now not even asking which state or territory, but just whether it's one or multiple. And there are important questions which flow on from that, which have nothing to do with locating people, which I accept your reluctance to do that. Ms Smythe's indicated in her answer that she's had one conversation with one state counterpart. That suggests to me that it's in one state. Am I making a wrong assumption here?
Senator, I really have nothing to add to my previous answer.
Right, so...
as helpful as she can be on this.
Thank you. Nonetheless, I'm still determined, Chair, to try and get some more clarity, because whether we're coordinating one state or multiple states, and therefore multiple agencies, is relevant to understanding Home Affairs' role in this process.
Being very creative in how you ask.
Thank you, Chair. Grateful for that feedback. So, Ms Foster, what can you help me with? How about we start that way? What can you help me with about the way Home Affairs is coordinated with any counterparts on this issue?
So, Senator, Mr Hanson can take you through the process that we undertake when persons of interest return to Australia.
Thank you. At the moment, I'm interested in just coordination with state counterparts, that aspect of it, please.
I think, Senator, it goes to that very point. So in our corporate plan, target 13 is 100% of known persons of counter-terrorism interest offshore or foreign fighters seeking to return or travel to Australia are assessed, and appropriate mechanisms are developed to manage the risk associated with their return. How we do that is at the Commonwealth level, we have collaboration arrangements, which ultimately at the most senior level is the Joint Counter-Terrorism Board I referenced earlier. This is how we work at the Commonwealth level, and then we have a number of mechanisms to collaborate with state and territory governments, and we talk about how to manage risk in those forums from a joint perspective.
Sure, but I'm not interested in just in a hypothetical or theoretical scenario. I'm interested in what has happened in this instance specifically. So take me through the coordination. I accept you don't want to identify the state government or state governments, but tell me what the coordination has been with state governments that Home Affairs has led.
So in this instance, Senator, it's not a government endorsed repatriation, it is the return of individuals. So the operational collaboration is best answered by operational agencies. Ms Smythe said she's spoken to one of the agencies involved, but we didn't take a formal coordination function in relation to these individuals. That's an operational action.
Just because it's not a repatriation doesn't mean we don't need coordination. These are people who left our country to join a terrorist organisation.
So we
who are returning.
We have a coordination arrangement in the sense that we have the mechanisms in place, and we have those mechanisms have been enacted where operational agencies have been able to coordinate their activity.
Okay. So 2 women and 4 children entered Australia on the 26th of September. How did they get here?
Senator, my understanding is that that was personally arranged travel, which we had no role in facilitating.
Yes, but did they fly? Did they... What can you tell me about their means of conveyance to Australia?
Senator, I'm hesitating about whether or not there's an issue of privacy. Had the government arranged that travel, then absolutely that would be something that it would be appropriate for us to talk about. But whether or not revealing the details of individual Australians' travel is appropriate, I'm not sure. I'd like to take some advice.
Well, I mean, again, there are important questions which flow from this. It's been reported that they flew into Australia and that they departed from Lebanon. Can you tell me if that's accurate?
I think the comment I made in relation to their flights would apply to that question also, Senator.
Okay, can you tell me if they were met on arrival in Australia, regardless of where they arrived?
So, Senator, that would be a question for the operational agencies who are responsible for any ongoing activity or management of a returning cohort of this nature.
So you don't know?
I'm saying that question would be best directed to the operational agencies who are responsible for that
And we
action.
will have plenty of questions for them, but just because they are primarily responsible doesn't mean you don't know and doesn't mean you are not required to answer. So can you tell me, to your knowledge, were they met on arrival by any agency?
So, Senator, the reason I'm deferring to the security agencies is because the action they take in response to groups like this could have security implications or sensitivities that I'm not in a position to judge. They will be able to know whether or not that's information they're comfortable to share publicly.
I think the Chair wants to rotate the call.
I do. Thank you very much for your assistance, Senator Patterson. Senator Cox.
Thank you very much, Chair. Can I ask, how long after 2013 did fighters start returning from Syria after joining ISIL or /ISIS?
So, Senator, the information that I have actually comes from the then Director General of ASIO. Obviously, it's a security and law enforcement responsibility to manage those cohorts once they're back in Australia. But we'll see from that evidence what Mr Hansford can elaborate on.
Certainly, Senator. So the former Director General, former questions on notice to this committee in 2017, and they were 28 February 2017, have said that there are a number of groups at that point in time that were in theatre, if you like, or in country, and there were a number of people starting to come back. Some of the answers are quite vague in the sense that in terms of the knowledge of people on the ground, but a number of people have returned to Australia, as the Secretary said, from 2013 right through to 2025. And the Secretary outlined some of the high points in terms of numbers that we have fidelity on. What we're doing is saying that there is a pattern of people returning to Australia for a long period of time. And so one of the questions on notice, which goes to 2017, says that as of 16 October 2017, returnees from the conflict in Syria and Iraq number around 40, and so that's the judgment of ASIO at the time that was presented to this committee, but I'd suggest ASIO might be in a better position to comment on their question on notice in response, but that's some of the public information that's available, and the Secretary's taking you through some of the more contemporary figures.
So I just wanted to get the clarity of number. You gave a number there, did you, Mr Hansford?
I was just reflecting the question on notice response, which said that the question from the committee was approximately how many Australians have returned from fighting with terrorist organisations in Iraq and Syria since 1 January 2013? And the answer is, as of 16 October 2017, returnees from the conflict in Syria and Iraq number around 40. And the clarifying text is the majority of these travelled and returned in the early days of the conflict before ISIL's claim to a caliphate in June 2014 and emergence as the dominant group drawing on Australian travellers. Of those who have returned since then, some have fought for ISIL, some have not fought but provided support to ISIL. A few had joined other Islamic extremist groups and a small number have fought with an anti-ISIL group. That's just evidence that's been provided to this committee in terms of a question on notice and what's in the public domain.
And Senator, I'm sure that the Director General of Security, when he appears, would be able to update the committee.
That's great. Thank you very much. And is monitoring people overseas who might be of concern and putting plans in place for their return standard practice?
Senator, it's standard practice for our operational and security agencies. The role of the department is really to coordinate activities as it relates to people of interest offshore or foreign fighters seeking to return to Australia, and to coordinate that work, to not do the work, but to coordinate the effort. And we do that obviously in close partnership with intelligence and law enforcement partners across the Commonwealth and with states and territories. But it is the role of intelligence and security agencies to monitor the threats to national security. Our function is really to coordinate that effort, and you've heard some of the efforts that have gone to the numbers of people returned.
Can I, just to amplify that, Senator, there was another question on notice that was asked, related to these issues, that was asked in February 2018, so presumably was answered sometime shortly after that. It's question number AE 18-069. And just to back up what Mr Hansford was just saying, one of the questions there related to how the risk of those returning individuals back in those days was to be managed, and the answer given was all overseas Australian terrorism suspects, including those seeking to return to Australia, are handled in accordance with the Australian Government framework. This framework supports whole-of-government coordination in relation to the handling of such cases and ensures that each individual is managed in light of the threat they pose, the nature and potential criminality of their activities, and the level of their engagement with extremist groups. ASIO works closely with other Australian agencies to identify the issues each of these individuals might pose and ensure appropriate treatment plans are in place. So I guess the point there is that, as Mr Hansford took you through some of the arrangements that exist now to monitor this particular cohort that we're talking about and others like them, it's actually exactly the same approach that was taken by the former government to monitor these types of individuals when they were the government. And again, just to back in what Mr Hansford has said, you know, there are understandable questions about this particular cohort. These 2 women and 4 children. It is worth remembering that between the 1st of January 2013 and the 16th of October 2017, almost all of which was under a coalition government, we saw returnees from the conflict in Syria and Iraq number around 40, according to that question on notice. And in fact, they were not women and children, they were fighters. They were ISIL and ISIS fighters who returned. So I think some context is probably useful in this debate.
Yeah, thank you, Minister, for laying that out for us. And I think it's important that, as you know, from my analysis of what you've just said and also Mr Hansford's contribution, is that the department and agencies of Australia have been aware for more than a decade that the military defeat of ISIS would lead to people returning to Australia. And it doesn't matter if you've used the red book or the blue book, as Senator Patterson put it this morning, that in fact this has been occurring over successive governments. Is that correct?
And in fact, one of those questions of notice we were just referring to from 2018, ASIO provided an answer saying that they, at that point in time, anticipated the numbers of returnees in the future, beyond 2018, to be small and their arrival sporadic. Again, the point being, there was an expectation, even back in 2018 under a different government, that there would be a number of people return, albeit that the numbers would be small and their arrival sporadic.
That's great, thank you.
Could I just while I'm talking, I might just address one of Senator Patterson's questions towards the end related to the management of the 6 individuals who've returned. I think Ms Foster is entirely appropriate to say that those answers should be provided by the relevant operational agencies who are in a position to know what should and should not be disclosed. But I might just make the broader point that I can assure people that our security agencies are aware of the persons of interest who are in this cohort. Our agencies have been monitoring these individuals for some time, and of course our government has confidence in the work of those agencies to keep Australians safe.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Senator Hanson.
Thank you very much. Minister, are you saying that you had no knowledge of these people coming back into the country?
Me personally?
We're talking here as the department, Minister, not you personally. Was the department aware of these people, these 2 women and 4 children coming back into the country?
Well, Ms Foster has already answered those questions from Senator
I'm
Patterson.
asking you, Minister, you're here representing the Minister for the department. Were you aware of it, or was the Minister responsible for that department aware of these people coming back in the country? Were you informed about it?
Well, I'm trying to remember exactly what Ms Foster said earlier, but I think the answer was that she briefed the Minister for Home Affairs of the department's knowledge that these individuals were seeking to return to Australia. I think that's effectively what Ms Foster said.
That's correct, Senator.
Thank you. When did they leave the country to go overseas? To go to Syria? Were they Syria? Which country were they in? Which refugee camp were they in?
Okay. Senator, we don't have those details available.
Don't know why that came up. Syria. Oh my God, there it goes again. I didn't have it on.
Technology.
It's just picking this up. I do apologise.
Senator, what I was saying when Siri so rudely interrupted you was that we don't have the details of when that group of 6 people left Australia to go to Syria.
Okay, so it's possible to say it was prior to 2019. You've got no idea when they left Australia?
I have a general idea, Senator. I don't have the exact
Can you find that
dates.
information for me? You please put it on notice.
We can try and do that for you, Senator.
Surely you've got documentation that when anyone leaves the country, it's documented when they leave the country. Isn't that correct? We do know when people leave the country.
So, Senator, what I was saying was I don't have that detail to hand, and I will attempt to get that for you.
Thank you. Now, how old are the children? There's 4 children. How old are the children?
We can get the exact ages, but we're not going to be able to go there.
Senator, we don't have the ages to hand, and again, I would need to take on notice whether or not there is any issue with us should we find that information being able to provide it, but I will certainly take that on notice.
Can you then tell me, were the children born overseas?
Again, Senator, I will need to take on notice what information I can provide about individual Australian citizens.
If they're not Australian citizens, well, because they're born overseas, doesn't automatically give them Australian citizenship, does it?
Senator, there is a process by which children born to Australian parents overseas can be conferred citizenship.
They have to apply. If they're born overseas, correct me if I'm wrong, that they must apply for a certain visa or passport to get back into the country if a child is born overseas. Even though they may be an Australian citizen, they still have to apply for that child to come back. So therefore, the department had to be pre-warned about them coming back in the country.
So, Senator, there are two issues. One is about citizenship and one is about travel documents. Any Australian citizen or someone eligible for Australian citizenship who applied for such documents and had valid applications would be provided with those documents.
Correct. So they would have had to apply to the Home Affairs to actually get that documentation to travel back to Australia. So therefore, were these people, these two women in particular, because you weren't aware of those children until they applied for documents for them to return to Australia, were these women on a national security risk to Australia?
So, Senator, Mr Hansford's outlined the process whereby we work together with security and law enforcement agencies when we become aware that someone of potential risk to Australia has an intent to return. That process took place in relation to those 6 people, and the security agencies have taken, security and law enforcement agencies have taken the action that they believed was necessary and appropriate in this circumstance.
Right, so you are telling me now that action would have had to be taken for them to get the documents to travel to Australia. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, Senator, I didn't quite follow that.
So are you saying that they would have had to apply for documentation to get back into Australia, especially if those children were born overseas?
That's correct, Senator.
Right. Now, you made an indication here to Mr Senator Patterson before that they personally arrange for their own travel. That may be the case. They can arrange for their own personal travel, but they would have had to apply to the department for documentation to get back into the country.
So, Senator, I've already indicated that any Australian citizen or someone eligible for Australian citizenship, should they apply for that citizenship, would be, we have an obligation as public servants under the eligible legislation to process any valid application and to provide those documents.
I think, Senator Hanson, just to clear this up a little bit, and Ms Foster and her colleagues can interrupt me if I get this wrong. Any Australian citizen is able to, who is overseas, is able to return to Australia without applying to do so. Correct so far?
As long as they have valid documents.
Yeah, if they're an Australian citizen and they have their valid documents. Equally, someone overseas can apply for Australian citizenship. They, of course, have to meet all the relevant tests to get Australian citizenship. And if they get Australian citizenship, then they become part of that first group, Australian citizens who can return to Australia if they have the relevant documents.
I'm fully aware of that, but to my understanding, these children were born overseas. They were not automatically Australian citizens. They would have had to apply for the documentation through the department to allow them to be brought back into the country, which would have and should have had alarm bells ringing for a national security risk of these people coming back into the country. And that doesn't add up to me, considering that your department or the minister says we had nothing to do with it. It was all personal travel. They just came into the country because they're Australian citizens. Tell me, Minister, are you aware or do you know if they actually are dual citizens? Are these women dual citizens?
I'm not aware of that.
And Senator, if I could just clarify, any person may make an application to become an Australian citizen by descent, which is the category you're describing, under Section 16(1) of the Australian Citizenship Act 2007. If someone is born outside Australia, and there's a particular date range that applies, then we are obliged under the Act to process that application, and if they meet the criteria, to provide that citizenship by descent conferral. At that point, that is an obligation that would apply to any Australian, and obviously, as I've said before, people in the camps in Syria are persons of interest to us. The information is shared with intelligence and security agencies. They make an assessment about the point that you're raising, Senator, about the risk to Australia, and they put in place appropriate arrangements to manage that risk on the people's return to Australia.
As was the case when the former coalition government allowed 40 ISIS and ISIL fighters to return to Australia.
Minister, we constantly hear the Labor government going on about what the previous government did. I'm not interested in that.
No, I know
I'm interested in what you have to say. This happens all the time, that you've got to go back what's happened in the past. I'm questioning you on what's happened under your watch.
And what we are doing, is following the same procedure of the former coalition government, which is that our security agencies monitor certain individuals overseas and put in place arrangements to keep the Australian people safe. And I would like to think that you would support our security agencies.
And I'd like to see the national security also being looked after, and Australian citizens out there.
Are you suggesting our security agencies are not doing that?
Then ask me this question. Then, if these people have dual citizenship, is there anything under the legislation, because they're a national security risk, that they can be stripped of their citizenship and sent back to their other country?
I've already said to you I'm not aware of whether these individuals have dual citizenship, so I can't answer that question.
All right, thank you.
No, thank you for your assistance, Senator Hanson. Senator Patterson.
Thank you, Chair. Just a few moments ago, the Minister drew a distinction between this returning cohort and previous returning cohorts by saying some of those previous people were ISIS fighters and these ones were not ISIS fighters. So can you confirm for me that there is no evidence or suspicion that these people were involved in any acts of terror or other terror offences while they were overseas?
Senator, that is an operational matter that would have to be referred to security, law enforcement agencies, but I can say not to our knowledge.
Right, well, so the Minister was able to. So no, there's no suspicion that either of the adults in this cohort committed any terrorism offence while they're overseas.
Senator, I'm very conscious that I don't know all of the information that might be available to security and intelligence and law enforcement agencies, nor whether or not any future investigation or prosecution might take place, and therefore I think it would be not appropriate for me to speculate about that. Those questions could go to them and they could make a judgment about whether or not
and
it
they
was
will, but you
appropriate to
just said
answer.
in your previous answer you don't believe so. So just to be clear, they did not commit any declared area offence by being in a declared area while they're overseas?
So, Senator, what I said was not to my knowledge.
Yes.
But those questions are best addressed to the security, law enforcement, intelligence agencies.
What about associating with the terrorist organisation? Are we seriously saying that ISIS brides were not associated with the terrorist organisation, which is a crime under the Criminal Code?
So, Senator, I've said that I don't wish to do anything that would prejudice any future investigation.
Sure, but the Minister just told us these people were not ISIS fighters. They're different from previous cohorts.
No, what I said, what I did was read out to you a question on notice that was answered relating to the 40 returnees from the conflict in Syria and Iraq between 2013 and 2017 under the coalition government, and the answer to that question in notice said that that 40 included some who have fought for ISIL, some have not fought but provided support to ISIL, and a few who had joined other Islamic extremist groups.
And then you went on to say, and this group were not ISIS fighters. So
I think
what information did Minister?
Feel free to
I haven't finished my question. I haven't finished my question, Minister. What information do you have to satisfy yourself that neither of these adults who've returned have committed any terrorism offences and were not ISIS fighters?
Well, as Ms Foster has said, I think they are questions that should be directed to the security agencies who are in a better position to understand what should and should not be put in the public domain.
But you just told us moments ago these people were not ISIS fighters. How did you know that?
Well, no. Feel free to go back and have a look at the transcript. I'm pretty sure that's not what I said.
Well, I'm pretty sure it is what you said, and we'll get that transcript and I'll provide it to you. I'll quote it back to you directly. So are you now saying you don't know whether or not these people were ISIS fighters or not?
The point I was making was that what we know from this question on notice is that the 40 returnees, at least under the coalition government, those who came under between 2013 and 2017, included some who fought for ISIL, some who've not fought but provided support to ISIL, and a few who had joined other Islamic extremist groups.
And then you drew a distinction between that cohort and this cohort. So what was the information you were relying on to make that distinction?
I can't add anything to the answers I've already given you.
Because you don't know?
Because I've already answered your questions several times.
Was it just a speculative comment that you made?
Feel free to have a look at my earlier answers.
Were you making an assumption because of their gender that they weren't ISIS fighters? What was the reason?
Feel free to have a look at my earlier answers.
Well, Minister, it would be very helpful if you could just explain to me what the basis of your statement was. Have you been briefed on this matter?
The basis of my statement was the question on notice that was answered back in 2017, 2018, where under a coalition government we saw around 40 people who had fought for ISIL and joined other Islamic extremist groups who returned to Australia. That was the basis for my statement.
Yes, but you were also commenting on the particulars of this cohort and the difference with previous cohorts. So I'll ask again, have you been briefed on these matters?
Personally, I had a briefing from the Minister's office to prepare for estimates, but that's the extent of my knowledge.
And in that briefing, did they tell you whether or not these returnees had committed any terrorism offences while they're offshore?
The information I've given you today is based on the briefings that I received. And any further questions about the detail of these returnees should be put to security agencies.
Right, so I am none the wiser as to where you got your confidence that these returnees are different from the previous returnees.
Well, I'm sure the security agencies will be happy to provide you whatever information they can when they appear later today.
Okay. You also said that there are persons of interest in this cohort. What about them makes them persons of interest?
Well, again, I wouldn't mind saying what I actually said. What I think I said was that our agencies are aware of who the persons of interest are in this cohort.
Okay, so tell me about that. On what basis are they persons of interest?
I'm not a minister who turns up and breaches national security rules.
Well, not deliberately, I'm sure, but you might have inadvertently.
Feel free to put those questions to the security agencies when they appear.
Okay, here's your direct quote, and I'm going to help you here, Minister. You said, "These 2 women and 4 children, it is worth remembering that between 1 January 2013 and 16 October 2017, almost all of which was under a coalition government, we saw returnees from the conflict in Syria and Iraq number around 40, according to that question on notice. And in fact, they were not women and children, they were fighters. They were ISIL and ISIS fighters who returned. So I think some context is probably useful in this debate." So can you confirm where you became confident that these women are not in fact ISIL or ISIS fighters?
I don't think the quote that you just read back has me saying that. I think you're I think you're misrepresenting what I said.
You just said that you referred to this cohort as 2 women and 2 children, and then you said this other cohort you're talking about were not women and children, they were fighters. So is it because of their gender that you've made an assumption that they haven't committed a terrorist offence?
No, you're misrepresenting what I said. What I said is that this group are women and children. I said that group that returned under the coalition, many more, I might add, like 7 times as many, at least, were fighters. That's what I said.
Yeah, so...
You're trying to conflate what I've said, and I haven't made that point that you're trying to...
What is the relevance of the fact that they're women and children, if not to distinguish them from ISIL fighters? You think that you appear to think that's a meaningful distinction.
Again, you can try and conflate different sentences to make a point that you want to make. What my statement is factually correct. Feel free to read it back out.
Minister,
Feel free to read it back out.
Are you aware whether or not any
and then
women...
everyone listening can judge whether you're conflating it and misrepresenting
Thanks, Minister. Are you aware...
You don't want to read it back out?
Minister, are you aware whether any women have fought for ISIS?
Oh, I think historically it's known that some women have fought for ISIS.
Okay, so explain to me then the distinction that you were drawing between these returnees and those ones.
Feel free to read my statement back.
Okay, all right, we can do it again if you want. I think it's on the Hansard record, but let's do it. These 2 women and 4 children, it is worth remembering that between 1 January 2013 and 16 October 2017, almost all of which was under a coalition government, we saw returnees from the conflict in Syria and Iraq number around 40, according to that question notice, and in fact, they were not women and children, they were fighters. They were ISIL and ISIS fighters who returned, so I think some context is probably useful in this debate. Why is their gender relevant? What's the distinction between an ISIS fighter, whether they're male or female?
I was just giving you a factual statement that the 6 people we are talking about here are women and children.
Yes.
I was giving you a factual statement that under the coalition government, between 2013 and 2017 alone, 40 people returned who were ISIL fighters or members of other terrorist organisations. They are factually correct statements. If you want to draw conclusions from that, that's up to you.
I think the conclusion's pretty clear, Minister, but let's move on to other areas. Has a temporary exclusion order been sought for any of this cohort?
No, Senator.
Why not?
The advice from operational agencies is that a temporary exclusion order was not required, and our judgment about the legal threshold for which the temporary exclusion order would apply was not met. And I think it's important to outline that temporary exclusion orders are about the managed return of individuals and associated conditions. And we can say that these individuals, we were aware since early June about the individuals. We are aware that the risk is being managed and that there was appropriate arrangements on arrival.
Did the Minister seek advice about whether a temporary exclusion order could be applied for?
I'll take the specific on notice. We have had discussions with the Minister's office, but I'll take the specific on notice.
When you say that advice was provided from the operational agencies, it was not necessary, is that because it is not deemed that these people represent a security risk?
No, Senator, I didn't say that. I said
no, I know, that's why I'm asking.
The management of risk was undertaken and that arrangements were put in place.
Right. Has a control order been sought for any of this cohort?
I think that's a matter for the AFP to give you the answer about a control order.
Have you provided any advice to the Minister about seeking a control order?
No, Senator.
Why not?
Senator, that's the responsibility of the Australian Federal Police to make an application to the court for a control order.
Yes, but the Minister hasn't sought any advice from you about whether a control order could be sought?
Not from me, Minister.
No, thank you.
Senator.
Secretary, you said earlier that it was in June that the department first became aware that individuals are seeking to return to Australia. How did you become aware?
Senator, I'm hesitating because I'm trying to recall, not because I'm wondering whether to answer. I think I'll probably have to talk to the team and find out how that information came to me.
Is anyone at the table able to assist?
Senator, I'm aware an agency in the Commonwealth was made aware that the women and children were seeking to return to Australia.
Was the department or the Minister made aware by the organisation Save the Children that these people wish to return to Australia?
I'm not aware of conversations the Minister has had
Okay, well, I asked for the department and the minister. So the department in the first instance, has the department met with Save the Children about these returnees?
No, I have not met with Save the Children.
Well, it's not just a question to you, Ms. Smythe, it's the whole department. Has anyone from the department met with Save the Children in relation to these returnees?
We are not aware of anyone in the department meeting with Save the Children in relation to these 6 individuals.
So, Senator, I was present in one meeting that the Minister had with Save the Children earlier this year, long before we had any knowledge of the potential return of these 6.
So prior to June?
Yes.
And was anyone else from the department in this meeting, Ms Foster, or just you?
I was the only departmental officer present, I believe.
So it was you, the Minister and the Minister's staff in this meeting?
That's my recollection.
It did occur at his Parliament House office?
It did.
On what date?
I don't have the exact date, Senator. It was in the early part of the year.
Okay. At any point in this meeting, Ms Foster, were you asked to leave the meeting?
No, Senator.
Did the Minister meet with Save the Children without you as part of this meeting?
Not as part of that meeting, Senator.
Did you leave the meeting earlier, and did it continue between the Minister and Save the Children at any point?
No, Senator.
Why are you hesitating in your answer?
Because I'm just trying to this was many, many months ago.
Sure.
And I'm wanting to make sure that I'm casting my memory back. But to the best of my recollection, I was in the meeting the entire time.
So the Minister didn't say, Ms Foster, could you just step out a moment? I've got another matter I want to discuss with Save the Children.
No, Senator.
You didn't step out to take a phone call.
No, Senator.
Okay, thank you.
Senator, can I interrupt now to rotate the call and come back to you after lunch?
Yes, you can.
Thank you very much. Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks.
Could I just, could I just very quickly respond to Senator Patterson? The advice I have is that Minister Burke, in that meeting, the meeting was essentially involved Save the Children asking the Australian government to repatriate a broader group, not this specific 6, but a broader group of women and children, and the Minister declined to do so. And, you will see from the evidence that there has been no repatriation. So the purpose was to seek a repatriation, and the Minister, on behalf of the government, declined to do so.
Minister, was this the women and children held in the El Roj camp?
I don't have the specifics of the camp, but it was a request in relation to women and children in Syria.
You gave some detail of the earlier repatriation under the former coalition government, but there was another repatriation under the Morrison government of some 8 orphan children from Syria in June 2019 as well, which for the record I think speaks highly of the decision to bring orphaned Australian children back. But that also happened under the Morrison government in June of 2019, is that right?
I know that there was a decision of the Morrison government to repatriate 8 children in 2019, so I assume we're talking about the same.
Yes, and consistent with Australia's obligation to look after Australian children, that's the kind of thing governments do. They bring back orphaned Australian children.
It's a matter for the Morrison government. They made their decision.
Yeah. The further repatriation of 4 women and 13 children from El Roj camp in October of 2022. Secretary, do you know when that process started?
I'm sorry, Senator, can you repeat that?
The further repatriation of 4 women and 13 children from El Roj camp that concluded in October of 2022. Do you know when that process started?
Senator, my understanding is that it was quite a lengthy process, but I would have to take on notice the precise dates.
Indeed, it's my understanding, I could be wrong, it was part of a continuing process that had commenced under the Morrison government and continued through under the change of government to the Albanese government. Do you have any recollection of that?
I don't, Senator.
But you'll take it on notice?
I will take it on notice. I just note that that predates my time as secretary, which
I
is why I
understand.
don't have a personal recollection, and I'll seek advice.
All right. If you could clarify that sometime today, that would be useful. And Home Affairs and ASIO both attended at the El Roj camp, or, sorry, I won't ask you about ASIO. Home Affairs had some attendance in El Roj leading up to the October 2022 repatriation.
Senator, I'll need to get some assistance from those who were present at the time.
Not to our knowledge, Senator, about an individual Home Affairs officer in the camp.
All right. Well, were Australian officials, did they interview and speak to the women and children for the purposes of the October 2022 repatriation, and if so, in which circumstances and who?
I believe so, Senator.
Yes. Do we know, but you're not sure they were Home Affairs officials?
We're not sure what the composition of the group was.
Home Affairs, DFAT and ASIO are the agencies that were involved in this, is that right?
So in terms of the broad operation, not going specifically to who went into the camp,
yes,
yes, there was a combination of those agencies, and I would also assume law enforcement agencies.
Probably AFP as well.
Probably AFP, possibly and state and territory.
Some or all of those engaged with the women and children for the purpose of repatriating at least the 4 women and 13 children in October.
Yes, Senator.
Could you provide details, if you can?
We'll certainly attempt to do that, Senator.
And it's my understanding that they also spoke with the other women and either spoke with the children or found relevant details of the other children, such that there was sufficient information given to provide passports and travel documents. Is that true?
So my understanding, Senator, is that the officers who visited spoke to a broader range of women and possibly children. The details of that and what resulted from that I don't have to hand, but we can take that on notice and find that out for you.
My specific question is about sufficient information to issue passports.
Understand, Senator.
And of course, as you recall, I asked if this was a process that had a longer duration and when that process commenced, because it's my understanding that process commenced under the former Morrison government. But I'd be seeking your clarification one way or another on that. Minister, there's a significant amount of continuity, isn't there, between that conduct in October 2022 and the conduct that had preceded it under the former government?
The department's given you the answers.
Yes. And of course, Secretary, if Australians are entitled to a passport, you're obliged to issue a passport, aren't you? That's the way the law works.
Senator, that's a question properly for DFAT, but my understanding is that for any person, any Australian citizen who has a valid passport application form, in the same way as we're required to provide citizenship by descent, so is DFAT required to provide a passport.
Yes, and if someone's entitled to citizenship by descent, if someone is entitled to citizenship by descent, it's not a political question about whether they get citizenship. It's a matter of law, and you work in accordance with law.
That's correct, Senator.
Yes, and you wouldn't want it to be a political decision, would you, Minister, to have Minister Watt, Minister Patterson, or other ministers determining whether or not Australians are entitled to citizenship?
Senator, there is no...
Minister.
Well, a process is applied to determine whether someone is eligible for Australian citizenship, and those decisions are made by public servants every day of the week.
And it's best not to politicise the granting or otherwise of citizenship, which is pretty much one of the most fundamental rights you can have as a global citizen.
Well, I'll just repeat what I just said. These decisions are made by public servants.
In accordance with law. Yep. Secretary, I know you were advised earlier that you had provided answers to questions 5 and 6 that I'd put on notice about the unanswered questions. I should never doubt my staff officer, Sam Brennan. He's pretty much always right, and he's proven right again. Both of those questions, which were put on the 24th of February 2025, remain unanswered, according to a database search that was just
So is this
confirmed.
questions 5 and 6
I've asked on the 24th of February 2025. I've just been given a screenshot of the Parliament's database, and they have next to it, they both say unanswered. 24th of February 2025.
These are questions 5 and 6, Senator?
That's what it says?
Yeah, so we submitted those from the department to the office on the 19th of June.
Well, I think you might be talking about a different round of estimates, but I'm just telling you the database.
I think she means the Minister's office.
Oh, you gave them to the Minister's office?
That's correct, Senator. That's our process.
Okay. Well, I'm not. You're responsible for your own minister. So, Minister, can you explain why your government has withheld providing those answers that were given to the minister, apparently, by the Secretary in June?
Well, I don't have an answer for those specific questions on notice. I have already made the point that the number of questions on notice being asked in this committee is substantially higher than it traditionally has, and it's therefore not surprising that sometimes it takes a bit of time to answer every question. But the vast majority of these questions have been answered.
This was a question asking for an explanation about, and I won't repeat it, a series of failed answers from the department. Will you not seek an explanation from the minister about why it sat on his desk since June?
I'm happy to take that on notice. I don't have that information today.
Senator, could I just add that I know that the Minister and his office have lodged a significant number of questions in the lead-up to estimates. So,
well, this is a live screenshot saying they're unanswered as at today.
Yeah,
I'm not going to doubt.
I'm not doubting, Senator,
the Parliament's database.
I'm not doubting, Senator, these two. I was just making the point that they have lodged a significant number recently, including, Senator, one of the ones you asked me about before, which
was 96.
One of the ones that you asked about, and I've lost my note, was lodged very recently in early October. I'll get the team to give me that number again.
SE 2496, I think.
I think it was 96 that was lodged on the 3rd of October.
Well, it also hasn't. The Secretary,
Senator, I guess
from a user's perspective, being the public's or a senator's, the fact you've given it to the minister and then it languishes in the minister's inbox without being provided doesn't really assist much, does it?
So, Senator, we, as I've said previously, we do everything we can to answer questions on notice promptly. The error that you referred to earlier was one that I acknowledged, and we have fixed the process to make sure that we never submit an answer that refers to other questions on notice without confirming that not only were they submitted to the MO but also lodged. So we are making every attempt we can to get you answers to your questions. And as I said, the Minister's Office has made a significant effort over the last few weeks to get answers to the Senate.
All right, and still no explanation for the one that's been languishing since November. Is that right, Minister? Is that right, Secretary? Still no explanation for why no answer since November?
Which one was that, Senator?
It's a question I put to you earlier about...
which number?
Well, I could find the document and go through the process, but it's on the record in the questions I asked you earlier. You haven't got an explanation for why that question that was asked in November hasn't been provided.
That one, Senator, remains with the Minister's Office. So,
that's also stuck in the Minister's inbox.
The SE 2496, I'm told, was tabled on 2 October, but SE 24358 is with the Minister's Office.
All right. We have 1 minute left, and I was going to ask some questions about technical capability notice powers, but it might be useful to come to that. That would be...
Senator,
do we have the
Shubridge?
technical capability to do that after lunch? Excellent.
And I understand that the Minister has got a quick...
Yeah, just a quick... one of Senator Patterson's questions went to whether temporary exclusion orders were being considered in relation to these 6 individuals, and the department explained why not. I'm advised that the Minister sought the department's advice on this point about whether temporary exclusion orders should be put in place and whether the threshold had been met. The department advised that the threshold had not been met, as Mr Hansford went through, and that's why that has not proceeded. So the Minister sought that advice and received it.
And I think more generally, Senator, the Minister has asked us to take whatever steps we can to assure that when people from the cohort choose to return to Australia, that we take all necessary steps to assure the safety of the Australian community, which is why we work through all of the processes available to us with security and law enforcement agencies.
Thank you very much, Minister. And Secretary, we will now suspend for lunch and return at 1:30. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Ms Foster, you were leaning forward like you had an update or something? Please.
So the first, Senator, I talked about the meeting earlier this year between the Minister and Save the Children.
Yes.
That I was present at. There was actually a second meeting in the May-June timeframe, which a departmental officer was a note taker at.
Pardon me, start again.
Which had a departmental officer
Yes.
as a note taker, not in any senior or advisory role. In fact, the date of that was the 13th of June.
Right.
But the content, which obviously is for the Minister to cover, was the same.
Well, except that there was a member of the department there.
Yeah. So to be clear, the Minister has had 2 meetings
Right.
with Save the Children about their request to repatriate a broader group of women and children to Australia. On both, one meeting was before the election, one was after the election. Both occasions there was a departmental representative present, and both occasions the Minister said that we would not be repatriating and not fulfilling that request.
Thank you. And Ms Foster, you have another update?
The second was just for Senator Shoebridge, when I said that questions on notice 5 and 6 from 25 were sent to the Minister's office on the 19th of June. It was actually the 20th of June, just to correct the record.
Okay, let's go back to these now 2 meetings between Save the Children and the Minister. One was before the election. Do we have a date of that meeting?
I don't, but I'm sure I can get that for you.
Thank you.
I don't know if the department has that.
I don't have it to hand, sorry.
Right, and that was the meeting that you were present at, Ms Foster?
That's correct.
And was there also a note taker from the department present at this meeting, or just yourself?
Just myself. The second meeting was in Sydney, which is why we sent a staff who works in the Sydney office as a note taker.
Right. So who took notes from the first meeting?
To the extent that there were notes, Senator, it would have been either me or the Minister's staff.
Okay, well, do you have any notes from the first meeting?
I'll have to check that, Senator.
Okay, I'd be grateful if you could. So the Minister has said that that meeting was to request the government repatriate people from Syria, and that the Minister said no. Was any other means of these people returning to Australia discussed at that meeting, to the best of your recollection, Ms Foster?
Sorry, Senator, was any other?
Means of these people returning to Australia discussed?
Not to my recollection, no.
Right, so it wasn't discussed that Save the Children might facilitate their return instead of repatriation?
Not to my memory, Senator, no.
And it wasn't discussed that these people may find their own way home without repatriation?
Not to my memory, Senator, no.
Were any questions asked of how the department would deal with a citizenship by descent application?
Senator, I don't recall any detail other than the broad context that Senator Murray has given you.
Right. So you can't tell me whether or not facilitation of a citizenship by descent application was canvassed in that meeting?
Not to my recollection, Senator.
Were any obstacles to this cohort returning discussed at the meeting?
Not to my knowledge, Senator. Not to my recollection.
Right, so Save the Children made their pitch. We think these people should come home. We think the government should repatriate them. Why did the Minister say that the government would not repatriate them?
I'd have to take that on notice. I don't know what reason was given.
Happily, we don't need to rely on you taking on notice because Ms Foster was there. So, Ms Foster, what did the Minister say to Save the Children to explain why the government would not be facilitating repatriation?
Senator, I just indicated I don't recall any particular detail being discussed. I just remember the broad thrust, which is as Minister Watt has described.
I think the other thing it's worth, I'm sure you know this, Senator Patterson, but not everyone would. This obviously followed a number of court cases that Save the Children had brought against the government with the intention of facilitating a repatriation as well.
Yes, I know it's slightly unusual for a government minister to meet someone who's suing them.
Well, I'm not sure of the dates of the meetings and whether they were before or after the resolution of that litigation.
It was after.
It was after.
Yeah. So, Ms Foster, again, could you answer why did the minister say the government would not facilitate repatriation at this meeting?
Senator, I simply recall what Senator Watt has conveyed to you, which was that he was clear that the government would not repatriate.
Did the minister articulate reasons?
Not to my recollection, Senator.
Really? So, I mean, it would have been a very short meeting then. Can you please bring these people home? No. Was that like a 2-minute meeting, or did it go on for longer than that?
Senator, I genuinely can't recall any detail around reasons given or any other options discussed.
Well, the minister was able to, before, tell me exactly what happened at this meeting, so perhaps the minister can seek that information from the minister's office and turn it around as quickly as you did before. Ms Foster, do you have access to your notes from this meeting?
Not easily, Senator.
Why is that?
Because I'd have to establish which date, find out which notebook and check that there were notes.
Right, so it wouldn't be an electronic note, it would be a handwritten note?
If I took a note, it would be, Senator.
Do any of your staff have access to those documents?
Senator, I think it would be very difficult for them to find that. I think I would need to go back through and look for those.
Okay, can I ask you on notice to produce a copy of any notes that you made in that meeting?
I can certainly take that on notice, Senator.
Thank you. So there was a second meeting, which was on the 13th of June, between the Minister and Save the Children, and a departmental note taker attended. Was there anyone else from the department at that meeting?
Not to my knowledge, Senator. I think it was just the one officer.
Okay, does anyone at the table have any contrary knowledge? No. Is the note taker someone who's a relatively junior official, or is it someone who might be here today?
No, it's a relatively junior official who's not here today.
Okay, and when you send a note taker to a meeting like this, what happens with those notes?
Senator, the short answer is I'm not sure of the process that happened at that meeting, and I will take that on notice and let you know.
What's the usual process? Are notes of that meeting normally shared with you as Secretary or shared with any of your senior colleagues?
I think it would be very much dependent, Senator, on the meeting, the content of the meeting.
Mr Hansford or Ms Smythe, have you seen notes from this meeting?
Senator, I believe that there is a record, but we can take on notice that question.
I'm just asking whether you've seen them or not, whether you've read them at any time.
I personally haven't.
And what about you, Ms Smythe?
I'm aware there is a record of the meeting, Senator.
Okay, and have you read the record of the meeting?
I have, Senator.
Okay, thank you. Perhaps you can assist us. What was discussed at the meeting?
Oh, I don't have the correspondence in front of me.
I know, I'm asking you to rely on your memory from having read the notes taken by a Home Affairs official that was shared with you of the meeting. What was discussed at the meeting?
It would be consistent also with the meeting the Secretary attended. My understanding and recollection is that it was a reiteration of the decision not to repatriate.
Right. Was any other alternative means of return to Australia discussed at this meeting?
I don't recall from the correspondence, Senator.
Okay. Do you know whether the departmental official at this meeting was asked to leave the meeting at any point?
I'm not aware, Senator.
You don't know whether the minister had a private discussion with Save the Children without the official present?
I wasn't at the meeting, Senator.
I know, but is it reflected in the notes of the meeting?
Again, Senator, I can't recall all of the content of the outcomes.
Can the minutes of or the notes of this meeting be located and provided?
We can take that on notice.
Is it something that's stored electronically? Is it something that someone can look for right now?
We'll take on notice, Senator, the form and what we can do.
Thank you. I'm grateful for you doing that. But could you just explain, presumably, if a note taker in Sydney attended this meeting and provided those notes to the department, which Ms Smythe has read, you would remember, Ms Smythe, what form that those notes are in. Was it a notepad? Was it an email? Was it some other record?
It was an email, Senator.
Okay, so it is stored electronically, and it should be easily able to be obtained then.
Well,
for starters, the officials have taken that on notice already, and secondly, it is likely to be necessary to review that record to determine whether it's appropriate to be tabled. So it's been taken on notice and it will be answered.
There seems to be quite a bit of sensitivity about the record of this meeting. I've had to ask. Sorry, Minister, can I finish my question? I'm happy to hear your answer when I've finished it. There seems to be quite a bit of sensitivity about the record of this meeting. I've had to ask several questions to several officers before we've got to the fact that, yes, there's a record of the meeting, yes, it has been read by someone, yes, it is stored electronically.
They're answering the questions that you're asking. If you've received an answer to every question that you've asked.
I think anyone independently observing this would recognise that this has been like pulling teeth to get this information.
I don't think so. I've had a lot worse experiences on that side of the table trying to get information out.
Well, then you'll be empathetic to my experience, Minister. So can someone please explain to me why there's the sensitivity around this meeting and these notes?
There's not, where people are just answering questions that you're asking and taking a moment to think about their answers because they either haven't seen the records or they haven't seen them for a while. Like it's just normal answering of questions.
Okay. I'd be grateful if they could be provided on notice as well as my other questions about the meeting answered on notice. Are these the only two occasions the Minister's met with Save the Children?
That's my understanding.
About this cohort? I'm excluding other unrelated meetings.
And yes, that's my understanding, but as I've mentioned, my understanding is that the meetings were not about this particular cohort, this particular 6 people. It was a broader request.
Sure, about repatriation, I understand. Has the Minister's office met with Save the Children separate to the Minister at any time?
I'd have to take that on notice because I don't know the answer to that.
Okay. Does the department have any visibility of engagement with Save the Children and the Minister's office?
No, Senator.
Okay. And has the department met with Save the Children on any occasion other than these 2 occasions where you are present in relation to repatriations from Syria?
I have not, Senator. I'm conscious that obviously there was a process of litigation, and I don't know whether that involved any meetings of officers, but I will certainly take on notice and ask if any of my staff have had meetings that I was not involved in or not aware of.
Sure. Mr Hansford or Ms Smythe, have either of you met with Save the Children?
No, Senator.
No, Senator.
Okay, thank you. And are you aware of anyone in your team having met with them?
No, Senator.
No, Senator.
Okay, thank you. I guess I'll have to wait until we get back on notice what contact the Minister's office has had with Save the Children, and for the avoidance of doubt, by meeting, I'm also interested in electronic meetings, phone calls, that kind of contact, and any correspondence relating to this matter with Save the Children, please, on notice. I want to come back to this issue of what assistance, if any, was rendered to this cohort in coming to Australia. The Prime Minister has said very clearly no assistance was provided to this cohort to return to Australia. Is that correct?
Correct.
Has anybody told the Assistant Minister, Matt Thistlethwaite?
I do not know.
Because he said yesterday on a television interview, and I quote, "Well, a lot of those people would be Australian citizens, so they have a right to return to Australia. Our government hasn't provided any assistance or anything like that, aside from the normal assistance that Australians get returning to their homelands." Is the Assistant Minister correct about that?
Well, I think we've already said earlier today that anyone is entitled to apply for Australian citizenship, anyone is entitled to apply for a passport. Public servants do their job in considering those applications. In some cases issue passports, reject them, in some cases issue citizenship applications, in some cases reject them, but there's been no assistance beyond that ordinary daily business that public servants do by the government for this cohort.
Right, so there has been a form of assistance. The Assistant Minister is correct that...
No, we can get into some sort of semantic debate about what assistance means, but as you would understand, Senator Patterson, when previous repatriations have occurred, whether it be under this government or former coalition governments, That is an extensive exercise requiring a huge amount of planning and operational activity by departments specifically for that repatriation, and nothing of that kind has happened here.
I accept your evidence, Minister, that you did not repatriate these people. I'm not trying to suggest otherwise. But the Prime Minister said in the House of Representatives that there was no assistance to this cohort. You might think that's semantics, but I think misleading the House is more serious than just semantics.
I think you're misrepresenting what the Prime Minister said, and Senator Wong picked you up on this yesterday. The question the Prime Minister was asked by Ms Lee was, I refer to reports in The Australian that government officials are helping to bring these individuals who are described as ISIS terrorist brides to Australia. What actions has your government taken to guarantee the safety of Australians if these people return? And the Prime Minister said those reports were not accurate. And he was referring to reports that, in Ms Lee's words, were that government officials are helping to bring these individuals to Australia, and that did not occur.
That's one of the Prime Minister's answers about this. He's also repeatedly said in the House and in answers to questions on media that, quote, no assistance was provided to this cohort.
I've said that. I distinctly remember a Senate question time where I took almost every question from the opposition about this, and that's exactly what I said as well.
That's not
correct. Because Senator Patterson, the point is that, as I've said, any person can apply for Australian citizenship or a passport, whoever they are, wherever they are. Public servants do their job and apply the law in considering those applications. I'm wondering whether you're suggesting that public servants should have broken the law in these cases by rejecting any applications that may have been made.
I'm not even canvassing that yet. We may get to it if we have time. What I'm asking is the Assistant Minister right when he said the normal assistance was provided?
Well, I'm not sure I didn't see that interview with the Assistant Minister, but what I'm saying is what the Prime Minister has said before and Senator Wong said yesterday, which is that no assistance has been provided by the government to assist these people return to Australia.
That's more carefully worded than what the Prime Minister's statements have been. He was categorical. He said no assistance, and one of his own ministers has contradicted him and said, in fact, normal assistance was provided.
The Prime Minister is right. No assistance was provided to this cohort.
Except normal assistance.
As I say, if people apply for a passport or a citizenship application, then public servants follow the law.
Yes, and Minister Thistlethwaite has agreed that constitutes
public
assistance.
Servants should not follow the law.
Well, I'm not suggesting anything of the sort, but the Assistant Minister has said that constitutes normal assistance. So can we at least agree that's normal assistance? You're saying it's routine?
You can characterise it however you want.
No, but
it sounds
your
to
Assistant
me like,
Minister has categorised it like this.
It sounds to me like, depending what actually occurred, public servants have applied the law and done their job. The government did not provide assistance to return these people to Australia.
Well, you better tell the Assistant Minister that.
I'm going to need to share
Chair.
the call, and if we can get back to usual asking questions and getting a response, and possibly taking a breath in between answers, that would be greatly appreciated. Senator Cox.
Thank you very much, Chair. Can I change the tempo a little bit? I'd like to ask about the government's approach to counter-terrorism and violent extremism, please. I'm aware that the government's counter-terrorism, violent extremism strategy had record funding for specific programs for states and territories. Can you tell us more about them and why essentially the government have taken this approach and why it matters?
Thanks, Senator. So on the 17th of January, Minister Burke, along with a range of other ministers, did launch Australia's Counter-Terrorism and Violent Extremism Strategy 2025. Connected with that strategy is $106.2 million worth of funding over 4 years to fund a range of both existing and new initiatives to really deal with a changing threat environment that we face. The strategy is very much built around 5 key pillars of effort. I think one of the interesting areas of funding is $85.9 million, which really goes to the heart of, over 3 years, which really goes to the heart of how do we work with states and territories, and we've spoken a little bit about engaging with states and territories today, but this is a financial contribution to think about national support and intervention for at-risk individuals, either in the community or in a custodial setting. And when we talk to some of the individuals who are at the front line of dealing with the funding for this program and similar programs like this, they are having a substantial and real-world impact on individuals who are at risk, and it's making a tangible difference in some of the people that I've particularly spoken to about the impact that a prevention program like this is having, or an intervention program is having, in addition to recognising different programs like the New South Wales Step Together program, which is an online support and referral program that was run really well in the state of New South Wales, and then the government's put $13.5 million over 3 years to expand that to a national level, really thinking about how do you support people on the front line, the practitioners who are working on training initiatives. So there are a couple of examples, but Ms Smyers might have some as well.
Yeah, thank you. Senator, in addition to what Mr Hansford has outlined, there was also an injection of additional funding, about $3.6 million over 4 years to increase community engagement, to increase their education and awareness of the Countering Violent Extremism programs, which was the National Support and Intervention Program Mr Hansford mentioned. A new youth advisory group was also established under the strategy. This is a really important initiative, in particular noting the number of young people at risk of radicalisation and extremism at this point in time, and that is really to formulate and ensure there is a youth voice involved in the development of new policy. So we're really ensuring as policymakers that we're developing policy that resonates with particularly those individuals who are at the most risk. We also, there was an injection of $3.2 million over 3 years for us to continue some of the work we do with our Southeast Asian partners, noting how important regional stability is for us domestically, but also as part of our regional partnerships. And that support in particular goes to our partnership arrangements with Indonesia and Malaysia and the Philippines, primarily around their countering violent extremism programs.
Okay. Is it true that we are nearly doubling our funding and that these are now permanently funded measures?
The Countering Violent Extremism programs, correct, have received significant injection of funding and are now on a permanent footing of funding.
Can you give me an idea, Ms Smythe, about compared to what the states and territories have received previously and what the Commonwealth are now funding? Like, is there a comparison? And I'm happy if you don't have the figures with you to provide that on notice.
Yeah, I might take that on notice, Senator.
That's fine. I'm also aware that the government listed Telegram as a terrorist organisation recently. Can you tell us about this organisation?
Correct. Yes, so the Australian government made a decision to list Telegram. Recently, Telegram is a national and racist violent extremist entity. It's the first of its kind listed under the terrorist organisation listing regime that operates entirely online. So it's really quite a dynamic, decentralised type of organisation as opposed to what you would call a traditional terrorist organisation that's quite hierarchical and physically located. Their philosophy is very much an accelerationist agenda. Their aim as Telegram is to establish a white ethno-state. They operate heavily in the development and dissemination of propaganda to that effect. Online, they operate primarily on encrypted platforms, Telegram being the primary platform they operate on. They laud, for example, the Christchurch terror attack as an example of success in the context of their ideology. They also drew on a failed Australian domestic terrorist attack in a Newcastle electorate office last year, and they've disseminated information in relation to that failed attack, with a view to trying to ensure others do not fail again if they choose to perpetrate a terror attack. They definitely also promote undertaking terrorist attacks against individuals and against minority groups.
Thank you. Can you update the committee on how the implementation of the government's counter-terrorism and violent extremism strategy has been going?
Sure, Senator. There were 23 specific action items under the strategy. I can confirm all of those action items have commenced. We have a number of them will take time to continue to implement, but significantly we have already delivered two of the most significant action items, one being the establishment of the new National Support and Intervention Program effective from 1 July this year, which is significantly the Countering Violent Extremism Program, and probably one of the most important elements. We're also looking at developing stronger data and reporting processes, and that was through the establishment of a new caseload system, which was also launched on 1 July, and this allows jurisdictions to share information in relation to the at-risk cohorts as part of our violent extremism programs. We also have this month the launch of a new and updated Escape, Hide, Tell, which is a public resource for large venues to let individuals and members of the public know and be aware of what to do in the event of a terrorist incident.
Excellent. Thank you very much for that. Can you explain to the committee, because we all love an acronym on this side of the desk, what ANZCTC is and why it matters?
Yeah, that is the Australian New Zealand Counter-Terrorism Committee. It's a committee made up of all states and territories and Commonwealth agencies, so First Ministers in each of the jurisdictions and their law enforcement counterparts. The ANZCTC very much is focused on ensuring we nationally have the capabilities we need to respond and prevent in response to the risks we're seeing domestically to combat counter-terrorism. We look at also through that committee running a number of exercises to ensure our system is well exercised in the event there is a domestic terrorist incident. And as I said, also looking at developing the prevention capabilities required primarily for law enforcement. That committee also comes together to talk about nationally significant policy issues and policy solutions.
Is it fair to say, or a fair assessment, that the Commonwealth has robust and long-standing relationships on counter-terrorism issues with a range of stakeholders?
Absolutely. That is fair to say, Senator.
And Senator, as the chair of that committee, the first meeting I chaired in my new role, I really felt the strong engagement from every jurisdiction and to have really frank and open discussions about the challenges that we face. And one of those challenges was, how do you deal with online radicalisation, for an example, and how do we deal with a changing dimension of threat that I know the Director General of Security has spoken about publicly. And everyone was very much committed to how do we work together and how do we think about making the most amount of difference as a group. And that really, for me, demonstrated your question, which is there is a long-standing relationship between the Commonwealth and states and territories. And many of those people on the committee actually came up to me and said that, and that they're really willing to commit and engage and work together.
That's great. Thank you, Ms Smythe and Mr Hansford. Sounds like we're on the right track with our strategy. I'm going to share the call with Senator Polly, who's going to continue to ask questions.
Yeah,
5
thank
minutes,
you.
Senator.
Thank you. If we can go to resilience and protective security, what's the Protective Security Coordination Centre and how does it bring together all the governments on these issues?
Thanks, Senator. I might get Mr Dowling as well, and I might start off by saying that we thought about how do we make the most amount of difference on protective security, and previously the protective security policy function and our protective security of parliamentarians and establishments were separate areas in the department. So in reconstituting the department's functions in a national security group, we thought about how do we actually give a focal point for protective security, and Mr Dowling and Mr Kimpton will talk you through that.
Thanks, Senator. Brendan Dowling, Deputy Secretary for Critical Infrastructure and Protective Security. So the Protective Security Centre was re-established a few months ago, and essentially that recognises that we're in a far more complicated threat environment, that parliamentarians, high office holders are subject to a range of security threats, are increasingly concerned about the security of themselves, their households, their staff, their offices. And so in re-establishing the centre, the intent is to provide a single coordination point in government to coordinate amongst operational agencies like the Federal Police or the Security Intelligence Organisation to provide parliamentarians, high office holders with quick advice, single points of entry and rapid assessment of what their security needs are, and then, where appropriate, remediation efforts. So it's been, I think, a necessary development in our portfolio to stand up that coordination centre. And Mr Kimpton might talk a little bit about some of the engagements we've had, some of the work we've been doing over the last few months, which shows a huge level of concern amongst parliamentarians, huge level of interest in what we can collectively do to better support their security.
Well, we've only got a very short window of opportunity, and I've got other questions to ask, so if we can have a summary of it, that'd be helpful.
No problem. Philip Kimpton, First Assistant Secretary, Resilience and Protective Security Division. Senator, just building on Mr Hansford and Mr Dowling's response, the initial priority for the PSCC, the Protective Security Coordination Centre, is really improving whole-of-system coordination governance amongst those agencies. So some of the initiatives that we've led on in the last few months are including a number of multi-agency briefings for parliamentarians here in Parliament House and their staff across electorate offices. I think we hit 500 to 600 people in those briefings, Senator. The establishment of outreach booths here in Parliament House between the AFP and Home Affairs to provide staff and parliamentarians with information on security, and establishing a hotline for parliamentarians and their staff to contact us if they have particular concerns that might cross agencies or where a number of agencies have equities, that we can try and bring that together to provide the most cohesive advice.
I think it's fair to say the landscape, people are well aware of the changes around cyber security, but I want to know what action the government's taken in response to the threats posed by social media sites such as LinkedIn.
Sorry, Senator, did you say LinkedIn?
Yes.
Yes. So as part of the establishment of the Protective Security Coordination Centre, part of their work is the Protective Security Policy Framework, which is the central document amongst government agencies which sets security requirements, baseline expectations for all agencies to protect the security of Commonwealth systems, buildings, people, and we recently issued, as the Secretary mentioned in her opening statement this morning, PSPF 25, which updates the requirements that all agencies must meet around protective security. But the issue, as you raised, around LinkedIn is subject to a direction under the PSPF, so under the Protective Security Policy Framework, which directs agencies to implement processes and procedures to ensure that their staff, their officers, contractors who hold security clearances by the Commonwealth are not disclosing that information about their security clearance on a social media platform such as LinkedIn. The reason that we have issued this direction is because of the risk of foreign interference, of malicious actors taking advantage, targeting Commonwealth employees and contractors based on their security clearance information. The Director General of Security has publicly talked about how publicising security clearance information can lead to targeting by malicious actors, be they organised criminal groups or by state actors who essentially say, well, if that person has a security clearance, they clearly have access to very sensitive information and therefore they might be of interest to my agenda. So the direction that we've publicised instructs agencies to adopt policies to talk to their staff about not making that information public.
Great. very pleased to hear that. Could you tell us more about the cyber health checks tool the government's just released and how it will help individual Australians, particularly owners of small and medium businesses and the not-for-profit, to improve their cyber security? Because that's, you know, in previous estimates we've heard that that's a very vulnerable area.
Yes, thanks, Senator. I think my colleague, Mr. Anstey, or Mr. Bell, will address that issue.
Certainly will. It's one of the key achievements, Senator, under the cybersecurity strategy that, as you heard the Secretary earlier say, we're rolling out a number of the 60 initiatives, and this is one of the ones that has most recently been released, and Mr. Bell has those details.
Thank you, Senator. Ashley Bell, Assistant Secretary, Cyber Policy and Programs. So as Mr Hansford mentioned, the Cybersecurity Health Check tool was launched as on the first day of Cyber Awareness Month in October, and it is a very quick, free online tool. It takes 5 minutes to do the assessment, and as you mentioned, it's really targeted around those small entities, so individuals, small businesses, not-for-profits that might not have an awareness of where their resilience level is at. So the tool allows them to answer a number of tailored questions about, it could be about their cybersecurity practices, about their data elements, and it connects them to trusted government information and provides that more tailored advice to support them in improving their resilience.
Thank you for that. Could you tell me more about what grants the government has provided to support cyber security uplift and supports Australians' growing cyber workforce?
Sure, Senator. So under the Horizon 1 action plan for the cybersecurity strategy, there are a number of grants that were part of the action items. So a few of those that I'm happy to talk to, targeting cyber resilience. One of the big ones that was launched last year was community grants for a number of community organisations to provide cyber awareness messaging to vulnerable cohorts of communities. So that could be community organisations that can translate the government's messages around Act Now, Stay Secure, but provide that message in a way that connects directly to individuals. I think, part of the focus of that grant is obviously people are at the heart of cybersecurity. And so when we want to improve people's resilience and when we want to look at the economic resilience across the board, we know that that message needs to penetrate into the community and meet people where they're at to improve that knowledge base. So that grant was awarded to 200 recipients of community organisations, and we're continuing to monitor the progress of that grant, including its effectiveness in penetrating that message to all parts of Australia. There are other grants that I'm happy to talk to.
Well, I'd love to hear from it. Perhaps you could provide that information, but I'd like to move on to our relationships internationally, as cyber issues don't have any boundaries at all. So can you tell me what we're doing with our closest neighbours in the Pacific? What sort of initiatives are we undertaking at an international level with Pacific neighbours?
Senator, so one of the shields relates specifically to international engagement, actually a job that Mr Dowling used to undertake in the Department of Foreign Affairs. So I think international elements of the strategy, even though we know a lot are happening, are probably best directed to the Department of Foreign Affairs. Perhaps it might be useful though to say one of the international initiatives that we lead is the Counter-Ransomware Initiative. The next meeting is in the middle of Singapore Cyber Week at the end of this month. And that one of the big pushes that we have there together with our partners in New Zealand is to try and get the Pacific to sign up to the Counter-Ransomware Initiative, really as an element to think about how do you share best practice, how do you think about preventing the threat of ransomware from particularly each of our countries. That's in addition to the really amazing work that Foreign Affairs undertakes, particularly one of the initiatives, I think Mr Dowling, you undertook right before you came to Home Affairs with a grouping of Pacific partners in Fiji.
That's right. And speaking from my Home Affairs perspective, Home Affairs is heavily engaged with DFAT around support for Pacific Island countries, including at the most recent Pacific Cyber Week, which was hosted in Fiji in August. A lot of DFAT's work, which they would address in their hearing, is about providing that assistance to uplift cybersecurity in Pacific Islands. Unfortunately, many of them are subjected to malicious attacks quite frequently. That support extends to incident response help. From the Home Affairs perspective, we're really modelling what an effective approach to national cybersecurity is, including critical infrastructure protection. We've taken whole of government teams out to the Pacific to brief on our approach to cybersecurity and critical infrastructure protection in Australia. And I think it's fair to say that we are having quite a meaningful effect on the resilience of the Pacific. As I mentioned, there have been many cyber attacks in the Pacific, including hitting what we consider critical infrastructure in Australia, telecommunications providers. So we've shared extensively our experience in building up legislation policy around security and infrastructure protection, but also emphasising the importance of industry partnerships. The front line of critical infrastructure is in the hands of private sector operators. I think one thing Australia does better than nearly every other country in the world is really strong information sharing and partnership with the private sector, and so that's a lesson that we have actively promoted out in the Pacific.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Hanson.
Actually, just listening to the answer there about all these programs being put in place, anti-terrorism agencies, de-radicalisation programs, ASIO policing, and actually we're at a probable security level. And I feel that this has really increased over the past 15 to 20 years. I'd like to ask the Home Affairs Department, is this because we do not actually look at the people that we are allowing into the country, that we are now at this stage where we're facing acts of terrorism, these de-radicalised programs, everything that we're now having to counteract for national security in our nation? Has there been, in your opinion, the people that we've allowed into the country had an impact, and have they been screened properly before allowing them into Australia?
So, Senator, I think the officer who will be able to most help you with that question is Director General ASIO. I would just make because it's that organisation that makes assessments around people at risk. I would just make the point that the Director General might also be able to give you a breakdown of the makeup of that cohort that he has under management, and where they were born, for example, that many of the people he has on his radar may indeed be Australian citizens.
What you're saying is basically after the fact to speak to ASIO about this. I'm asking, is it your department that actually then, if anyone applies to actually come here to Australia, and as you said, okay, we've spoken about the ISIS brides coming to Australia. Now, is that picked up through your department? And what I'm saying, the number of people coming into Australia, what security checks are basically done on them before they're allowed in the country, the past security checks? That is it because we have a real problem in Australia now, and it's happening around the world. And, you know, we have to put in programs, de-radicalisation programs, and we're on probable, threats that we have at the moment because of terrorist activities that's happening, and an ideology that is growing in Australia. Now, what I'm asking your opinion, is it because of the people we've allowed into Australia it hasn't been, probably checked thoroughly of their background checks?
So, Senator, there are, I think, two parts in answer to your question. One is the first answer I gave you, which is that I'm not making an assumption that the people who are participating in these programs have entered Australia. Some of them may well have been born here. In terms of our processes to give visas to people for entry to Australia, there are indeed stringent checks around people's eligibility. We have, I think, one of the best migration systems globally. The details of that process are actually part of outcome 2. So those officers could provide more detail for that in that outcome. But yes, I am confident that our systems of checks and balances are effective. That doesn't mean that we will stop every problem coming into Australia. We process a large number of applications each year, but there are a range of different measures that we put in place to assure ourselves of the character and suitability of people to enter Australia.
Right, thank you. Just go back to with the ISIS rides, and I don't know if you'd be able to tell me, are they being monitored? Do you know, Minister? They're being monitored?
Yeah. What I said earlier, Senator, is that our security agencies have been monitoring persons. I'll just get you the exact words. Our agencies are aware of who the persons of interest are in this cohort, and our agencies have been monitoring these individuals for some time. So all monitoring required of these individuals is occurring through our security agencies.
And that will have to be ongoing, won't it? For a lifetime, basically.
Pretty much so. I don't know about how long, and again, the security agencies could talk to you about that tonight when they appear. But any individuals who are of concern in Australia are monitored.
And do you have any idea of the cost to the taxpayer?
I don't, but those agencies might be able to assist you tonight. I mean, it's worth remembering, and Ms Foster has made this point as well, unfortunately, there are a range of individuals in Australia that need to be monitored by our security agencies. Some of them have come here from overseas, some of them are born in Australia, some of them are religiously based views, some of them are neo-Nazis. And our security agencies do a very good job in monitoring people of concern and who might be a threat to the Australian people.
Minister, with the people that come in, you say, have to be monitored then because of the backgrounds and who they are. We've allowed them in the country and then they stay here. And a lot of these people have overstayed and have been held in detention. If these people aren't Australian citizens, and the public want to know, why haven't you actually gone and found them and actually deported them out of the country?
Well, I guess what I was talking about was Australian citizens who are entitled to be in Australia.
I agree with that, but those ones that aren't.
Yep. And again, the security agencies could talk to you more about this, but their usual practice is that if someone is someone who is not an Australian citizen and is considered to be a security risk would ordinarily be deported.
But it's not happening. We hear of so many people that are actually using our legal system and we're actually paying for their legal costs to use our system.
It is happening.
To fight the stays.
It is happening. Different people will have a different view about who is a security risk in Australia. Our government relies on the advice of our security agencies, the trained professionals in this field, to judge whether someone is a security threat, and if they're not an Australian citizen and they're in Australia, then they are deported.
In this year alone, how many would you say that the government has deported who've stayed?
We're really, sorry Senator Hanson, but we're really getting into the next outcome 2, and we'll have officials who have the answers to those questions.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. For your efficiency, Senator Hanson. Senator Patterson.
Thanks, Chair. If the Minister was categorical with Save the Children at their first meeting that the government wouldn't be repatriating these people, why was a second meeting necessary?
I think Save the Children have demonstrated they are pretty determined to see some of these women and children repatriated to Australia. They've, undertaken multiple court cases. So I don't think it's a surprise that they have sought and had more than one meeting with the Minister about this. By the way, we've established the dates of the meetings.
Thank you, that'd be helpful.
We were sort of doing our best to remember earlier. So the first meeting occurred on the 9th of October 2024 in Parliament House.
Yep.
And the second meeting happened on the 13th of June 2025 in Sydney.
Thanks. No doubt you're right, Minister, that Save the Children are a determined stakeholder who would like to continue to press their case even after the Minister gave them a clear answer. But we all have lots of determined stakeholders who like to have lots of meetings. We don't have to say yes. Why did the Minister agree to a second meeting to discuss the same issue if the government's position was clear and not up for changing? Did he really have a second meeting just to tell them no again?
I can think of many stakeholders who I have decided to meet to repeatedly give the same message. It's common courtesy.
Really? It's common courtesy to say, no, we're not interested in what you're going to do a second time? Isn't it just a waste of their time? If the answer's no both times, why would you meet a second time?
I've had a number of stakeholders in portfolios that I've held that have wanted to come back and meet me again and hope to change my mind on something, and sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't.
Sure. So was the Minister open to changing his mind in a second meeting?
I think it's pretty clear that he wasn't. We've resisted the court cases that Save the Children have brought, and twice now the Minister has told Save the Children that we're not willing to repatriate this group.
So that's your evidence. At both meetings, the Minister was utterly categorical, did not leave open the door to repatriation or facilitation in any other way of these people returning from Australia.
My understanding, as we've said before, is that the Minister on both occasions told Save the Children that he was not willing to agree to their request to repatriate or any of the women and children they were advocating for.
Or facilitate their return by any other means?
You asked those questions earlier. I've forgotten what the answers were that you were given, but
I wasn't really.
Those answers.
So I don't hold it against you for forgetting. There wasn't really an answer.
You asked a number of questions about variations on that theme, and
I have no answers about what was discussed at the second meeting. None.
Well, I think we've already said. I think we've already answered that question.
No, actually, I've just taken on notice. I don't know what was discussed.
Okay, well, I'll take it on notice.
Okay, thank you. Very helpful. Did the department process any applications for citizenship by descent for people in Syria for this cohort or any other cohort recently?
So, Senator, I indicated before that I was reluctant to provide details that would identify private aspects of the cohort that arrived last month. I took the opportunity over the lunch break to check in with the AFP Commissioner, who confirmed with me that providing any details of the group could indeed prejudice any future investigation, and that she would appreciate those questions being answered by her. The reason this is germane is that the citizenship by descent clearly applies to children who were born outside Australia, so that starts to identify age groups.
It's been widely reported in the media that they are children. The Minister himself confirmed before in his answer that these are women and children. So I don't see how that's a valid reason for refusing to answer.
Senator, I can simply repeat what I said. I think any information which identifies the cohort, other than the broad answer I've given about there being 2 women and 4 children, is something that I would prefer to leave to the AFP so that they can make an assessment about the appropriateness of that detail.
But if I ask the AFP, did Home Affairs process any citizenship by descent applications, they will say that's a question for Home Affairs, won't they?
Point taken, Senator.
Okay, so I'm only asking questions germane to your department and your responsibility. Have any applications for citizenship by descent been processed for people in Syria?
So, Senator, the department has received applications and processed them consistent with our legislative requirements.
Great, thank you. How many?
Senator, in relation to the cohort that we're discussing, we processed 2 applications.
Okay, so it's been confirmed that there's 4 children, so there are only 2 applications for citizenship by descent. Does that mean that the other 2 children were Australian citizens already?
It does, Senator.
It does, okay. So if they were Australian citizens already, is that because they were born in Australia?
That would normally be the case, Senator.
Right. Or it could be the case that they'd previously applied for citizenship by descent overseas. Are you saying they did not apply for citizenship by descent overseas previously?
Senator, the only facts I know are that we processed 2 applications for citizenship by descent for this cohort.
Okay. Were the applications made online?
I don't have that detail, Senator.
Could they have been made in person? Would it have been possible to do it in person, given that they were in a Syrian IDP camp and then later in Lebanon?
Senator, I've not confirmed the location of the cohort post their departure from Syria, and I don't know the answer to the question about whether they could have been lodged in person.
Okay. Does Home Affairs have officials in Lebanon?
Yes, we do, Senator, but I'll ask my colleagues to correct me if I've got that wrong.
Thank you. We'll go with yes. Do those I assume those officials are based at the Australian Embassy?
Yes, Senator.
And do they manage citizenship by descent applications?
So, not necessarily, Senator. Again, the questions about citizenship and the work of our IMI people on post belongs in outcome 2, but I know why you're asking them here and I'm attempting to be helpful.
I'm grateful.
We have a distributed processing network across the world, and so we process visas, for example, in different posts or in Australia, depending on workloads, etc. What I'd need to do is find out from the relevant officials how the processing of citizenship by descent happens, whether it's done at post or whether that's done elsewhere in the world or in Australia.
Okay, if you could, that'd be helpful. What identity verification is required to apply for citizenship by descent? Is it merely documentation, birth certificates or such things, which I imagine would be challenging in these circumstances, or are there DNA tests or other verification done?
Senator, I'm afraid we're going to have to do the detailed questions in outcome 2 when the officials with the details are here. That's not something I can know.
So you don't know in this case whether or not a DNA test or any other testing was done?
Senator, I don't. And I think the first question was more generic about what is the process.
Yes, that's why I'm asking in the particular, because you said that had to be asked in outcome 2. So in this particular case, you are not aware. Is anyone at the table aware? Ms Smythe, Mr Hansford? Ms Smythe, you look... yes or no?
Sorry.
I can repeat it if you like.
Thank you, sorry.
That's quite all right. In this instance, do you know if the 2 people who applied for citizenship by descent had to undergo any sort of identity verification like DNA testing?
I I would like to take that on notice to confirm, because there have been many conversations about a process as opposed to running a process. If I could take that on notice, but there were discussions around identity verification processes.
Yes.
DNA testing being one of those.
Yes, and that would have to be done in person by a Home Affairs official. We wouldn't outsource that to someone else, would we?
I'm not responsible for that function, unfortunately.
Right, but in your state of knowledge?
That's. I wouldn't want to answer that question, Senator. It's not an area of my responsibility.
I know, but it doesn't mean you don't know, because you said you've been party to discussions about it. So I'd like to know whether you were told in those discussions whether DNA testing was done.
That's what I want to take on notice, Senator, as to whether or not to confirm that was undertaken as opposed to it being an option available.
Understood. Okay, I accept that. I'll have to wait till outcome 2 to pursue this in further detail. But what can you tell me about whether any charges have been laid on any of these returned people?
So, Senator, that's absolutely an issue that would have to go to either to the AFP.
Right, so you don't know whether anyone has been charged?
Senator, as I've said several times, I'm not in a position to provide any information that could prejudice any future investigation or any current investigation.
Yes, I understand that. I don't want to put you in a position where you do that, but in pursuing this issue over several days now, there's been a lot of ask someone else, and to a degree that's appropriate. I'm not suggesting any one department is the famously suppository of all wisdom. I think repository is the correct terminology. But I'm a little bit... I don't want to find myself in a situation where the buck is passed to agencies until it can no longer be passed backwards, right? Because once you've appeared and you've gone, so you're telling me the AFP will be able to answer that question?
If they can answer it, they are the appropriate...
That does not fill me with confidence.
So, sorry, let me put that a different way, Senator. And I think we've demonstrated today that we have taken questions that are appropriately in the Home Affairs portfolio that were deferred to us yesterday. So the decision about whether or not that information can be revealed publicly is a decision for the AFP, and that's why I said if they are in a position to answer it, they will be the ones to answer that today.
Okay. To what extent is Home Affairs briefed through the CT coordinator or anyone else on the plan to monitor these people while they're in Australia?
So, Senator, at a broad level, the group of officials participate in the assessment around the need for such a plan, etc. My understanding is that the details of that plan are typically held within the law enforcement and security intelligence community.
Sure.
But I'll ask Ms.
As we discussed before, Mr Hansford is the CT coordinator. So, Mr Hansford, are you aware of what the monitoring arrangements are?
No, Senator, and operational agencies will tell us when we need to know.
Right. So, Ms Smythe, are you aware what the operational arrangements are to monitor these people?
No, Mr Hansford has answered the question, Senator.
Right. So, shouldn't Home Affairs be aware of what the plan is to monitor this cohort? You've been involved in managing this process.
So, Senator...
There's sorry, you go.
Sorry, I'll let you
No,
finish.
please.
So, absolutely, we need to be involved in the way that we are through the mechanisms that Mr Hansford and Ms Smythe have articulated. But when it gets down to operational detail, I think that's rightly the province of the operational agencies who have the expertise to know what those plans should be. And I don't think there is a need for us to know exactly the detail of that, simply the fact that it is in place and that our security agencies have confidence in it.
Sure, but I mean, if I were in the minister's shoes, I would want to be able to satisfy that this was adequate and this was under control. And I might ask my department to give me that assurance. How could you provide that if you're not aware of it?
So, Senator, as we went through before, the relevant agencies are also in the minister's portfolio. He doesn't need that advice filtered through the department.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that, Senator Patterson. Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Chair. I was going to ask some questions about transnational repression. Is that you, Mr Hansford?
Yes.
Yep. Does the department have a definition of transnational repression that you work from? I mean, what's your understanding of it?
So the department uses foreign interference as the definition, a component of which effectively relates to transnational repression. I know other countries in the world use transnational repression more than we do, but our nomenclature is really foreign interference.
Yeah. But of course, transnational repression occurs in Australia, and you'd be aware of instances where it's occurring in Australia. Mr Hansford?
I'm aware of foreign interference in Australia, yes.
Well, foreign interference can be trying to influence our government, influence policy. Transnational repression tends to happen where an individual in this country is threatened or coerced through a foreign government, often through threats made to their family in that foreign government's country. That's the difference, isn't it?
I accept that's an articulation of transnational repression, yes.
Yeah. And you would be aware that a series of diaspora communities in the country have very real concerns about transnational repression?
Yes, Senator.
Are you following those concerns and are you engaging with those diaspora communities?
We certainly do, Senator. So you might be aware that we have a team solely dedicated to community engagement to raise awareness of, in our nomenclature, foreign interference, but transnational repression issues. And so, yes, we do have a team that engages on the particular issue. Equally, though, our community liaison officers more generally in the department also engage on with a whole range of different individuals, some of which touch on issues of foreign interference.
Well, my office has had multiple contacts from a variety of different communities where they've had very real concerns and instances of transnational repression. We forward that material to the Minister, we forward that material to the AFP. And I have to say that there are some useful engagements from both the department, but I'd also say the AFP. But often the issue that confronts communities here is the threats of violence, of actual violence, physical violence to family members, is happening in a third country. And even though it's conveyed in Australia, we're told, oh, well, there's no Australian offence that fits this because the threat was, even though it was delivered to someone in Australia, the threat of harm is actually happening in a third country. Are you aware of those concerns about threats being made and not being able to action them here?
I'm aware generally, Senator, of those allegations, yes.
Yeah. Do you know, do you have a kind of a list of the communities that are most impacted by transnational repression?
We certainly have a priority list of engagements that we undertake, which I think goes very much to your point. And I think between February and August this year, we've had 26 big engagements with diaspora communities and 69 engagements with agencies that interface with communities.
All right. And which communities are feeling most vulnerable at the moment, even if it's just indicated by the number of reports?
Well, I can tell you that our officers have engaged with Chinese Australian communities on 10 occasions, with Iranian Australian communities on 2 occasions within that time period, Indian Australian communities on 4 occasions, Cambodian Australian communities on 1 occasion, and Eritrean Australian communities on 3 occasions. But that's not then confirming that that's the priority list. That's just a matter of fact in terms of who we've engaged.
And that's out of the 26?
That's correct.
Do you have the full list of the 26 there that you can provide?
I can certainly take that on notice. I know my team have a very detailed list of who they engage as part of their key performance indicators, given that's their primary function.
My office has had, in addition to many of those communities that you've read on the record. My office has had repeated engagements from the Pakistan-Australian diaspora of instances of very real transnational repression that they're facing. Would that come as news to you, Mr Hansford, that it's also occurring amongst the Pakistan-Australia diaspora?
Senator, I don't think I'm surprised by many things.
Yeah, well, I suppose I'm not asking you about your nature, and probably I shouldn't have phrased it in those questions. Were you aware of the fact that transnational repression has also been experienced in the Pakistan-Australia diaspora?
I'm aware of reports of that, yes, Senator.
And there's one instance that has been widely put on the record of an Australian-Pakistan man who, I won't repeat his name here, but it has been put on the record previously, where he literally got a call, and he got a call which appeared to be from his brother in Pakistan. His brother was quite distressed. The phone was then handed to other individuals who then said, we will continue, harming your brother unless you delete your Twitter account and delete your Twitter feed, which is critical of the then Pakistan government. And those series of threats played out over the phone. That's one instance that comes to mind, but it's far from isolated across different diaspora communities. Are there plans you're aware of to fix some of the loopholes in our law to criminalise that kind of behaviour under Australian law?
Senator, I'm not aware of plans on legislative reform in relation to criminal law, specifically in relation to that issue, but I can take on notice whether or not we are looking at that particular criminal code amendment.
Yeah, I mean, the communities I'm talking to would like a very clear flag that this is unlawful under Australian law, and I might put this to you, Minister. The communities I'm talking to would like a very clear flag that this kind of transnational repression, even though the threatened injury may happen in a third country, is unlawful under Australian law, because then that would be useful in preventing somebody who engaged in those threats from coming to Australia, and by building a database to help protect the diaspora communities here. And by not criminalising that kind of behaviour, they don't feel like they're getting that kind of protection. I suppose you understand the concerns, Minister. Do you know if the government's got any resources looking at how to respond to this kind of transnational repression?
Particularly in relation to Pakistan?
Oh no, I think these same concerns are about some of the Indian community, the Iranian community, and you've heard from your own officers that it includes the Chinese Australian community. I think the Hong Kong Australian community are particularly threatened. It doesn't end there.
No. And I guess having listened to the answers Mr Hansford has given you, I think his answers demonstrate that the government is resourcing this kind of activity. It's obviously a matter for, the security professionals to make some judgments about which communities in particular need priority attention. I'm sure that the officials will give thought to the issues that you've raised today and make some judgments about what more might be required.
Yeah, Minister, none of the communities say that there's no response. They say that they have meetings with Home Affairs, they may have meetings with the AFP, but what they say is they're repeatedly told, well, actually, this is not a crime under the Australian law. This is an offence that's happening in the Punjab. It's an offence that's happening in Hong Kong. It's an offence that's happening in Iran, and therefore Australian authorities don't start building a case. That's what their concern is. And I suppose I ask you, Minister, is this a concern that the government shares and is looking to maybe remedy?
Well, as Mr Hansford said at the beginning of his answers, we consider this kind of activity within the broader umbrella of foreign interference. There is an enormous amount of work that our officials have undertaken in relation to foreign interference, and should advice be provided that different approaches are needed, then we'd of course consider that advice.
Ms Hansford, where's the feedback loop happening to these communities? If you've now got, 10 instances, I think you said just this year, involving, say, the Chinese Australian community, where's the feedback loop, the information sessions you're holding with the Chinese Australian community about the nature of these threats and about what the government is doing? And I'd ask the same in relation to the 4 instances from the Indian community. Where's the feedback loop?
So our officers are working very much in a whole of government environment where if there are issues that are raised that are for the police, then we will provide that to the police, and I know police would potentially then feedback some of that through some of the engagement that you mentioned. We always try and provide lessons learned and key issues back in our engagements. We have a strong network of individuals across the country, and some of our Home Affairs regional directors play a really strong role at building those relationships with communities, and that's a constant feedback loop. And one of the partners we work with is Foreign Affairs, who I'm sure also prosecute some of the arguments that you're talking about. And on the criminal code issue, our Attorney General's colleagues also have responsibility for the criminal code.
Well, is there a protocol with DFAT when your agency is aware of an instance of this kind of transnational repression and it hasn't been able to be progressed here by authorities here because of the nature of the behaviour happening in a third country? Is there a protocol where this is raised with DFAT and then DFAT then take it on as a express complaint, raise the issue directly in their bilateral relations?
Yeah, we certainly have an executive board that governs all of our CFI, counter foreign interference activities, and then Mr Anstey leads the team, so he might talk about some of the governance.
Senator Peter Anstey, First Assistant Secretary, Countering Foreign Interference, Cyber and Technology. Maybe 2 points to raise. One, we do have governance arrangements to do that information sharing piece between Home Affairs and DFAT, and that includes the linkages with their foreign arrangements scheme, and you may be familiar with some of that activity. The other point to raise in terms of the feedback loop with communities is the work underway to stand up a community support hub. So this is a new tool that we're standing up to better engage with communities to identify foreign interference such that they understand how to identify it, how to mitigate it, how to report it. The primary reporting mechanism is the National Security Hotline administered by ASIO, but this is a multi-language tool such that their awareness can be driven through these communities such as that you've described.
The hotline just administered by NEMA, the National Emergency Management Agency.
Yeah, it's the email hotline, so to speak.
1800 123 400.
Yes.
Yep.
The Community Support Hub, is that a Home Affairs project? Is it an ASIO project?
It's a Home Affairs.
It's a Home Affairs project. Some of the communities obviously have are sceptical about national security agencies, often from their experience being victimised by national security agencies in the country that they've come from. And therefore having a process that goes through ASIO and even sometimes engagement with the AFP can be particularly challenging for these communities. How are you addressing that?
So, Senator, I mentioned 69 engagements with agencies that interface with communities. We've done a body of work to say, how do you develop trauma-informed engagement, and how do we work with organisations that routinely engage with communities on a trusted basis? How do we prepare them to talk to communities in addition to our work? So that's one of the ways.
All right. Well, it might be useful offline to get some further information about the Community Support Hub, and perhaps a briefing would be useful at some point, Minister, about where the Community Support Hub is going. But just so we don't come back to foreign interference again, in the 2024 annual threat assessment from the ASIO Director General, that revealed and I'll quote, former Australian politician who had, to quote Mr Burgess, sold out their country, party and former colleagues to advance the interests of a foreign regime. Do you know if that person has now been charged?
Senator, you'd have to ask operational agencies about who's been charged and who hasn't.
So, no, have you sought an update on whether that former Australian politician who sold out their country, party and former colleagues, have you sought any update as to whether there's any action taken against them?
No, Senator.
Minister, do you know if the government has?
I don't know.
You don't know? Can you take it on notice as to whether it's been the Home Affairs Minister has sought to identify and prosecute this former Australian politician?
Sure. Obviously, the relevant agencies will be here later as well.
We'll do that as well. Yep.
Happy to take it on notice.
Okay, and that time.
Thank you for your assistance, Senator Shoebridge. Senator Patterson.
Thank you, Chair. Before I asked about which state or territory the returnees are located in, and you declined to do that, as I understand, for operational reasons, I just want to confirm that it's the government's view that communities do not have a right to know that members of ISIS and their children are living among them in the community.
I'll leave it for you to apply whatever spin you want to, Senator Patterson. What we're focused on is good national security practice.
So you don't think communities have a right to know?
That's your spin.
No, I'm asking you, I'm giving you the opportunity to disagree.
I refer you to my earlier answer.
I don't want to put words in your mouth, Minister, but what
That's
do you
exactly
think?
what you're trying to do.
No, I'm sincerely not. You can say whatever you like here, Minister. Do communities have a right to know?
Communities can expect the Albanese government and the government security agencies to put the Australian people's security at the forefront, and what we say and what we do is all about delivering that.
Have any local governments been consulted about this or informed?
I don't know. The officials may or may not be able to answer that question.
I don't know, Senator, and I think, again, that would be most likely able to be answered, if it can be answered, by the security law enforcement agencies later today.
The previous cohort who returned, Minister O'Neill met with local government officials with a group of mayors. In fact, I think she might have taken Mr Burgess as Director General of ASIO with her. I presume the Minister hasn't met with any communities?
Is that a question?
Yes.
I can take that on notice.
Okay. Well, I think we might know if he had.
Well, I haven't been briefed on that.
Okay. To the Department's knowledge, has the Minister met with or spoken to any local communities, any mayors?
Not to my knowledge, Senator, but obviously we don't have a comprehensive view of the Minister's diary.
Two communities who publicly expressed their anxiety about this are Australian Yazidis and Assyrian Christians who settled in Australia after we made a home for them after the rise and fall of Islamic State. They say they feel unsafe and concerned that people who were members of ISIS, as the ISIS brides were, who persecuted them are now among them. Has anyone met with or consulted those communities or community leaders?
Again, I'll take that on notice.
To the Department's knowledge, has anyone met with those communities? They're very vibrant, active communities that have peak bodies like many other Australian diaspora communities.
So, Senator, in relation to the return of Australians of their own volition, I'm not aware of any meetings with those communities. Of course, our community liaison network meets with community groups very regularly. I'm not aware that it's that particular topic has been touched on, and nor would I expect that to be in those engagements. I think that really is, again, an issue for the agencies who are managing the return of these people into community.
Can you understand why those communities would be distressed to learn this news?
Senator, we are very sensitive to the needs of various communities and diaspora in Australia. And I can only repeat that our goal is to promote the greatest possible community safety for all Australians.
Do you think, though, as part of that, it would be a good idea to meet with communities who are victims of ISIS, who would understandably be distressed by this news? I'm not suggesting you have to disclose operational information to them, but I think it would go a long way with a community like that if Home Affairs, or indeed the Minister, reached out and said, we're doing everything we can to protect you. You have nothing to fear. Our agencies are on this. Your safety is my priority. Just some level of reassurance.
I've made that point here a number of times today that whether it be about this particular cohort or more generally, both the government and security agencies, their number one job is to keep Australian communities safe, whether they be recent migrant communities or people who've been here for a very long time. And it may be that the operational agencies can tell you a little bit more about that when they appear later on today.
But it's not ASIO's job to do that on behalf of government, or AFP's job to do that on behalf of government. You're saying they should just be watching estimates to receive those reassurances? They deserve no specific outreach or efforts?
Well, the department has given you answers about their role in this matter, and other agencies will be able to do so later today as well.
Sure, but Minister, these were people who were murdered, who were tortured, who were raped, who were viciously persecuted by one of the most abhorrent terrorist organisations we have seen in generations. And they are expressing in the media, in newspaper articles, their distress at this news. Has no one from the government reached out to them?
I've already taken that on notice.
Secretary, no one from the department has reached out to them?
So, Senator, to return to an earlier point, my understanding is that both ASIO and AFP do have capacity to outreach. We will take on notice the issues you've raised and we'll discuss it with colleagues.
Thank you, I appreciate that. On the 4th of September in the Senate, Minister Gallagher said, and I quote, "Our agencies are aware of who the persons of interest are in this cohort." And the Minister's used similar language today. What do you mean by persons of interest?
Oh, I think it's a pretty commonly understood phrase in national security parlance.
Well, explain it to me like I'm a 5-year-old.
So, Senator, I might go back to our corporate plan target, which outlines that known persons of counter-terrorism interest offshore or foreign fighters seeking to return or travel to Australia are assessed and appropriate mechanisms are developed to manage the risk associated with their return. And in that context, a person of interest, a counter-terrorism interest, is anyone of interest when we use those forums to collaborate about who might be seeking to return to Australia, what mechanisms might there need to be in place, what work needs to be undertaken between intelligence and law enforcement partners and other Commonwealth agencies, and how do we have the safety of Australians and the protection of our national interest as the overriding objective.
So, but what qualifies them to be a person of interest? What have they done to meet that threshold?
It's on advice of operational agencies, and we manage a framework for individuals which sets out that governance arrangement.
But what's the threshold, right? Like not every Australian who's been overseas meets that threshold. These Australians are in a war zone controlled by a terrorist organisation. Is that why they're persons of interest, or is it even more specific than that they were members of a listed terrorist organisation?
It is on advice of operational agencies, and we manage the framework for managing the whole system. So it is really operationally driven.
Right, but it still doesn't tell me what the threshold is. What do you have to do to get on the list?
Well,
how serious does it have to be?
I think that the response is that agencies look at risk on an individual basis and come to a judgment about how to understand and mitigate risk.
What are the indicators of risk?
Those are judgments made by ASIO primarily, aren't they? Yeah. Senator, the judgments are, I think, primarily made by ASIO, and so they would be able to give you a more considered answer to the question. The assessments they make obviously are based around intelligence they have on the individuals, their activities, their associations.
Yeah. Okay. In the Age article this week, it reported that there are 37 Australian citizens, including 25 children, in the Al Roj camp in Syria. And the article quotes a federal government spokesman, where they say they've ruled out any planned repatriation of these people, saying they'll only be accepted into Australia if they escape and find their own way to return. So is it the Australian government's position that there will be no further repatriation of any Australian citizens from Al Roj?
Well, what I can say is what I said earlier, which is that the Minister has made clear to Save the Children, an organisation who's been very focused on repatriations, that we won't be supporting that.
So, I mean,
I probably can't go beyond that, but that's...
So the government doesn't have a kind of holistic policy on repatriation, it's just this specific instance that they're opposed to?
No, I've said several times that the request from Save the Children was for a broader group than just the particular six people.
Yes,
so,
I understand that.
And we've said no, we're not going to be doing that.
Yep, so the government has a policy of no repatriations from Al Roj.
Let me see if I can get some clarification beyond what I've just said.
Okay. Secretary, are you aware? Has the Minister made it clear to you what the government's policy is?
So, Senator, my understanding is that there is no intent to repatriate people in Syria.
Okay, thank you. Given that the quote from a federal government spokesman allowed for the possibility that people would find their own way to return, does that mean the government would not take steps to prevent people from returning if they think they're a risk?
So, Senator, I think it goes back to our earlier evidence. We have obligations under our acts to process particular applications from people who are eligible for that, for the provision of that right. That is part of the process that's undertaken. The other part is the monitoring and assessment that Minister Watt spoke of earlier, which allows the intelligence, security, law enforcement agencies to form a view about the risks that those people pose should they meet the barriers to return and return.
So the government is willing to use, for example, temporary exclusion orders to prevent the return of an Australian citizen from one of those camps who represents a security risk?
Senator, all options are open to the government, depending on the assessment of the agencies.
For my comfort, tell me that specifically includes a temporary exclusion order, which I asked about.
It does, Senator.
Yes, okay, thank you. Chair, Chair, I caught you out of your chair.
Senator,
I'm happy to share the call.
Senator, just so I don't mislead you,
thank you.
In talking about the answer about people of counter-terrorism interest, we do have a governance document which is quite classified that does set out the criteria for someone to fall within a person of interest that we work with operational agencies on. So there is a governance process around that, but we do protect that pretty heavily for operational reasons.
I understand that. I don't expect you to give me classified material in this forum. Thank you, though. Chair, I'm happy to share the call. I think Senator Chandler's going to continue with our questions. Thank you. Oh, even better.
And give the call to Senator Shoebridge. Thank you.
Excellent, Deputy Chairing.
Thanks.
Chair. Secretary, I was asking earlier about the technical capability notice powers.
Who's the technical capability of?
No, the technical capability notice powers.
Under the Telecommunications Act?
Yeah.
Yeah. To decode that for anyone, for the 4 people watching at home, that's where you force companies to break encryption.
Not quite, Senator. It's to build a capability that Mr. Warnes.
It's where you overcome barriers that would otherwise be available to access the information due to encryption.
It's slightly more nuanced.
Try harder.
Mr. Warnes
It's breaking encryption.
elaborate on that.
Senator Shoebridge, just to clarify, absolutely, it is not about breaking encryption. Under section 317 ZG, there's an express prohibition for those notices against building a systemic weakness or vulnerability into any system. I think the really important thing to remember about the capability notice as well is that under the listed acts or things, under 317E, there can't be, one of the listed acts or things can't be the removal of one or more forms of electronic protection. So what in effect that means under the capability notice is that you can't issue a notice that compels a provider to build a capability to remove one or more forms of electronic protection, which includes encryption.
Yes, but I think it's the Minister for Home Affairs and the Attorney General jointly can issue an order. Is that right?
It would now be the Minister for Home Affairs and the Communications Minister.
And the Communications Minister.
Yes.
Yeah, and then when an entity is in receipt of the order, they are required to comply with the order. Correct.
Generally how orders would operate, yes.
Yeah, but there's a legal compulsion on them to comply with the order.
If you have an order.
And that can include removing one or more forms of electronic protection that were applied by or on behalf of the provider, where the provider is already capable of removing this protection. I'm saying this largely because I'm reading your own website.
Apologies. Where the provider is already able to remove that electronic protection.
Correct.
That's a critical difference under the legislation as opposed to requiring to build a capability that they are not able to remove one or more forms of electronic protection.
I'm just reading your website.
Yep.
And it says, can require the provider to remove one or more forms of electronic protection that were applied by or on behalf of the provider, where the provider is already capable of removing this protection.
That's correct.
Some people might describe that as breaking the encryption, although the provider has to already have the capacity to break the encryption. They don't come up with a new way of doing it. It's breaking the encryption.
I would describe it as removing the encryption, which they might be able to do for a range of purposes.
You say potato, I say potato, removing or breaking. It's what was encrypted is no longer encrypted as a result of the order.
Potentially if the company has the capability to do it, Senator.
Correct. So now we're aware of what technical capability notices are. How many times have they been used?
By law enforcement agencies, none, Senator.
How many times have they been used at all?
It'd be a matter for the intelligence agencies that have that power because they're not publicly reported on.
But it's your minister who has to sign off on it. There must be a record inside this department about the times the minister has used these powers.
There may well be, Senator, but my answer would be that it's for ASIO to talk about those. They're protected from public reporting.
I'm not asking who they were issued to. Yep. I'm not asking a precise date. At this point, I'm just simply saying how many times have technical capability notice powers been used?
Yeah, as I said, for law enforcement agencies, Senator, none.
But this department knows because your minister does it. You may not want to tell me, which is one thing, but I'm pressing for an answer.
As I said, Senator Shoebridge, Parliament didn't require the reporting of those intelligence powers for a particular purpose and reason.
That may be the case, but I'm asking now.
As I said, ASIO is appearing. I think it's for ASIO to answer the use of those powers.
The way this works is if you have the information to hand or you have the capability of getting the information, you're obliged to provide it unless you make a public interest immunity claim. Now, I understand you must have the information because your minister co-signs these. If you don't want to provide it because you say there's a public interest immunity reason not to provide it, there's a process we go through. So again, I'm going to ask you, can you provide to this committee, and through this committee, the Australian public, the number of times the technical capability notice powers have been used?
I'll take it on notice, Senator.
All right. And you're taking on notice indicating that you may intend to raise a public interest immunity claim and going through that process. Is that my understanding, Mr Woods?
That's correct, Senator.
So we need to establish whether or not there is an operational sensitivity.
Sorry, Ms Foster, there's chatter going on here and I can't hear.
So the short answer is yes, Senator. We need to establish whether or not there would be sensitivity in putting that information in the public domain. So just so that the questions are fully articulated, how many times have they been used in total since they were put in place? And then how many times have they been used in each financial year up to and including this partial financial year is my request. And I'm not asking for details of who they're issued to or anything that would identify them, just simply the number of occasions. Is that clear? Yes, that's clear, Senator.
Right, thank you. Are you responsible for technical assistance notices and technical capability notices?
Yes, Senator.
Yep. Now, I could tell you what I think technical assistance notices are and technical capability notices are, but rather than have that discussion, how many times has technical assistance notices been issued?
Do you want to ask Mr Reeve if he's got the statistics on the...
Thank you, Senator. Parker Reeve, Assistant Secretary, Intelligence and Surveillance Policy. In the 2023-24 financial year, 2 technical assistance notices were issued by law enforcement agencies. In the 2022-2023 financial year, no technical assistance notices were issued by law enforcement agencies. These numbers are publicly reported in our annual report.
Yes, but we're missing 24 and 24-25.
Yes,
we're
that annual report is
today.
yet to be tabled, Senator, but,
all right, but
it will be in that
well, I'm asking you now, how many were issued?
I don't have that figure to hand, Senator.
You take that on notice?
I can take that on notice, Senator.
And I've asked the same about technical capability notices.
Yes,
Do you have any
Senator.
numbers for that?
As Mr Warnes indicated, the number for...
Oh, no, sorry.
Assistance requests. Assistance requests.
Assistance requests, yes.
I beg your pardon, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So in the 23-24 financial year, 60 assistance requests were given by law enforcement agencies. In the 2022-23 financial year, 66 assistance requests were given by law enforcement agencies. And I can take on notice.
24, 25 and 25 to date. All
I can
right.
take that on notice, Senator. Thank you.
Have any of those notices been challenged in court?
Not to my knowledge, Senator.
All right. Can you double check and provide on notice? And that's
Take it on
both
notice, Senator.
the notices and the assistance
requests.
If they've been challenged.
Senator, just for clarity, it's
Yeah.
unlikely the assistance requests would be challenged given their voluntary
I agree.
requests.
I agree. And then, do you know if any technical capability notices have been challenged in court?
I think my answer in terms of the ones that I provided an answer on, there's been 0, so
All right.
none of...
You're not aware of any technical capability notices being challenged in court?
That's correct.
All right. Can I ask about airport biometric data collection? That's ramped up of late, facial recognition, fingerprints, iris scans.
Senator, sorry to interrupt. I think that's an outcome 3.
Outcome 3?
Issue. I'm just looking to my team to confirm that. It's assuming that you're talking about the facilities operated in airports by Border Force, etc.
Outcome 3? Data protection for biometric data collected at airports?
Sorry,
Outcome
Senator,
3?
why don't you ask the full question? I shouldn't have interrupted you, and then we'll work out which outcome.
Well, I've got a series of questions about what data is collected, how long it's retained, who has access to it, what protections there are for it.
Yeah, outcome 3, Senator.
Outcome 3, all right. I think to assist time, we might put the rest on notice, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Shoebridge. Did you want to do a block now or go to afternoon tea? Let's go to afternoon tea. Okay. We will go to afternoon tea. We'll return with outcome 1 for another block before we can move on to the program. So we'll suspend now for 15 minutes.
Senator Chandler. Thank you. I have some questions for the department about the government's recent announcement to list the IRGC as a terrorist organisation. First of all, I want to go to the timeline of the department's advice on the listing of the IRGC. When did the department first provide advice to government on the potential listing of the IRGC, including any legislative changes that might be required to facilitate that listing?
In relation to this period of time?
That sort of depends what you mean by this period of time, Ms Foster, but I would be interested to know at any point in the last 3 years when you have provided such advice to government.
So, Senator, I think the first contemplation of IRGC was in the context of the Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade Committee inquiry into human rights implications of violence in Iran.
Yep.
One of the recommendations went to whether or not the government would list IRGC as a terrorist organisation, and in the government's whole of government response tabled in the Parliament, that was the first advice that the government did not accept that recommendation and took a range of different actions, including everything from sanctions to diplomatic interventions. And I think that's point one. Second point is that Minister Burke, particularly in announcing his intention or the government's intention to list IRGC, really pointed out the fact that this was an extraordinary attack on Australian soil, which meant that we have to adapt in our response to a changing threat, and it's in the context of the information from the Australian Security Intelligence Organisation and the government's consideration of a response that we provided or worked with the Minister and his office on a package to respond.
Okay, so just to confirm, between the government tabling its response to the Senate committee report, which from my recollection was about September 2023, and the government deciding to list the IRGC within the last 6 weeks, the only advice provided by Home Affairs after that government report was tabled was in relation to this most recent decision to list. There was nothing in the intervening 2 years.
That's correct, Senator, but of course we look at terrorist listing processes all the time and look at different assessments, and we have had long-standing tradition of not identifying who we're looking at assessments for, but making sure that we do that in a really detailed way. So in terms of specific advice to the government from Home Affairs, they are the two only times, yes.
So in relation to this most recent... Sorry, Ms Foster, were you going to say something?
I was just going to note that the Attorney General's Department advice at the time that listing was not possible under the current legislation. So the issue at point really was not would we recommend listing, but would we recommend legislative change.
I'm well aware of that.
And we didn't do that until after the events.
There were documents within your department that would have suggested a listing was somewhat imminent before AGD came up with that advice. So just so I'm very clear, in relation to the most recent decision by the government to list the IRGC as a terrorist organisation, when did you provide advice to government on that listing?
In the context immediately prior to, in the days prior to the announcement, we were working with the Minister and his office on measures to respond. So it's in that context. The specific day I'll have to take on notice.
Okay, in the days prior. And so there was no briefing to the Minister beyond that these conversations in the, let's say, the week before the announcement by the government to list. There were no further conversations in the intervening 2 years.
Not to my knowledge, Senator, because of the fact of the legislative prohibition.
Okay. The department began drafting a nomination form for the terror listing of the IRGC on the 20th of October 2022. That's correct, isn't it?
I think you might be referring to a material that's been released under Freedom of Information.
I am.
That does relate to our team working to see whether or not the listing of IRGC would be possible. That's a function that our teams perform, and it's in that context that we got the advice about the legislative barrier, and so it never proceeded to government for decision.
You also drafted a statement of reasons document for listing the IRGC on the 11th of January 2023, that's correct?
That's correct, Senator.
So neither of those documents were ever provided to the Minister for Home Affairs?
That's correct, Senator.
Neither of those documents were ever provided to the Attorney-General or the Prime Minister?
That's correct.
Well, not to our knowledge, Senator, given we operate in the Department of Home Affairs. I don't know what other departments provided to
And
the ministers.
why was the sorry, it's late in the afternoon. What was the reason for not providing those documents to the Home Affairs Minister, the Attorney-General or the Prime Minister?
I think that they did not meet the legislative threshold of listing given the prohibition, but we continue to look at a whole range of possible terrorist organisations, and that does include drafting possible statements when and if the time occurs that listing is an opportunity or a possibility.
Media reporting has suggested that your department believed in 2022 that the IRGC should be listed as a terrorist group, but the Attorney-General's department objected to the change because the laws wouldn't allow the listing, and DFAT opposed the listing because they wish to maintain a diplomatic relationship with Iran. Would you say that's a fair assessment?
Senator, I think we'd categorise that slightly differently, that the Department of Home Affairs was looking at whether or not it is possible to list IRGC, and in doing that we worked very closely with the Attorney-General's Department and Foreign Affairs to receive their views and input, and on the basis of that collaboration we did not put that forward to the government.
But had the government accepted the initial advice or the initial work that the Department of Home Affairs had done back at the end of 2022, start of 2023, we could have listed the IRGC 2.5 years before we actually did, and that would have, I would have thought, given our security agencies time to prevent, or at least attempt to prevent, the orchestrated attacks on Australian soil that led to the government making this decision.
Well, one lever is to list terrorist organisations. Other levers include publicly attributing the surveillance, harassment and intimidation of individuals to the Islamic Republic of Iran, like former Minister for Home Affairs did on the 14th of February 2023, as well as different sanctions that have been undertaken over successive years by the Foreign Minister, and the diplomatic engagement that we have. They're all different levers in addition to the operational agency's capability, so it's one lever.
I'm well aware that former Minister O'Neill made those public attributions of a foreign interference attempt to Iran in February 2023. Did the department have provided any advice to the Minister at that point in time regarding the potential listing for the IRGC in light of that attribution?
Not to my knowledge, Senator, but we'll check and make sure that that's accurate.
When did the department brief the Home Affairs Minister ahead of the announcement to list the IRGC as a terrorist organisation?
Senator, I think Mr Hansford took on notice before the exact dates. He said that there were a number of discussions with the Minister in the days preceding the announcement.
If there were a number of discussions with the Minister Secretary, it would be useful for the committee to know exactly when those conversations took place rather than...
And Mr Hansford took that on notice
Yes.
just before, Senator.
Was the department consulted on advice to government provided by the Attorney-General's Department, DFAT or PM&C ahead of the announcement on the 26th of August 2025?
I'll have to take that on notice, Senator, to make sure what the arrangements were in place. There was lots of collaboration at that time, but I'll make sure that we get an answer for you on that.
Sorry, Mr Hansford, I didn't
I'll
quite
take
hear
that on
last
notice.
bit. You'll take that on notice. I guess what I'm trying to establish here is we know that the Attorney-General's Department has previously been of the opinion that they are, and I think are still of the opinion that the IRGC couldn't be listed because of the legislative barrier, and they've always been very careful to say that they aren't the arbiter of what is an organ of a nation state. They take advice on that. They take advice on that from DFAT, and I believe they take advice from that on you. But it would just be useful to know, in coming up with the legislation that I understand is due to be tabled in the Parliament at some point today, what advice the Home Affairs Department has had into the drafting of that legislation, and when you were consulted on the drafting of that legislation. Because if the Attorney-General's Department hasn't come to you for advice on that legislation,
Senator,
I'd be concerned.
I understand. So we have had extensive engagement with the Attorney-General's Department, including at the Band 3 Deputy Secretary level, and then right down to a very tactical basis. And Ms Smythe's team have been working very, very closely with the Attorney-General's Department, who have the lead on the drafting, given they administer the Criminal Code.
One last question on this topic. Is it true to say that the department's view has consistently been in favour of listing the IRGC since 2022, but the views of the Attorney-General and the Foreign Minister and their departments changed following the attacks attributed to Iran on the 26th of August, and that's why the government is now seeking to list the IRGC?
So Senator, I think I would characterise it that we accepted the advice that it was not possible to list the organisation under the current legislative framework, and yes, indeed, it was the trigger of the attack or the statements by the Director General of Security about the IRGC's role that triggered that change in position by the government.
And sorry, I know I said that was the last question on this topic, but I do have one more. We were talking about the government's response to the Senate report that was tabled, it was 13th of September 2023. I found this date now in front of me. And that response said the Attorney-General's Department is of the view that as an organ of nation state, the IRGC is not the kind of entity that is covered by the terrorist organisation provisions in the Criminal Code. Was the Department of Home Affairs consulted on the government response?
Yes, Senator.
And I think you have taken this on notice, but when were you consulted on the government response?
Well, I'll take that on notice.
And could you also take on notice what input you provided to the government response?
Certainly, Senator. I think the government response was led by the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, but we will definitely provide you that information on notice.
Wonderful, thank you. I now have...
Senator Chandler, it's probably just worth me reminding the committee that the recently departed Shadow Home Affairs Minister, Mr Hastie, has admitted in the media that he was, inverted commas, keen to list the IRGC when the coalition government was in power, but he couldn't find the support to do so.
I saw those comments just like you, Minister. I now have some questions around electric vehicle security risks, which I think is for outcome one.
Yes, Senator.
Wonderful. And I know this is a very interesting topic, but I am trying to be efficient with my questions in the interest of time. Thank you to the officials for coming to the table. Alistair McGibbon, the Chief Strategy Officer of CyberCX and the former National Cyber Security Advisor, has warned that electric vehicles could be used to disrupt the Australian community, stating, let's talk about potential scenarios. Take off the safety features of household batteries so that they overcharge. Take off those same safety features for electric vehicles. Just turn them off from the manufacturer so that those vehicles explode. Degrade their ability to drive at peak hour in select cities. In the department's view, are those scenarios plausible?
Well, Senator, I think that connected technology, whatever device we're talking about, has the potential for a number of vulnerabilities. I think Mr McGibbon is pointing to catastrophic vulnerabilities. Whether or not they're possible, we'd have to look at each scenario and get a judgment, particularly from our technical agencies, about likelihood and plausibility of that happening. But we are aware that cyber threats in particular are impacting Australia, and connected technology is one vector, yes.
What's the department doing to address these systemic risks posed by Chinese manufactured electric vehicles?
So I think the very first thing is that we are working really closely, as I think the Department of Infrastructure gave evidence earlier this week, on the Australian design rules under the safety standards, some of which relate to cybersecurity and software updates. They're based on international UN standards. And so that is, for our perspective, a good way to uplift vehicle security from a safety and security perspective. So that's the first body of work. The second one really relates to how do we raise awareness of foreign ownership, control and influence threats generally. In this regard, on connected vehicles specifically, I think the Australian Signal Directorate advice of 30 June, which is a product on connected vehicles, gives a good awareness about the threats posed by and mitigations that might be able to be deployed to protect people from things like personal data collection on connected vehicles. And then our work is really focused on foreign ownership, control and influence, and Mr Anstey, you might outline some of our work there, as well as our 2024 Cybersecurity Act has the potential to put in place regulations for connected devices, Internet of Things devices, which could include vehicles, but we are working with infrastructure, as I say, on the cybersecurity and software updates to make sure that that actually adheres to the safety dimensions, but there is a possibility that that could be used as well.
I actually have a question, Mr Hansford, about the Cybersecurity Act, so I might just jump there.
Sure.
So can you confirm that internet-connected vehicles are not currently regulated under the Cybersecurity Act?
So they are not in the Internet of Things regulation. That's correct.
Why not?
For the reason I mentioned, that this is really focused on broad-based Internet of Things products. Given connected vehicles are very complicated, putting them within the broader vehicle standards is the first area that we are exploring, particularly with infrastructure, because cyber safety and the safety of vehicles, particularly autonomous vehicles as we head towards there, is in our view, a more appropriate way to manage it. Mm-hmm. But of course, the Cybersecurity Act is a secondary option if we need it.
So who is responsible for addressing the national security risks of connected vehicles?
Well, the department is responsible for working on policies and strategies to respond to security risks for the nation generally, inclusive of technology, inclusive of things like connected vehicles.
Has the government contemplated regulating EVs under these laws?
We did contemplate the regulation of connected vehicles under the Cybersecurity Act and worked very closely with infrastructure to say, are the standards you're developing, would they go above and beyond the potential requirements that we're putting in place for all other Internet of Things devices? And the answer is yes, they are very detailed standards. So we're waiting to see how that works and whether or not they uplift the cybersecurity and software security of connected vehicles.
And so when do you expect infrastructure to complete that work?
I'll let infrastructure talk about that, but they are working very closely on that body of work at the moment.
So has your department provided any advice to government on options to regulate EVs, or are you relying on infrastructure's piece of work happening first?
I think we have, Senator, but I'll have to just take on notice the date that advice was provided, and it may well be in the context of the Cybersecurity Act, as I recall the discussions at the time.
Thank you. In January this year, the US government announced it would prohibit the sale and import of connected vehicle hardware and software systems, as well as connected vehicles, from the PRC and Russia. Has the department briefed the government on the US government's decision?
We've certainly engaged in a very detailed way with the United States Department of Commerce, and I recall that has been subject to some of our discussions on technology security, but again, I'll take the specific detail about whether or not we have briefed the government specifically on the United States actions in the context of our briefings and get you advice on that.
And just understanding those infrastructure standards, do they go specifically to national security and foreign interference risks from high-risk vendors?
Well, they go to cyber security and software updates. and our job is then to say, do they adequately protect against all risks, including foreign ownership, control and influence risks? What's the delta? What else might we be able to do?
I just wouldn't want to see infrastructure, taking a period of time to go through this work, and Home Affairs sort of having to wait until that work is done to then potentially come in at the end and say, hang on, these standards haven't in any way addressed the risks as you view them. Regrettably, I know how things work in government. Information is siloed, and you are the department that knows and understands the quantum of the risk. Infrastructure may not necessarily have that knowledge, or may not even know to ask for it.
Indeed, and I can assure you we are looking at the risk posed by connected vehicles generally, and that's the reason why, for example, in July, we updated the Protective Security Policy Framework at paragraph 13.10.3 about connected peripheral technologies generally, and tried to provide more advice for Australian government agencies on both connected vehicles, drones, other wireless security cameras, etc. And so we are constantly looking at the issue, and that work's done under Mr Dowling's team.
What advice, if any, has the Department of Home Affairs provided to other Commonwealth entities regarding the security risks and recommended mitigations associated with internet-connected vehicles?
So, Senator, we in the release in July of the Protective Security Policy Framework, we have provided more advice to Australian government agencies on connected vehicles. We've also provided a policy explanatory note to all Australian government non-corporate Commonwealth entities.
Is the department aware of NBN Co using BYD utes in their fleet?
Not to my knowledge, Senator.
Is there anything in the PSPF that would prevent NBN Co from using these vehicles?
Well, NBN Co, to my knowledge, is not a non-corporate Commonwealth entity and is not bound by the Protective Security Policy Framework. They are a corporate Commonwealth entity, but I am aware from discussions with their Chief Security Officer that they do use the PSPF as a guide. We regulate them under the Security of Critical Infrastructure Act in Mr Dowling's team. But I think the short answer would be we've provided advice, and particularly about foreign ownership, control and influence, and would expect agencies who are subject to the PSPF to mitigate the risks.
I would have also thought an entity like NBN Co that is dealing with important national infrastructure would be of higher security risk in terms of using a BYD car and the risks associated with that. Would NBN Co be allowed to use BYD cars in its fleet?
I'm not sure, Senator. Mr Dowling might have a view.
And I'll ask Mr Neil to join in terms of the specific advice that the PSPF outlines. The PSPF, which NBN is not bound by but might adhere to because it sets good principles for information security, does not set prohibitions around you can or cannot use this type of technology or this type of vendor generally. What it will do is provide advice on how to protect the security of your information and people in any peripheral connected technology, of which connected vehicles are one, and that goes to the ways in which the device or the vehicle is used, the sort of information, what technology is connected into that device or vehicle. And so the PSPF will provide guidance about how those risks can be mitigated. But I'll just ask Mr Neil to add to
Thank you.
Tim Neal, Assistant Secretary, Commonwealth Security Policy. The only restriction in the PSPF around a BYD or any other connected vehicle would be that they would be unable to connect a government phone into a connected vehicle, and that is standard for all connected vehicles across all fleets.
So how is it that Huawei can be banned from the NBN on advice of security agencies, but it's okay for the people building the NBN to be driving Chinese-made electric vehicles?
I think the assessment of the use of high-risk vendor technology in a network goes to the technical makeup of that network and what mitigations you're able to put in place to ensure information is protected on that network. I think when we've issued guidance around the use of high-risk technology in a telecommunications network, the consideration has been that there are not mitigations that can be applied in that network if you're using that type of technology. When we look at technologies such as connected vehicles, our assessment is there are mitigations that can be adopted that can lead to information security outcomes that are fit for their security requirements.
Okay, let's just take a step back though. If the policy intent was banning high-risk vendors from the NBN and 5G networks, and that was the intent, and I think that was a sensible decision, do you think allowing NBN Co to be driving around in Chinese manufactured EVs is in alignment with that initial policy intent?
I think, Senator, we'd go to requirement 39 in the PSPF, which effectively says that the entity is accountable for the management of security risks from procuring goods and services and contract decisions and ensuring that they don't expose the Australian government to unacceptable levels of risk, and that authorising officers within the entity have to make sure that technology systems operate based on the acceptance of residual security risk associated with its operation and other processes, particularly as they relate to the storage of data. And so I think it would be a matter for NBN Co to make a judgment using the principles of the PSPF, noting they're not bound by it, to make that judgment.
Has the department conducted a formal risk assessment of foreign-made connected vehicles, particularly those manufactured in China?
No. Let me take that on notice, Senator. We've done lots of work on the issue. I'll just see whether or not we've done a formal risk assessment on the issue. Thanks.
Thank you. I have one last tranche of questions about the Qantas cyber breach. Thank you. I've read in media reporting today that a cyber criminal group has issued Qantas with a ransom demand over the data that was stolen in their recent data breach. Does the department know whether this report is accurate?
Senator Lieutenant General Michelle McGuinness, National Cyber Security Coordinator. The threat that we are facing is persistent and sophisticated, and there have been multiple threats from threat actors against multiple organisations who've had data stolen that includes data of Australian citizens. At the moment, some of these are ongoing investigations, and our operational entities are engaging whenever there is new claims on the dark web that such a threat exists. They are investigated. The Qantas investigation was referred to the AFP at the outset of the breach and is still under investigation.
Right, so I might have a couple of questions for them later tonight. So, sorry, Lieutenant General McGuinness, have you seen the media reporting that I've referenced?
Yes, I have, Senator.
So, to your knowledge, does the cyber criminal group referenced in this reporting actually possess the data it claims to have?
Senator, the organisation, these threat actors change their names frequently. There has been a threat actor who has claimed to steal data. Qantas have notified all those who are impacted, and it may be that the threat actor has the data. At this stage, our operational experts will, under normal circumstances, work to verify, and that would be a question for our operational organisations.
Sure, this might be a question for them also, but what engagement has the department had with Qantas over the ransom demand?
So, Senator, Qantas informed me of the incident on the 1st of July, and over the next 18 days, I think I spoke to them over 24 times, and my team convened over 7 coordination meetings across government and industry. We have worked closely with them at each step of the incident to ensure that the government response was coordinated and that we sought to minimise the risk and mitigate the consequences of the breach. My team remain in contact with Qantas, as they do with a number of organisations who have been victims of these crimes.
But has there been specific engagement with Qantas over the ransom demand?
Senator, my concern is that we have an active threat actor who is very involved in both our media and how we manage this. And my preference would be to leave that with the operational organisations around specific questions on the threat actor themselves and their interactions.
Okay. What contingencies are in place if this data's leaked?
Minister,
Senator.
Sorry, Senator. Correction, Senator.
All good.
The Qantas has made notifications to all impacted individuals, including the type of data that was provided. This is a responsibility for that entity, and they have provided 24/7 support themselves and also provided the support of ID Care. There have been a range of mitigations put in place for that data that has been exposed, and the data does not include any operational connection, any identifying documents such as passports or licences, nor any credit card details. So any victim who has been alerted to being involved in that incident is reminded fairly persistently to ensure that they have updated all of their passphrases, applied MFA, if they're concerned, change their frequent flyer password, and then to reach out to ID Care or Qantas themselves if they have other concerns about their identity being exposed.
Has the department contemplated the use of step-in or directions powers under the security of critical infrastructure regime to manage this incident?
Senator, the security of critical infrastructure legislation does regulate critical aspects. This was not a database considered critical under that legislation, but I would hand to Mr Hansford for
So I think the short answer, Senator, is no, because the legislation says that no other system of the Commonwealth or states and territories is available to respond to the incident, and I think the evidence Ms McGuinness is giving, or Lieutenant General McGuinness is giving, is that Qantas were collaborating and cooperating.
Would you contemplate the use of directions powers in response to this incident if the data's leaked?
Well, the use of directions powers would be a matter for the minister, but that is a very significant power to use. It's never been used before in the history of our work under critical infrastructure, so it would be a very significant decision.
Okay.
Senator, I would add that the Qantas have collaborated very closely with our technical experts, with the Australian Signals Directorate, who have been involved with the technical information and have provided us with all information that's been sought, and are working closely with the AFP as well.
What engagement has the department had with the OARC and the Attorney General's Department about this data breach?
So I did engage in my coordination of the incident very early on with the OIC, and I have the details here, I believe, on the 2nd of July, I did confirm contact details and engagement to put Qantas and the OIC together. On the 2nd of July, again, Qantas did notify customers of the breach, and they formally notified the OIC of a data breach. I believe on the 4th of September, on the 4th of July, correction.
Okay.
Yeah, Senator, that's correct.
Thank you. Qantas have admitted that some customer records compromised included not only their name and email, but their address, date of birth and phone number. Many parliamentarians were impacted by the breach, and no doubt some of this information would be highly attractive for bad actors. Do you agree that this kind of data breach could create additional foreign interference, espionage or risks to personal safety for high office holders?
Yes, Senator. Absolutely. Yes, Senator. Data breaches occur across a number of organisations, and it can pose further risk.
Sorry, continue by all means.
I was just going to say, as soon as Qantas notified us that they had the details of customers who were impacted, we connected them that day, which was Sunday the 6th of July, with our law enforcement and high officer holder managers, but also those who had understandings of other vulnerable cohorts who may need extra protections, and those actions were taken at that time.
Given the department is responsible for the security of Australian high office holders, what steps, you might have just addressed this, sorry, you just outlined the steps that you took in following the Qantas breach to inform, I'll start that again. What steps did you take following the Qantas breach to inform high office holders who may be at risk?
So, as the coordinator, I convened a range of stakeholders, including my Home Affairs counterparts, Mr Kimpton, who does work with law enforcement for high office holders. I would hand over to Mr Kimpton for what action happened then.
Senator, we worked really closely. Philip Kimpton from the Resilience and Protective Security Division. Senator, we worked really closely with Michelle's team and with the AFP and with Qantas to identify particularly those high office holders whose address may have been stolen in the hack. And then through that, the AFP took the initiative, working with us, to contact each of those high office holders directly to make sure that they were aware of that particular leak around their primary residential address, and that action was undertaken.
So, to be clear, high office holders were only contacted by you if their residential address was identified as being released in the data breach.
That's right, Senator, though my understanding is the AFP went a step further and contacted parliamentarians more generally where their address was revealed, bearing in mind that Qantas was also in touch with each impacted individual with the detail about potentially stolen data, but you'd have to ask AFP more precisely, but my understanding is they did.
Sure thing. And again, you don't need to divulge the details of all of those conversations, but when you were reaching out to those high office holders and parliamentarians, were you explaining to them the risks associated with the exfiltration of their personal information and the steps they need to take to protect themselves?
Senator, you'd have to have that conversation with AFP.
Sure.
They actually had those conversations rather than us. We worked to connect the system to make sure it was happening. But my understanding is that the advice from the AFP continues to be refer to material like Stay Secure, which is online, which has a number of risk mitigation suggestions for parliamentarians in managing their online presence and potential release of address.
Thank you very much, Mr Kimpton. Chair, my apologies, Senator Mackenzie has just a short tranche of questions as well for outcome one.
Senator, can I just correct the record? I'm so sorry. Qantas engaged OIC to advise them of the breach on the 2nd of July, but they formally submitted a notification in accordance with the notifiable data breach scheme on the 8th of July.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I have some questions about electric vehicles. Is there a written risk framework for foreign-made vehicles?
Senator, there's a written risk advice on connected vehicles. As I mentioned, ASD has advice for people about the risk of connected vehicles and what you can do to help. We have foreign ownership control and influence advice, which goes to foreign ownership control and influence generally.
My question, I guess, goes to the importation. I'm the Shadow Minister for Transport, and I asked a suite of questions on this topic with the Infrastructure and Transport Department yesterday, and I was not left with much comfort about the checks and balances that are in place in importing connected vehicles and the protection of Australian citizenry at both a personal level, and I understand that's dealt through the Privacy Act and Attorney Generals, but also from a security perspective. So at the point of import, what do we have to actually protect Australian citizens from connected vehicles risks?
We have at the moment advice about connected vehicle risks and foreign ownership control and influence risks. We don't have any prohibitions or settings in relation to the importation of foreign connected vehicles.
Okay. And so we have Australian design rules and standards for a raft of things that are quite bespoke. The previous area of non-tariff trade barriers remains strong in our design standards. Is there work being conducted within government and led by Home Affairs to actually provide some level of design rules that will give us oversight on imported vehicles?
Well, I think as the Department of Infrastructure told you earlier in the week, we are working with them closely on the Australian design rules as it relates to cybersecurity and software updates. So that's one element. We are separately, though, looking at what are the risks, security risks that are posed by connected vehicles. What's the delta between those two design rules that infrastructure are leading with our help, and what more we might be able to do.
And so when do you see, and that's the UN regulation number 155 and 156, adopting those?
That's right.
When will that work be completed?
Well, I'll ask the Department of Infrastructure to give you the date of the completion because they're working on them. We're helping them with that. And then our work, we are looking at what more we might be able to do.
So does the department require independent cyber penetrations testing of vehicles or key components before approval to import?
No, Senator.
No. When questioned on the security of data, the Infrastructure Department said that this was regulated by the Privacy Act. Could a foreign parent company remotely access, monitor or control vehicles that are currently sold here or access the data that they have collected?
I think, Senator, that it's a matter of public fact that some foreign sold vehicles in Australia do have data housed offshore and do have remote features.
I'll take that as a yes. Is there an Australian controlled override mechanism to protect users?
No, Senator.
Do you require safety critical over-the-air updates to be pre-cleared for cyber or safety risk before deployment in Australian vehicles?
No, Senator.
Okay. What obligations do importers have to notify you of cyber incidents affecting the performance of vehicles brought into the country?
I don't think any, Senator, but these are really matters for infrastructure about what settings are in place in importation. I think you're getting to the point of, are there security overlays to the importation of vehicles? And the answer is no, nothing short of the Australian design rules, but we are looking at what security risks there are from connected vehicles.
Are you confident that the system you're working with the Department of Infrastructure to set up will be nimble enough to adjust to the development rate of connected vehicles over the coming decade?
I think our work with infrastructure and just generally, we know that connected vehicles are becoming much more ubiquitous. I mean, some of the information is that there's already 1.2 million vehicles with informatics to transmit data, and so it is a growing, not threat, but it's a growing market, just like Internet of Things products, which is why we're very much focused on a cybersecurity set of standards for Internet of Things products, and we're looking at whether or not there needs to be more done on connected vehicles.
With the recently announced emissions reduction target, the government has set a target of 50% increase of new vehicles. So we're essentially 6 million new connected vehicles on the Australian market. When you speak to industry, the proportion of Chinese electric vehicles will be the main way that that policy will be delivered, because they will have the design features and the price point that Australian consumers will need to get into that market. Has this been something that's been discussed as an increasing threat within the Home Affairs Department, and have you raised those concerns with DQ and other agencies as this parallel policy with consequences for the work you do has been rolled out?
Yes, Senator, and yes to both questions. We are working on connected vehicles, but connected products generally, and what security risks they provide for the Australian economy.
I have been asked to be quick, and so, Chair, I've done.
That is excellent timing. Thank you very much for your assistance, Senator Mackenzie. It means that we are now in a position to move on to outcome 2. Thank you to everybody for your time this afternoon. And I will be giving the call to I'll go to the coalition and then I'll come to you. I'll go to Senator Cash.
Thank you very much, Chair. If I could just ask Secretary just some follow-up questions from what Senator Patterson was asking, but now relevant to this section of the department. So, regarding the ISIS brides, the department has now confirmed 2 women and 4 children have arrived back in Australia. That is correct?
That's correct, Senator.
Thank you. My understanding also is that in the evidence given in the previous outcome, the department had said it had processed 2 citizenship applications by descent for this cohort.
That's correct.
Thank you, Ms Foster, or Secretary. Can I ask, were these applications lodged online or in person?
I understand they were lodged online, Senator.
They were lodged online, okay. And if they're lodged online, there's obviously no requirement to, say, go into the embassy or the place in Lebanon where they would have been, I assume, lodged. What's the process for lodging citizenship by descent applications online?
Mr Willard can take you through the process.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Michael Willard, Deputy Secretary, Immigration Programs. Senator, obviously the consideration of the relationship and identity are critical parts of the citizenship by descent process, and we are able to request personal identifiers. So there are, in the process in the broad, we make an assessment looking at the information provided, looking at the story in terms of what's been put to us, and then make an assessment as to whether or not we request personal identifiers. And for citizenship by descent, we're talking about DNA testing.
How long does DNA testing normally take, and where would you get that undertaken if you were, say, in a country like Lebanon?
So around the world, we have a range of panel hospitals who are hospitals that are impanelled by us to undertake medical procedures, often doing the health tests that people need to do, also the DNA testing. DNA tests are supervised by a Home Affairs officer who then takes possession of the DNA tests and transmits that test to Australia where the testing is completed at a lab.
So just in terms of the DNA testing, you said is supervised by a Home Affairs officer. When you say supervised, what does that actually mean? So I'm lodging an application for citizenship by descent. I'm lodging that online. Your evidence is that you then have the ability to ask me as the person for certain information, etc. In this case, DNA evidence. How does that then work if I'm in Lebanon?
So, Senator, the way we request DNA evidence is we write to the individual, make an appointment for them to come to the panel hospital at an agreed time. And when I say supervised, the Home Affairs officer is physically present watching the DNA test occurring, the swab. But the Home Affairs officer, obviously it's a medical professional who's doing the swabbing. The Home Affairs officer is watching the process.
Okay. Who pays for that?
The visa applicant or the citizenship applicant.
Okay. And in relation to the 2 citizenship by descent applications that evidence has been received in relation to, where did they attend? Was it the Home Affairs office in Lebanon?
So, Senator, we've given evidence previously to Senator Patterson that we're not in a position to provide details of the location and the route of return, so that the Federal Police can ensure that any detail provided doesn't adversely impact any future investigation.
Ms Foster, just again going back to previous evidence that was given, was Save the Children involved in the lodging of these applications?
I don't know, Senator.
No, Senator.
No, okay. Minister, does personally supervising someone to give DNA evidence for a citizenship application constitute assistance?
I don't think, excuse me, I don't think it does, in the sense that we've been talking about all day, which is that any person around the world can apply for Australian citizenship. Public servants process that as they do every day in all parts of the world, but there's been no assistance from the government in any comparative way to the repatriations that have occurred previously.
Can I just confirm, though, this is undertaken, you were saying, Mr Willard, by the Department of Home Affairs?
The officer who
The officer
supervises.
is, and the Department of Home Affairs is a government department.
Yes,
that is correct.
Yes.
Yes.
I can confirm that the Department of Home Affairs is a government department.
Given the nature of this cohort, was this matter escalated to the Minister?
So, Senator, again, I previously gave evidence that when I became aware of the intent of this cohort to attempt to return to Australia, I advised the Minister of that.
Sorry, I've missed that.
So when I became aware of the intent
of these particular people in terms of
cohort,
their citizenship, yes?
I advised the Minister.
You advised the Minister. Have you taken on notice when that was?
I have.
You have, thank you very much. And did the Minister respond?
Senator, I believe it was a conversation.
It was a conversation, okay. Mr Willard, in terms of the two citizenship by descent applications, did the Department of Home Affairs know that they were ISIS members when they applied?
Well, I'm not sure it's been. Sorry, was your question? Could you say that question again?
It was to Mr Willard. Did the department know that they were ISIS members when they applied for it?
And who's they? Sorry.
The two women.
Well, applied for citizenship.
By descent.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of errors in what you've just asked. It was what the department advised earlier today was that the two people who applied for citizenship were children, not the adult women.
But I'm assuming that, and Mr Willard can hopefully just confirm this, children themselves would have to have a guardian make the application.
Senator, the consideration is of the children themselves. So that,
but the children can't make the application is my point. They'd be too young.
Yes, the children had an authorised representative.
Yeah, an authorised representative.
Who was a relative.
Okay.
And the second part of your question, it hasn't been conceded that the women involved are or have been, I think your phrase was ISIS members, because the department earlier said that it was not able to answer questions of that nature.
Secretary, could I just go back and confirm both yourself and the Minister were aware of the intent to return back to Australia much earlier, because there were two meetings with Save the Children, one before the election and one afterwards. Is that correct?
No, again, that's not right. What I said repeatedly, and you may not have been in the room when I said this, but what I said repeatedly was that the two meetings between Minister Burke and Save the Children were about Save the Children's request for the government to repatriate
for a broader cohort.
A broader cohort. They weren't specifically about this cohort.
Just in terms of the broader cohort, were this cohort included in the broader cohort? So this is almost a sub-cohort of the broader cohort?
I think we'd probably have to take... Ms Foster was present for one meeting. She might be able to answer that.
Ms Foster, were the particular people that you've been talking about today, were they part of the broader cohort that was discussed?
Save the Children, Senator, has been advocating on behalf of the women and children in the camps in Syria.
Yes, I know that,
The
yes.
6 people who returned to Australia last month were in those camps. So they were part of the broader cohort.
They were part of the broader cohort, okay. Mr Willard, just in terms of identity verification for the application of citizenship by descent, what identity verification is required?
The requirement is that the decision maker is satisfied of the identity and satisfied that one or both of the parents were Australian citizens.
So, and in this case, the DNA testing was undertaken?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yep, okay. Can I just briefly move on, because I do know that time is getting away from us. In August, it was reported that the visa for Israeli MP Simcha Rothman was cancelled a day before he was due to arrive in Australia. Was this a decision of the department or of the minister?
Senator Claire Sharp, Head of Immigration. We don't comment on individual cases. As you'd be aware, that cancellation power could be exercised either by the minister or by the department.
Okay.
But we don't.
Is it possible to get a breakdown without disclosing the persons in terms of their identity of the number of decisions to cancel visas that the minister has made since the election?
Senator Mr Thomas might have a breakdown. I'm not sure of the date relative to the election, though.
Senator Michael Thomas, Deputy Secretary, Immigration Compliance. I have the number of cancellation decisions made by Minister broken down by financial year, so
That's
I can
fine.
go back a few years. So in the financial year 25-26 to the 31st of August, so the last 2 months, there's been 11. And then going back to the financial year 24-25, 87 cancellation decisions.
24-25 was 87. I missed 25-26.
11, and that's from the 1st of July.
But that's
to
from the
31st
1st of July, yes,
That's right.
11. And they're ones that have been made, by the minister is what we're saying there.
That's correct.
Yep. Okay, thank you.
So under a range of different powers?
Yes.
But by a minister.
Just in terms of Israeli MP Simcha Rothman's, obviously the record of the decision has been made public. That is now on the public record. On what date was the actual decision, the cancellation decision, made?
So, Senator, Ms Sharp indicated before that we're not able to provide detail of named individuals.
Even though the cancellation decision, the record of decision is actually on the record? And I'm going to go through it shortly.
Senator, I don't believe we would have put the cancellation decision on the record, as to use your phrase, and we don't have a copy of that cancellation decision record with us.
Did the Department of Home Affairs consult with the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade prior to the cancellation of the visa?
Senator, again, we can't discuss the details of individuals.
This is obviously, though there was extensive reporting, it is a significant matter of public interest. I'll turn to then the reasons for the cancellation. Under the section media reporting, one of the points says, on the 9th of July 2025, the Media Line 1 reported that the visa holder had argued that despite international sympathy, Israel alone bears responsibility for eliminating Hamas, stating, in the end, Israel has to be in charge because no one else will do its dirty work. It's a little bit naive to think that other countries and other powers and other soldiers will endanger their lives to get rid of Hamas. It failed in Lebanon with the international powers. It failed almost everywhere it was tried. Then under the heading, assessment of whether the ground for cancellation exists, it says, the visa holder's social media and public statements as described above, mirror the policies of his religious Zionist party, including the elimination of Hamas and the expansion and sovereignty of the Israeli state and denial of any wrongdoing by Israel against Palestinians in Gaza during the current conflict. These statements have been received by members of the Australian community as inflammatory and concerning. And my understanding is Minister Burke also said this to the ABC on the 18th of August. Australia would not accept people travelling to cause division. Our government takes a hard line on people who seek to come to our country and spread division. If you're coming to Australia to spread a message of hate and division, we don't want you here. Under our government, Australia will be a country where everyone can be safe and feel safe. So just in terms of the reasons for the cancellation, is it accurate to say that Mr Rothman's comments about the elimination of Hamas were a factor in the assessment of whether or not to cancel his visa?
So, Senator, we can only communicate with a visa applicant or their authorised representative on the grounds for their visa rejection. We have not and would not put that information into the public, and we're not able to comment on it publicly.
Thank you, Senator Cash. Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Chair. To you first, Secretary. We had some questions, we had some answers to some questions, which was good. They identified that as at the 31st of January 2025, there were 1,036 holders of a Palestinian Authority travel document with a visa subclass 600 granted after the 7th of October 2023, which had ceased to be in effect before arrival. Effectively, they'd been granted by Australia but expired. Do we have an update on that figure?
I think Mr Willard will be able to help, Senator.
Senator, I'm not sure I have that precise figure to hand, so I may have to take that on notice.
All right. The cost of one of those visas was 190, but I think it's now risen to 200. Is that right, Mr Willard?
I'll just get you that figure. That's correct, it's 200.
Yep. We then asked what the total visa application charge revenue was for those visa classes lodged by Palestinians from October, and we were told it was more than $2 million, $2.136 million. Do you have the amount that's been charged Palestinians on that visa charge to date?
I don't have the figure handy. I'd have to take that on notice, Senator.
All right. You're taking those both on notice, those two questions, Mr. Willard? So the reason why so many of those visas granted to Palestinians since 7th of October 23 has expired is because they can't leave Gaza. That's the reality, isn't it?
Yes, in many cases, that's the reality.
And I asked, I've asked before about if there were policies for waivers or for fee-free applications, and I think I asked it of you on the last occasion, Senator Watt. I said people in Gaza living in dreadful poverty, living in the face of a genocide, Minister Watt, and the government has been taking visa processing charges from them, knowing they'd never be able to leave Gaza, and then their visas are expiring. I asked you, Minister, was the government considering a fee waiver? Do you remember that, Minister?
I must admit I don't remember that.
Yeah. Well, I asked you that, and you said, I'll take it on notice to whether there's any consideration being given to that. And to be clear, that's my question to you as Minister, asking the government's position. Was the government considering a fee waiver? And do you know what the answer was?
No, I do not.
Consideration of a waiver of visa application charges is a matter for the government. The last time I checked, you were the government, and I asked you in your capacity as a representative of the government. So I'm going to ask you again. Is there a consideration for either a waiver and or a refund to the thousands of Palestinians in Gaza who've paid hundreds of dollars for a visa, only to have that expire because they're trapped in Gaza because of a genocide?
I don't have any information on that, so I'll have to take that on notice.
And perhaps this time we might get an answer from you in your capacity as a minister representing the government, because this is the same process we went through last time.
Mm-hmm.
So to be clear, you're taking that question on notice in your ministerial capacity as a member of the Albanese government?
There's no other capacity in which I can take that on notice.
Well, it just so happens that last time you took it on notice and the answer we got back was you couldn't provide an answer because it was a matter for government.
Well, I'm not sure that the answer was that I couldn't provide an answer.
Oh, you just...
I think the answer was that that was a matter for government.
Yes. Minister, do you think it is the right thing to do to take millions of dollars, and we knew it was more than $2 million as at 31 January of this year, to take millions of dollars from Palestinians in Gaza for visa applications, knowing that even if they are granted, that they won't be able to leave, and then not to refund it, given the conditions that Palestinian people in Gaza are suffering at the moment? Do you think it's right that the Australian government should take more than $2 million from them?
Well, I'd like to be able to find out whether that is a policy of the Australian government that goes back some time. So I'm happy to take that question on notice.
Well, of course, you told us that consideration of a waiver is a matter for government. So will the government consider giving millions of dollars back to Palestinian people in Gaza suffering a genocide in incredible grinding poverty for visas that were either rejected or granted but they couldn't exercise because these people are living through a genocide? We give the money back?
I've already taken that on notice.
All right. And Mr Willard, you've agreed to give an updated figure on the amount of money taken from Palestinians for visas that have been either granted or refused?
Yes, Senator.
Yep. Secretary, through you to whichever appropriate official, this is about resettlement for transitory people. I doubt it's Mr Willard, could be wrong. We were told that as at the 30th of June 2025, there were 830 people who'd sought asylum by sea who are currently in Australia and I think are classified as transitory people. Is that number right as at the 30th of June? Mr Thomas, and do you have an updated number?
Senator, as of the 31st of August, there were 807 transitory people currently temporarily in Australia.
807?
Correct.
All right. Do we know where those 23 people have gone since the 30th of June and August?
Senator, not exactly, but most of them, I presume, would have resettled in New Zealand as part of the resettlement arrangement.
All right.
But I can take that on notice to confirm.
Okay. Do you know what the earliest date that one of these people who'd come from offshore detention, having sought asylum by sea, and come to Australia, what the earliest date they'd come to Australia is? How long they've been in Australia?
No, Senator, I would need to take that on notice.
But the policy goes back to about 2013, is that right? To 2013?
Yes, Senator. The resettlement arrangements we've had with the US and New Zealand cover all UMAs subject to regional processing arrangements.
Yeah, but the decision to leave these people, many of whom have been found to be refugees, to leave these people in Australia on temporary visas whilst you're seeking third country resettlement. That policy was put in place in 2013. Is that right?
I'd need to check the exact date, Senator, but I understand it's around that time.
Yes. And can you provide, I'll notice the longest that someone's been in Australia on those temporary visas. How many of them are children?
Senator, I don't have the age breakdown in front of me, so we'll need to provide that on notice.
Some of them are children, Mr. Thomas?
I'll take that on notice, Senator. I don't want to guess.
The only options that have previously been identified for these people, many of whom have had necessary medical treatment and other intervention in Australia, so far has been the US, New Zealand and Canada. Are they the countries that have previously been identified for resettlement?
So the Australian government had a formal resettlement arrangement with the governments of the US and New Zealand. The Canadian resettlement was a private program.
That's through their version of CRISP?
Yes, Senator.
But they're the three countries, one through the CRISP arrangements, or Canadian CRISP arrangements, and the others through formal arrangements with New Zealand and the US. They're the three destination nations that have been identified.
Senator, I would say it's the US and New Zealand in terms of formal arrangements.
Well,
Again,
a
number of individuals have travelled to other countries and gone other places in addition to Canada. Canada is a private program.
All right. So formal arrangements with the US and New Zealand, and the informal community settlement program with Canada, which is their equivalent of CRISP. That they're the three primary destinations for this group of people?
Yeah, the three primary, yes.
Yep. The US previously agreed to have 1,250 spaces. I think last time I checked, 1,115 were filled. Can you give an update on that?
Senator, for the United States arrangement, as of the 31st of August, it was 1,115.
All right. And the US has said no to any additional entries, haven't they?
As I think you mentioned earlier today, Senator, the US have paused their resettlement program and we're still awaiting the outcome of that pause.
Okay. But for the moment, the door's shut under that decision that's been made by the Trump administration?
Yes, it has been paused.
All right. New Zealand had agreed to provide 450 spaces. Last time I checked, 309 were filled. What's the situation there?
31st of August, 324 had resettled in New Zealand and a further 63 had had a positive decision but had yet to depart. So in total, that's 387 with a positive decision.
387. So that leaves 63 spots left for New Zealand, is that right?
I'll take your maths as correct, Senator, but New Zealand are continuing to affect decisions and resettlements.
Yes, but they haven't changed their cap at 450. They offered 450.
No, they haven't, Senator.
And I think you said 387. I'm moderately comfortable with my maths that says that 63 spots left. And what's the situation with Canada? Because I think Canada has changed their position on that CRISP program.
Senator, we don't track the Canadian effort, noting it is a private program.
All right. How many have settled in Canada under that program? And if you haven't got it under that program, just how many have settled in Canada?
Again, Senator, I just have other numbers. I don't have the specific number for Canada, but in totality, 108 have resettled elsewhere. 108
elsewhere over the life of the program. And how long has the program been in operation?
Oh, that's 108 of that transitory person cohort to any country other than New Zealand or the US.
Yes, so that's Canada and the rest of the world.
Correct.
And how long has the program been in operation?
That covers the totality of the
from
time
2013.
Period, so, yeah, that's right.
So if there's 807 people in that cohort now, there are 63 spaces left in New Zealand. The door's shut in the United States, and Canada clearly, records would show, is not going to be in a situation to take a meaningful part of that 807 people. What's the solution for the hundreds of people who are trapped here in Australia on temporary visas?
So, Senator, the government's continuing to engage with partner countries to determine other potential options.
And in the meantime, these people are on rolling bridging visas, sometimes having work rights, sometimes not having work rights, sometimes accessing Medicare, sometimes not accessing Medicare, sometimes able to engage in education, sometimes not able to engage in education. That's the situation on the ground.
For the most part, Senator, they'll remain in Australia for a temporary purpose.
Some of these were children when they came here.
I believe so, Senator.
Yep. Many of them had the need for significant medical treatment, which is why they came from Nauru to Australia and offshore detention to Australia.
Some of the purposes for coming to Australia temporarily were to receive medical treatment, yes.
Minister, do you think it's the right thing on a human level to have 800 people, or let's say, best case scenario, some settle in Canada and the New Zealand option is taken, 700 people who will continue on bridging visas without a permanent pathway, many of them who came here as children, to be in effectively permanent limbo like that? Do you think that's a fair human outcome?
Well, a number of your questions, your questions are often seeking opinions. You would be aware that under the standing orders, questions can't seek opinions, so I'm not proposing to give you an opinion. I'm happy to talk to you about the government's policy.
Or is it the government's policy to leave this 700 plus people in a permanent, effectively a permanent limbo?
No, and Mr Thomas has talked about the fact that we continue to seek pathways with other countries.
Well, are there substantive negotiations with any other country that you can point us to, Mr Thomas?
Senator, I think I'd characterise it as ongoing discussions with a number of countries, but I'm unable to talk through the detail.
Which countries?
Senator, I'd have to take that on notice to consider a public interest immunity claim. With all international engagements, we need to consider any PR implications.
Minister, is the government considering giving this group of people at least secure work rights, access to Medicare and education rights, even if you won't grant a permanent visa, but to give longer term visas with those basic rights so they can hold down a job, they can get the treatment they need under Medicare, and they can see their kids get a proper education?
I'm not aware of the answer to that, so I'm happy to take that on notice.
Thanks, Senator Shoebridge. Senator Payman.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. I've been contacted by constituents, so there's 4 cohorts that have reached out with questions, so this is dedicated to them. Minister, just on the Tamil refugees, why has the government continued to deny permanent protection visas to long-term Tamil refugees who've already provided compelling evidence that meets the criteria for protection?
Well, I'm not sure whether what you're saying is correct or not. Obviously, any applicant for a permanent protection visa needs to demonstrate their eligibility, but perhaps some of the officials can provide you with some more detail.
Senator, are you able to provide, when you say they've satisfied the criteria for protection, but they're not being there's you know, as you're no doubt aware, the protection visa system is quite complex, and there could be a range of reasons, such as character concerns or some other reason. Have you got any more detail?
Yeah, so, I mean, there was a range of details, but essentially what I'm trying to ascertain is how many of those refugees currently remain on bridging or temporary visas, for example, or how, with the delays, is the government giving a timeline essentially to secure some level of either permanent protection or a pathway to permanency?
So, Senator, I'll process is obviously to progress any claims for protection in accordance with our international obligations. What we're struggling to understand, Senator, of the group that you're making representations on behalf of, is whether or not they have been, their claims have been denied, or whether they are still going through a process.
So there's some that have had their claims denied with no reasons given. There are some that have been constantly just pushed to a bridging visa and asked for the renewal of that bridging visa without any set timeline or time frame of when they will attain permanency, especially those who've been in Australia for about, some more than 10, 11 years.
I think it's probably a little bit difficult for the officials to give you answers to such broad questions, but if there are particular cases, there may be particular reasons for decisions about individuals. So if you'd like to provide
But I just thought that
outside of here, the details of those cases, we could provide you with some answers. We're obviously not going to broadcast about people's personal details here, but we can provide answers to those.
Well, they've actually reached out to the department multiple times and they haven't received anything, and that's why they've resorted to reaching out to their senators and MPs. So okay, so to make it a bit more, tangible, can you at least tell us how many Tamil refugees remain on temporary visas?
Senator Andrew Kiley, First Assistant Secretary, Migration, Citizenship and Humanitarian Policy Division. If you're referring to individuals in the UMA legacy caseload, those who arrived by boat, I have the number of Sri Lankans in that cohort. I don't have Tamil specifically, but I have Sri Lankans. And so that would be, it's a bit under 2,700 in that caseload. If that's incorrect, I'll correct that on notice, but it's about 2,700.
Yeah, can you please take that on notice? Because I would love to know, yes, you've given the figure for Sri Lankans, but for Tamils would be what I'm asking for.
We'll take that on notice. We might not be able to identify Tamils in our system. It might require us to go through each record manually, but we'll look what's possible.
Has the department set any benchmarks or deadlines to ensure that cases are resolved within a reasonable period? What's the average time someone's case can remain in limbo, essentially?
Senator, it's long-standing policy that individuals who arrived by boat as an unauthorised maritime arrival and who went through an assessment process in that period of time don't get granted a permanent visa. The only way that could occur is through ministerial intervention. And that is done on a case-by-case basis. But if a person is found to have no right to remain, that is that they failed the protection assessment, then it's the expectation that they leave Australia.
Okay, we'll move on to the Afghan Locally Engaged Employees Program. I understand that the program was closed to new applications in late 2023, but we obviously hear that Afghan families who served Australian interests and remain stranded or uncertified. Can you please advise how many Lee cases remain unresolved?
Thank you, Senator. There's 2 steps to the locally engaged employee program. You are right, it closed to new applications. The first step is individuals need to apply to the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade or the Department of Defence or the AFP for certification, depending on the agency in which they are engaged with in Afghanistan. So that's the first step. So any questions that go to that certification process would need to go to one of those agencies for them to report on how many applications for certification they continue to have on hand. Once someone's certified, then Home Affairs will process their application as a priority, as a certified locally engaged employee. I've got some statistics here which may assist over the last few years. So in the 24-25 program year, we granted applications to 111 certified locally engaged employees and families, totalling 670 individuals. In the 25-26 program year to date, we have granted applications to 127 certified locally engaged employees and family members, totalling 714 individuals in total. And at the 31st of August, we have 490 on-hand applications that we continue to work through.
490?
490.
And these remain the certified ones?
So these are the ones where they have been certified by, in most cases, it's Foreign Affairs and Trade or Defence. They've submitted a humanitarian application and we're processing those applications.
And do we have a timeline on what that processing time looks like?
Certified locally engaged employees are our highest priority within the humanitarian program for the Afghanistan allocation. There are a range of factors that might sort of contribute to our ability to process visas for this cohort, including their location. So depending where they are may impact our ability to collect the information we need to process their application to finalisation. But it is a priority for us. They're at the top of our caseload and we continue to do what we can to process them.
So you still don't have like a timeline, a rough idea, 12 months, 24 months?
It's our focus to get through them as quickly as we can, noting there are a range of factors that might impact our ability to do that.
Does the fact that the Taliban have seized internet and any form of telecommunication impact your ability to reach out to them?
We have always had challenges processing applications for those in Afghanistan because of our inability to collect some information that's necessary. For those applicants where we know their location is Afghanistan, for the locally engaged employees, we'll process it to the point that we can and we'll hold that application open until we can process further, depending on their individual circumstances.
Great. Senator Shoebridge asked about the Palestinian refugees. Would it be possible for the department to table detailed data showing visa grant rates, delays, average time spent in that state of delay, and reasons for refusal for the cohorts of the Tamil refugees, the Afghan humanitarian refugees, and the locally engaged employee program applicants?
Senator, we'll take that on notice and see what we can provide.
Wonderful. And just a final question to the Minister. Oh, sorry, no, one last question to the department. Has the department conducted any assessment of the mental health, economic or social impacts on refugees who spent years on bridging visas here in Australia?
I'm not aware of any specific studies, no.
Is that something you guys are willing to look into?
We can take that on notice, Senator.
Thank you. Minister, will the government commit to publishing a comprehensive plan and timeline to end the use of indefinite bridging visas for long-term refugees and provide a clear pathway to permanency for those already contributing to our society for decades?
Well, I'm not sure that we have a plan for indefinite. I've forgotten the exact phrase you used, but indefinite bridging visas. So I'm not sure what plan we could provide.
To make sure that that doesn't happen and there's pathways to permanency? But you're assuming we have such a plan, and I'm not sure that we do. Well, the fact that it's been happening over and over again and thousands of refugees are being subjected to this treatment. And, you know, we have tragedies like Mano Yogalingam, the 23-year-old who passed away by suicide because of the despair that they have to endure. Like, does the government have any plans of ensuring that that doesn't take place anymore?
Well, I think the officials have taken you through some of the steps that we're taking.
But what's the government's commitment,
groups.
Minister? I've heard from the department.
Yeah, and the department is putting in place the government's policy. So what the department or witnesses have said to you is the government's policy.
So you're not going to guarantee to ensure that there's safety and permanency for thousands of refugees out there who are on bridging visas waiting for permanency?
Senator, just to clarify, for individuals who have been found to be owed protection, the government did announce on the 13th of February 2023 a pathway to permanency through the resolution of status visa, and 20,649 ROS visas have been granted to individuals who did arrive as unauthorised maritime arrivals and were on successive bridging visas who were found to be owed protection. I think the cohort you're referring to now are individuals who were found not to be owed protection. That is, they did not, and in that, I think that's the group you're referring to. But
I mean, yes, you're referring to the failed fast-track system, and that's a whole other kettle of fish that I know the chair's looking at me and we've got to rotate the call, but if you could take that on notice, it would be wonderful because, it's just the difference in the way things are labelled is what's confusing everyone, and these are genuine lives on the line. So I hope the department and the minister take it seriously. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Whitten.
Thank you, Chair. We note the almost 100,000 individuals in Australia that have not been granted a final protection visa. Could you please advise how many were deported on a voluntary basis and involuntary basis in the past year?
certainly Mr Thomas can take you through those numbers.
Senator, could I just confirm which number you're referring to when you say 100,000?
Sorry, you'll have to talk up. I'm a little bit deaf.
Sorry, Senator, can I just get you to confirm which number you're talking about when you say 100,000?
The 100,000 individuals that have not been granted a final protection visa.
So, Senator, I think you're referring to the 100,000 people that had not been granted a permanent protection visa but had yet to depart Australia, so remained here. If I can break that down for you, just to give a bit of context for that 100,000 number. So about 48,000 of those individuals were awaiting an outcome from the Administrative Review Tribunal. A further, and that's 48,041 specifically, 14,000, and this is at 31 August, apologies, about 14,525 were awaiting judicial review. The remaining 37,591 included those that were unlawful, non-citizens, and those on a bridging visa not associated with merits or judicial review. And to break that down further, 26,603 of those were unlawful non-citizens in the community. Of those unlawful non-citizens, they're all in various stages of the departure and status resolution pathway. So they'll all be in different points of their removal or departure journey. Some of those will self-depart at some point. Others will be detained and removed.
So in the last 12 months, how many have been detained and removed and how many have self-departed?
Sure. So in a broad sense, in the financial year 24-25, there were 3,457 removals from detention. And there were a substantial number more self-departures from the community. That's a hard number for us to get an accurate number on, but certainly in that same financial year, we're aware of about 2,722 that we'd been intensively engaging with that had self-departed. 3,189 that had self-departed from the community, and there's further people that will have self-departed as well.
Okay. So for the ones that were removed involuntary, What's the average cost per person to be removed?
Senator, I have to take that on notice to get the average cost. It will depend on how long they've been in detention, how long it takes to remove them, and the method in which they're removed, whether it's a commercial flight, a charter flight, etc.
Okay. How long is the average stay for these people between when they were denied a visa and when they were finally deported?
Senator, I don't have the average. I might have to take that on notice to see if we can find that number, but it will vary greatly between sort of days, weeks, months, years.
And a lot will depend on, in many instances, a person will be denied a visa and make an application for a different visa. So, for example, somebody might be on a student visa or be denied a student visa, then they might apply for a protection visa. So, picking the point at which you say the person has no further avenues to remain in Australia and then measure that, and then they'll go through merits review and sometimes judicial review. So it can be protracted, but it's highly fact dependent.
Okay. So this is for outcome 2.2, so I'm not sure if the same people can help with it, but a report by ANU noted that just 12% of the permanent migration visas were given to genuine offshore skilled migrants during the 23-24 year. 185,000 more people at a generous 3 people per household means we'd need something like 62,000 new houses just to house those people. Could you please advise of the permanent skilled migrants for 23-24, how many were, and plumbers, electricians, plasterers, bricklayers, carpenters and others? And I've got the ANSCO codes, and if you don't know that offhand, which I'm suggesting you mightn't, could you take that on notice and I can read out the ANSCO codes if you need, or I can pass them on to you later.
It might be more straightforward for you, if it's that level of specificity, to ask us on notice, but I can give you some figures about how many skilled visas in 24-25 went to workers in the construction industry, which was 15,524 skilled visas were granted to workers in the construction industry. That included 8,741 permanent or provisional skilled visas and 6,783 temporary skilled visas. And that was the highest number by volume in the last decade.
So working in the construction industry, I'm from the construction industry, but to build houses you need specific trades. So I'm more interested in the specifics of the skills of the people that have come in under that.
Well, we'll certainly look at your question when it arrives.
So given the number of people that you just said had come in construction, how many houses do you think they can build?
Unlike you, Senator, I'm not in the construction industry and I'm unable to answer that.
Okay. It was a trick question. That's all my questions. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Senator Whitten. Senator Scarr.
Thank you very much, Chair. And first, congratulations, Ms Sharp, on your new position. I know the workload you carried during the term of last Parliament, so my sincere and heartfelt congratulations.
Thank you.
Can I ask some follow-up questions from Senator Whitten? On 5 October 2023, 2 years ago, the government announced, and I quote, a $160 million package of reforms to Australia's refugee package protection system, providing a fair go to genuine asylum seekers and helping to break the business model of people who seek to exploit the system. So that was about 2 years ago. At the end of that month, in October 2023, there were 76,185 individuals who were not granted a final protection visa, who were still in Australia. That number has since increased by, Senator Whitten referred to, by 31.4% in 2 years. Ms Sharp, does that mean the reforms have failed?
No, Senator, I wouldn't characterise them as having failed. We've had some significant achievements so far from those reforms. Particularly, we've implemented real-time processing for the highest volume caseloads, which has sped up the rate at which the department is able to process the applications that we've put in the real-time processing caseload. And Mr. Kiley might be best placed to take you through what we've achieved.
Yeah, thank you, Senator. So as Ms Sharp said, the investment has supported a range of measures within the department to support the way that we go about undertaking protection visa processing.
Yeah. And I should say, I think these are detailed in the very helpful report in relation to the administration of the program that was released before estimates, which I really appreciate. So I probably don't need you to run through them. We'll just take that on notice because of the time we have. But I note the actions that have been taken. But I do want to ask the question though, notwithstanding those actions have been taken, the month-on-month rate of growth is still there at about 2,000 a month. Mr Willard referred to the fact that there are, I think it was Mr Willard, 48,000 of those individuals are seeking review of their decisions in the Administrative Review Tribunal.
It was Mr Thomas.
Sorry, Mr Thomas, 48,000 seeking review of their decisions in the ART. We had evidence last night from the ART that the median processing time for a migration review decision is now over 4 years, and the ART is looking for an additional 100 members. To what extent, how is this number going to come down in terms of those real practical issues in terms of dealing with this caseload?
I think a couple of points I might make to sort of split up the numbers and the caseload that you referred to and that Mr Thomas did earlier. The 100,000, give or take, refers to those who have been through the primary processing stage, so over merits judicial. Yeah. The investments that were provided to the Department of Home Affairs have supported our management of our part of the process, recognising that it is part of a longer process. And so our on-hand caseload has gone from about 34,000 around the time of investment. Now it's down to about 28,000. So it's making some significant difference at the primary stage. Investments were also made to support processing at merits and judicial review, but again, better for the ART to refer to the impact of those investments.
Mr Kelly, you recognise though at the ART point in the pipeline there's been a huge increase in terms of their workload. You recognise that?
Yes, I recognise the cases flowing through, yes.
And are you aware of their median processing time is now 4 years?
At a general level, I'm aware of their processing time and on-hand caseload.
Okay, all right, thank you. I want to ask another follow-up question from Senator Whitten, and this is in relation to Ms Sharp. And I saw this figure actually in the ABC article that Home Affairs had helpfully provided of 15,524 skilled construction visas. How many of those visa holders are primary applicants and how many are dependents or secondary applicants? So how many of them are the actual people who are actually working?
That figure's all primaries.
That's all primary?
That's all primaries. And the reason is when we try and count people by occupation, you can only count primaries because the dependents don't apply on the basis of an occupation.
Excellent. All right. I want to ask some questions in relation to net overseas migration forecasting. So clearly, and we don't have to go over the old ground, there's been gross underestimation of net overseas migration coming out of the COVID pandemic. If you can get a copy of the 2024 population statement, which was issued by the Department of Treasury, I think I asked my friends to have that available. I understand it's issued by the Department of Treasury, but I also understand the Department of Home Affairs works closely with the Centre for Population in relation to its estimates. Are you familiar with, maybe I'll ask you, Ms Foster, in the first instance, are you aware of box 13 where they talk about, this is in the 2024 population statement, improving net overseas migration forecasting and the steps being taken to improve net overseas migration forecasting?
So,
and
Senator,
what involvement does the Department of Home Affairs have?
Senator, we don't yet have the report in front of us, and so I'm not quite sure what's in box 13. But
I'll quote for the record. The Centre for Population is making changes to improve its non-forecasts. The Centre has been working with the Department of Home Affairs to make better use of administrative data and develop indicators of migration which are more stable than the traditional methods.
So, Senator, we're aware that the then Secretary of Treasury wanted to put more rigour into the process. Obviously, the detailed questions about how they did that are ones for Treasury, but they have worked closely with Mr Willard's area and with our Chief Economist so that we can make sure that the data that's available to the estimates is as accurate and well positioned as we can. We've also just created a small unit to do essentially microeconomic analysis on our immigration data, which will help us be a better contributor to that process.
Okay.
Mr Willard?
That's fine. I'm happy to ask my next question. I'll put some questions on notice. Can I take you, Mr Willard, have you got a copy of this document in front of you now?
Is this the Centre for Population document?
Yeah.
Yes, I do.
Can you have a look at Table 1 on page 1?
Yes.
Does the Department of Home Affairs agree with the population outcomes and near-term projections insofar as it deals with net overseas migration, including overseas arrivals and overseas departures in that table?
Senator, forecasting's for Treasury. We certainly input into it in that we provide a whole lot of data and a whole lot of information, but ultimately this is the Treasury forecast.
Well, let me quote from your administration report, which was helpfully tabled before today. Paragraph 20 says the department works closely with the Treasury and the ABS on non-related matters. The department provides relevant data, analysis and insights and advice on policy and administrative arrangements related to the management of the immigration program to inform Treasury forecasts. So I ask you again, and the Secretary's referred to the unit that's been established, does the Department of Home Affairs agree with the forecasts, including in relation to net overseas migration, arrivals and departure forecasts contained in Table 1?
Senator, we certainly provided, that's all correct, what you just quoted. We provide advice and insights. The forecasting is ultimately a Treasury product, but to the extent this is the Population Centre's forecast, we certainly support their forecast.
So you support those forecasts in the sense that, in terms of, and I'm talking about the non-lines here, in terms of the overseas arrivals and overseas departures numbers, you agree with those forecasts?
Senator, it might be, we would provide the data on how many people do arrive, how many people depart based on records we hold, and we work with Treasury, but they do own the methodology for forecasting NOM.
Well, Ms Sharp, with respect, paragraph 20 of your report goes further than that. Your administration program, it says the department provides relevant data, analysis and insights and advice on policy and administrative arrangements related to the management and the immigration program to inform Treasury forecasts. So it isn't simply a question of providing the data. So I'm simply asking whether or not it's the Department of Home Affairs' view that these forecasts in relation to net overseas migration are correct.
Senator, we're not trying to be unhelpful. I think the point we're trying to make is that we are working as closely as we can with Treasury to provide data with integrity to inform their forecasts, but we're not really in a position to comment on their forecast.
Well, I'm simply asking whether or not you agree with it. Do you agree with it or not? Or are you saying you're not in a position to express an opinion?
Why don't we take on notice and check if any of our officers actually engage with those particular numbers, and then we might be in a better position to answer your question.
Okay. It's a bit unusual to ask one department whether they agree with another department's data. Wouldn't you just ask the department, which in this case is Treasury, and that's yet to happen this week?
Yeah, I'll move on, Minister. Can I ask you a question in relation to the long-term forecast, which is used by the Centre for Population? And if you turn to page 68, the long-run assumption of NOM is 235,000 per year, and that's been unchanged since the 2021 intergenerational report. Can I ask you to take on notice whether or not you've given any view to Treasury or advice to Treasury as to whether or not that's a legitimate long-term assumption? Because if you go through the different reports, Treasury says it's simply using that assumption on the basis of what was the 14-year average prior to the COVID pandemic. So it doesn't seem to be anything more than a long-term pre-pandemic average. So could you take on notice as to whether or not you've given any advice to Treasury as to whether or not things like additional visas which have been established, providing for additional numbers coming into Australia, whether or not they've been taken adequately into account?
We will, Senator.
Thank you. My last question, because I know I'm running... How much time have I got, Chair?
You've got 2 minutes.
Excellent.
Well timed.
The permanent migration intake was released for the 2025-26 year. There's been a number of documents that have been prepared which talked about a multi-year program. So the provision of a permanent migration program in 1 year and then forecasts across the longer term horizon, across 3 years. It's been referred to in communiques following the Migration Minister Roundtable. It was referred to in your corporate plan in 24-25, but all references to multi-level year forecasts or programs seem to have been removed, both from your corporate plan, from the budget and from other commentary. Why?
Senator, it was a proposal in the context of the migration strategy. The approach that government has taken is for 25-26 is to have the, if you like, the traditional approach of the migration program over an annual period.
So, Mr Willard, are you telling me that the government has abandoned what it said it was going to do in terms of providing a multi-level, a multi-year approach, and has now reverted to the old way of simply providing a year-to-year forecast or providing numbers year to year? Is that correct?
I can confirm we're continuing to engage on the multi-year planning model. However, the decision for this year is an annual approach.
Mr Willard, why was the reference to the multi-year approach included in the 24-25 Department of Home Affairs corporate plan in one of your performance targets, but was then removed in the 25-26 corporate plan? So there's no reference whatsoever to the multi-year planning basis in relation to the permanent migration intake.
Senator, are you referring to the performance measure that went to the migration strategy?
Correct.
So when we look at performance measures, we look at the extent to which they've already been delivered and the extent to which they're material.
But you haven't delivered a multi-year permanent migration intake plan. You're saying you've reverted back to the old way of just doing planning on a year-to-year basis.
The migration strategy had a whole range of measures and a performance target around it, and they've been...
So, Minister, has the government abandoned the approach that was previously documented and included in the 24-25 budget, but also in the migration ministerial communique that was released by then Minister Giles, which referred to the multi-year planning approach for the permanent migration intake? Has it actually abandoned that approach and reverted back to the year-to-year approach?
I understand Ms Sharp has some information on that.
Senator, I wouldn't say the government hasn't abandoned the multi-year planning level. For this year, it is continuing with an annual planning level, but we are continuing to work with stakeholders on the development of what a multi-year planning model would look like. It will be a very substantial change.
Yeah.
The change you're referencing in the corporate plan, we have recast the way we frame the migration strategy corporate target, but I would not read that as us walking away from a multi-year planning model.
Okay, one last question. In your discussion paper, Supporting Strong and Sustainable Regions, which was released in June 2024, you refer to that multi-year planning model. It referred to a start date, I should say, 25-26, which obviously didn't occur. You also referred to, I quote, tailored state migration plans will be developed with the states and territories. Can you provide me an update with respect to what's happening with the state migration plans?
We can, Senator. We have a number of state and territory designated area migration agreements in place.
No, not the designated area migration agreements, state population plans. That's the phrase that's used in the discussion paper.
Yeah, we have been working with states in terms of their state migration plans. We note we've been working with New South Wales in particular about their plan, and that's well advanced.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Polley.
Thank you, Chair. Back in December 2023, the government released the migration strategy. I was wondering if you could give us an update as to how that, how it's going and what it's delivering for not only Australians but in particular our migrants. So if there's some key measures that you can update us on, please.
Certainly, Senator Polley. So the key measures we delivered in 24-25 was a real focus on strengthening the integrity and quality of the international education sector. We had a range of changes introduced, including a new ministerial direction that were all targeting to ensure the genuine student requirement was met. Alongside that, there were changes to the visa application charge, really intended to ensure that people who were applying for a student visa were coming to Australia to study. Another key deliverable, on the 31st of July 2024, we closed the Business Innovation and Investment Program to new applicants. We implemented the new National Innovation Visa and the new Skills in Demand Visa on the 7th of December 2024. We implemented a new core skills pathway to meet targeted workplace needs and a specialist skills pathway to drive innovation and job creation on the 8th of December 2024. And we rolled out the Pacific Engagement Visa via a ballot on the 18th of July 2025 to Tuvaluans. Looking ahead to this financial year, because we are really focused on continuing delivery of the migration strategy, we are continuing to drive forward the review of regional migration settings. We are working closely with the ATO on a data matching program for temporary skilled visa holders to detect underpayment and exploitation of migrant workers. And we're looking to further develop the essential skills visa pathway for lower paid workers.
Can you give us an update in relation to those temporary skill migration to address the needs in regional areas? What's the result been thus far and what are the targeted areas?
Mr. Waller, are you able to?
Senator, I can. The other point I'd add in terms of the migration strategy is that the core skills occupation list came into effect on the 7th of December 2024, and this is the list that's based on the work by Jobs and Skills Australia, and they provide the list of occupations in need, skilled occupations in need, based on their analysis of labour markets around Australia. In terms of the new skills in demand visa, we've seen very strong growth in terms of demand for that visa, and this is a visa that requires an employer to sponsor a temporary skilled migrant. We've seen 164,860 applications in that visa subclass category in 2024-25, compared to 121,168.
Can you break those down to countries?
I'll see if I have some information about countries at hand, Senator. I'm not sure if I do. Yeah, I have to take on notice the breakdown by countries, Senator. What I do have is some information about the sort of occupations that we see in those caseloads.
Well, that would be useful.
Sure. So, Senator, what we've seen across our skilled programs is strong growth across the education sector and the health sector, and this is around both temporary skilled visas and provisional and permanent visas. And in fact, those sectors have been prioritised in terms of our a direction from the Minister around processing priority. And we've seen strong growth across those sectors. In fact, when we look at the provisional and permanent skilled visa programs, we've seen more than 10,500 grants in the healthcare sector in 2024-25 and 2,824 in the teaching sector.
So when you talk about health, are you talking about health as in nurses? Are you including their aged care, disability, the care economy?
It's nurses is the largest group, but it also includes doctors and allied health professionals. So that nurses, you're right, is the biggest cohort. When we look at our temporary resident skilled employment numbers in particular, what we've seen in terms of 2024-25 around top 10 occupations is chef, resident medical officer, motor mechanic, software engineer, cafe or restaurant manager, cook, ICT business analyst, registered nurse and mechanical engineering technician. That gives you a sense of the sort of occupations that we're looking at.
Can you explain to the committee a little bit more detail in relation to the skills in demand visa, which commenced early December 2024, and any updates that's relevant?
Sure, and I provided some of the numbers earlier about what we're seeing with the skills in demand visa. I guess the key elements of this visa is it has different streams, and there's a stream that's really focused on people who are making very high salaries, so a high income stream, which is streamlined. There's also a stream that focuses on that Jobs and Skills Australia advice, so the core skills occupation list. And there's also work ongoing in terms of an essential skills stream. And this is for those sort of occupations where there's clearly labour market demand, but the salaries might not be as high, so there's more scrutiny in respect of those sort of applications, and we're continuing to work with the sector on the development of that particular stream.
Yeah. Thanks very much. I've lost the call.
Thanks so much, Senator Polly. Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your time this evening now, I guess. Last week we learned that the contract held by Management and Training Corporation, MTC, has been extended to $790 million, 157...
Sorry, what was the company, Senator Pocock?
MTC.
MTC.
Who are doing the work on Nauru, to run offshore processing for 105 people on Nauru. So around 1.5 million a year.
Yeah.
Myself, and I'm sure many Australians, have concerns about value for money here, and I'm interested, how was this deal negotiated?
Yeah. While I was going to say, before you respond to that question, can I indicate to the room that the committee has agreed not to call the special envoys tonight, and the illicit tobacco and e-cigarette Commissioner, the Australian Institute of Criminology. The committee is still interested in speaking to you, so this does not mean that you are released, but we are indicating we will not get to you this evening. Thank you. Apologies.
Thanks for your question, Senator. Mr Thomas is probably best placed to take you through the original procurement process for MTC for the offshore detention services contract.
Senator, the amount you're referring to was as a result of a recent extension of the current contract with MTC Australia to deliver facilities, garrison and reception services in Nauru. So the increase in costs related specifically to the extended time frame. So the original contract was for 3 years, from September get my dates right, September 2022 to 25, and was extended for 2 years to September 2027. So the total value of the contract went from about 422 million to about 787 million because of that extension of 2 years. So the increase in cost is commensurate with the increase in time of the contract.
Thank you. And how was the original contract negotiated?
So this was back, obviously, before 2022. The department went to market to seek tenders for the new regional processing contract. Went through the standard procurement process as per the Commonwealth procurement rules, and selected MTC Australia to deliver that contract.
Okay, thank you. So standard procurement process. Have private consultants ever been used to manage, negotiate or tender regional processing contracts, including this one?
In terms of the process, Senator, it was directly it was from the government, the department doing the process and engaging with tenderers.
Senator, it'd probably be better that we take on notice what consultants or contractors might have been involved in the tendering process. It's not uncommon at all, for example, to have an external law firm advising on the negotiation or other external consultants. So I think it'd be, given we're talking about a process that was conducted in 2022, would be best to take your question on notice.
Mr. Thomas, were you, thank you, Michelle, were you involved in that?
Not in the initial process, Senator. I was involved in that area, but sort of towards the end of the finalisation of the contract, but not in the negotiations.
Do you know if there was someone contracted to lead any of the technical work for that contract?
Contracted to lead the technical work? Senator, I'd have to take that on notice just to check. Again, it was quite a while ago, 3 years ago. I just want to be absolutely sure.
Do you know if KPMG was involved in that contract?
I think we've said we'll take this on notice.
I'm asking Mr. Thomas. Thank you.
Senator, we'll take it on notice to confirm.
But do you know Mr. Thomas?
I understand that there were...
Well, you can just say
again, Senator, I'll take it on notice. It does sound familiar, but I will confirm.
Okay.
I just can't remember exactly what role they had in the process.
But they were involved?
Again, my vague recollection is possibly, but I'll take it on notice to confirm.
Okay. Well, I'd love to just maybe table this document titled Regional Processing Options Going Forward, dated July 2021. If you're happy to show the officials, I can ask them a couple of questions.
Where did you get this from? Where did you get this from?
That was provided to me.
We're just having a look at it.
Sure. Can I just ask the officials some questions about it before it's... You know, we can talk about tabling later, but just keen to ask some questions.
I'm just waiting for some advice. No.
So, Mr. Thomas, you'll see when this comes around to you that it looks like an options paper outlining options for moving forward on enduring capability for regional processing, and I'm keen to ask you a couple of questions about it. Well, I'm keen to ask them some questions about it, and we can talk about tabling later. Why not? Really? I thought committees could talk about docs and then... Okay. Okay, sure. My understanding is this is a KPMG document.
Can you ask questions? What questions you can while we're getting some further advice?
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. So this document has been provided to me, and
sorry, Senator Pocock, exactly what is the document?
Well, we're hoping to get it to you, Minister. The committee's it's about regional processes. It's essentially an options paper, the kind of thing that I assume a consultancy would provide to a department or a government about a way forward, and it looks at considerations of the tender, potentially finalising the current procurement and executing new contracts following negotiations, or number two, cancelling the current procurement process. Goes into a whole bunch of details about what the department can and can't do. And I guess I'm keen to understand what role did consultants play in providing advice, but then also potentially negotiating this deal with a company that has a history of some pretty unsavoury behaviour as a corporation. So maybe while we wait for this document to be looked at, I'm interested if the department is aware that MTC paid the state of Mississippi $8 million in 2019 to settle a bribery case.
Senator, if you're referring to the MTC US parent company, then yes, I'm aware of that.
Mm-hmm.
But
Was
that's
that a
a different company
consideration
to
when we were-
MTC Australia. It's a different company to MTC Australia who has the contract for regional processing.
Okay, who owns MTC Australia?
So the US company is the parent company, but they're two separate companies.
That's some. I think I would say that's pretty tricky semantics. Most Australians would accept that Google Australia is owned by Google or Alphabet, whatever they call themselves now.
I'm just clarifying which company, Senator, that information would regard.
Sure, but what was the discussion in the department, knowing that you were potentially giving work to a subsidiary of a company that had just settled a fairly high-profile lawsuit?
Senator, neither Mr Thomas nor I were involved in the execution of the contract in 2022. We can talk about what we considered when we took the decision to extend the MTC Australia contract in July 2025. And in that case, we did note and had an understanding of those of the course of events that you're referring to from 2018. We took that into account alongside the operational need for the regional processing service on Nauru, MTC's demonstrated capability, its fitness for purpose, its performance, risk, financial and legal considerations, all as part of the value for money assessment, and formed the view they were value for money. A key consideration for us was the finding of the Richardson Review. When was that? That was 2023, that found we could have confidence in our contracting arrangement with MTC. And that whole range of factors, including the information we're aware of from MTC USA, informed our decision that proceeding to extend the MTC Australia contract was value for money, and informed the delegates' decision to do it.
Mm-hmm. Did you consider any other companies when you went for the extension?
No, Senator. The extension was part of the contract arrangement, so the contract provided us with an option to consider extension of the contract for up to 3 years.
Yeah.
We took an assessment about whether to extend and made a decision to extend.
But Ms Sharp's testimony just then, I got the impression that you kind of looked at options, but...
As part of the extension, Senator, we looked at all of that information that Ms Sharp just outlined.
To form a view. When you're making such a significant commitment of public money, you're required to do a value for money assessment, and we did do that.
Okay. I take your point on the Richardson Review, but are you also aware that in 2023 MTC was forced to repay Mississippi more than $7.6 million for falsely billing the state for thousands of prison guard shifts that they never actually worked.
Senator, I believe I was aware of that reporting at the time.
Integrity experts, the ANAO, the Richardson Review, all identified huge integrity risks in this area. So how can we have confidence that you know that you're dealing with a company that has a track record of bribery on the one hand, on the other hand, not actually delivering the services that they say that they are doing, and yet we're trusting them to deliver services that are out of sight, out of mind?
Senator, we do very closely manage our contract with MTC on Nauru. We have a team of officers from the Department of Home Affairs permanently on Nauru. They rotate through such that we always have Department of Home Affairs officers. We frequently engage with the MTC officers, and our officers are actually located day to day in the regional processing centre. That allows us to, they're certainly not out of sight for us. It's almost the opposite. We work very closely so that if there are issues associated with delivery or performance, we're there on the ground and we raise them immediately.
How many people do you have in that office in Nauru?
Senator, it's gone up and down over the years. I'd have to take it on notice to get the number currently.
Okay.
But it's a small number.
Maybe over the last, say, 3 years, maybe the FTE and headcount. And how do they report to Home Affairs?
So they're a section, if you like, in public service speak. They have a director, and then their branch manager is based in Canberra, and that branch manager reports through to us. So a very direct line. We would hear from them, at least weekly, but very frequently.
And what concerns have they raised?
With MTC Australia?
Yeah, with Nauru. You said that they're monitoring MTC's work. What concerns have they raised about MTC's operations?
Senator, I'd have to take that on notice to check if there was anything specific, but nothing comes to mind in terms of things that they've raised in recent times. Mm-hmm. Again, we have an ongoing dialogue with MTC Australia directly to make sure that they are performing in alignment with the contract requirements.
And that team's role, I guess, isn't limited to just managing MTC. They're there overseeing regional processing. So if there's any issues with a transferee on the island, or a relationship issue with the government of Nauru, or they're really smoothing and making sure we've got a good level of understanding about what's going on, and those issues can be escalated rapidly back to us in Canberra.
Mm-hmm. Can I ask questions about this now?
That's your 15-minute block. So I was wondering if I can rotate the call and then chat to you about it.
Okay.
So I will now hand the call to Senator Shoebridge.
Oh, thanks, Chair. Secretary, I've got some questions about subclass 491 and 494 visas, and obviously that includes subclass 191 visas. Who's best to deal with that? Is Mr. Willard?
I think it will be, Senator.
Yep. Hope you enjoyed your trip forward, Mr. Willard. Yep. I think Mr. Willard, the history is that subclass 491 and 494 visas, therefore people who have determined to work in rural and regional parts of the country, and then I think it was in November of 2022, the subclass 191 visa was instituted so they could transition from temporary 491 and 494 visas to permanency, having established connections and a work history in regional Australia. Is that a fair summary of the events?
That's correct. They're regional provisional visas, the 491 and the 494. One's state and territory nominated, the other one's employer sponsored.
Yeah.
And then once they've completed that regional period, then they can qualify for the permanent visa.
And I think both of the visas have like a 3-year qualification period attached to them. Is that right?
Yeah.
And now, since those visas have now been in operation for about 3 years, the numbers of people who are applying for a 191 visa have significantly increased. Is that right?
We will be seeing a flow through into the 191 visa.
Yeah. And that was, I assume, incredibly predictable because you'd already seen it, for example, with the, I think it's the 887 cohort.
Yeah, so that was the old visa, which was the old permanent
The old
visa
491,
for the
494
regional,
visas. Yeah. And that saw, as that visa cohort came up to the 3-year period and then they transitioned through to permanency, quite a significant backlog in assessing those permanency visas, and there was additional staff allocated. I think that was the history that I have.
Managing the 887s.
Yep.
It was a few years ago, Senator, but I can't recall specifically.
Yeah, I have a quote from then Minister Giles saying, "This government is turning the page on a decade of neglect, with February seeing the largest number of 887 visas ever granted in a single month, possibly because of an additional 582 staff working on visa processing right now." Does that ring a bell, Mr Willard?
That does, yes.
Yep. The numbers seem to show that there's now been a significant increase, an entirely predictable significant increase in 191 visas applications, rising from 131 in 21-22 to 1,168 in 22-23, 10,594 in 23-24, and the latest numbers for the last financial year are 16,462. That's quite a significant surge, isn't it?
There is growth there, yes, Senator.
Yeah. But it was also incredibly predictable because that coincides with people coming up to their 3-year qualification period under the 491 and 494 visas, right?
Yes.
Yep. Why wasn't there a decision made, Secretary, to get ahead of the curve and staff what that would be a predictable surge in 191 visa applications to prevent what's happened now, which is the data shows you've got a 12-month delay in processing?
So, Senator, Mr Willard will be able to explain this much more eloquently than I, but we have to... we have a budget and a limited number of processes, and we have to make decisions about how we allocate those in accordance with priorities. It's not an infinite resource to us.
No, but you budgeted for almost exactly the same number of 191 visas to be processed in 23-24 as opposed to 24-25, despite knowing you'd get this surge, Mr Willard.
Senator, there's a few points. The 191 does have to, there's a whole range of requirements that have to be met, so there is a processing effort involved with handling those. I'm also looking at some data that I have in front of me in terms of what our figures have been for 2025-26. The data I have is characterised in terms of regional second stage, which would be just about all 191s, but there may be some 887s in there as well.
Yeah, so a tiny number of legacy 887s, but almost all. So that number
I'm just
would be
making the point because I don't have the breakdown by
that
subclass.
That number would be useful. What's the number?
So when I look at finalised for that period, there's 10,353, and this is as at 31st of August 2025. And when I look at applications lodged, it was 5,347. So those two indicators tell me there's been some progress is being made in respect of that second stage cohort with not quite, but almost double the number of applications being finalised for regional second stage.
You said the date was as at August. Is it the 12 months to August?
No, it's the 25-26 year to the 31st of August. So July and August.
So you saying how many you say were processed in July and August?
The figure I have here is 10,353.
In 2 months?
That's the figure I have here, Senator.
How was that done, given there were only 6,500 entirely in 24-25? And if it has been done, and that's evidence of some resourcing in the space, but Are you sure that that's right? 10,000 in 2 months?
It's the figure I have in front of me, Senator, that I'm quoting you. What I would say, though, is that when we make an effort to, for example, prepare caseload for finalisation, in a lot of circumstances it will all come together in a relatively short period. And when I say make an effort, I mean, for example, making requests for medicals or whatever it might be.
So what is the current number of applications on hand for 191 visas?
The active visa applications on hand, and this is, again, the category I have here is regional second stage. It's 13,166.
13,166. And do you have the number that you have targeted for processing in this financial year?
No, I don't, Senator.
Can you provide that on notice?
I can take the question on notice and see what we can provide.
Well, I mean, as the Secretary indicated earlier, resources are allocated per financial year to process a certain number of each class of visas. So there would have been a determination made as to what resources would be allocated to 191s to process. That would be the usual process.
Yeah. We would have a figure in mind. The point I'd make,
Yeah.
Senator, is that in the course of a year, there might be other priorities arise. We might have to make decisions.
Well,
over the
I'm
course
not
of the year.
asking you to guarantee what the number will be at the end. I'm asking you to say what the current proposed figure is for processing in this financial year.
Sure.
Yeah. The reason I'm asking, and if there has been that sort of determinations, then that is good. We've had multiple engagements with Assistant Minister Thistlethwaite on this to try and urge the resolution of this. The reason is these people are losing employment and they don't know what their situation will be, although having qualified for a 191 visa, if the application isn't determined before their substantive visa expires, they don't know what's going to happen to them. Do you know what does happen if the delay means their 491 and 494 visa expires but their 191 application hasn't been determined?
So if there's lodged a valid application while they hold a substantive visa, a bridging visa A would come into effect when the substantive visa expires.
The bridging visa A, would that continue their conditions and entitlements under the 491 and 494 visas?
Typically, the bridging visa A picks up the conditions that applied to the previous visa.
But as you know, moving on to a bridging visa can create all sorts of difficulties in people's employment because there's no guarantee of ongoing work rights, and the bridging visas are often only for a very short time. Do you know how many have transferred onto a bridging visa?
I don't, Senator. The bridging visa would be in effect until a decision is made on the substantive visa application.
All right. What I would do is I would urge you to, if you can, ensure that none of them fall into that bridging visa status, and it may well be that there are steps being put in place to do that. I have just one, if I could do it quickly in 2 minutes, it might stop it expanding next time. I have some questions about the Afghan visas, which maybe we could just deal with as summarily as possible. I think there are only 4,125 allocated positions under the 25-26 program, humanitarian program for Afghan visas. Is that number right?
Senator, Mr. Kyle is joining us, but I think you said 4,125.
That's what the number I have here.
Yeah.
Thank you, Senator. So, as you're aware, the government committed several years ago to 26,500 Afghan places in the program over, I think it was 5 program years in total.
Yeah, that was the former Morrison government.
Yes, and so, sorry.
And that's continued.
Yeah, so this coming program year is the last year of that commitment where there was that additional 4,125 places per year. However, that does not limit the number of places we would grant to Afghans.
Yep.
And if you just give me a second to turn to the right page, I can confirm that in the 24-25 program year, even though again there was only a commitment of the 4,125 places, there were approximately, I'll update if I need to, but approximately 6,700 visas granted to Afghans
All right.
in the humanitarian program.
So the 4,125 is a floor, not a ceiling. Is that how we're to read it?
Yes, there was a commitment for the additional 4,125 places, which has been incorporated into the program that's now set at 20,000, but it does not limit the number of places we can grant to Afghans.
All right. It's my understanding there are about 160,000 outstanding applications from people from Afghanistan in the humanitarian program awaiting processing. Is that number right?
I have about 150,000.
150,000?
So sorry, yeah, persons, not applications.
Persons, yep. Is there any plan to deal with that huge disparity between between 4,000 and 6,000 a year and the 160,000 that are sitting there? And if not, well, what is the plan? Is it just incredibly long processing times? And I ask this because many of these people from Afghanistan are in incredibly dangerous situations in Pakistan and Iran, waiting to have their applications resolved.
I think, Senator, we've had discussions in this committee before about the overwhelming number of applications that we have on hand in the humanitarian program more broadly. We continue to give effect to the government's commitments to support Afghans through the program, as well as a number of other vulnerable cohorts.
But the Afghan cohort's about 60%, isn't it, of those numbers?
I think it's about 55, but it's a significant proportion, yes, of the caseload.
Minister, given the 26,500 places that were promised 5 years ago and have been by the Morrison government and continued under your government is going to end in this this financial year, and given that there's about 155,000 humanitarian applications from people from Afghanistan in the system, is the government proposing to extend the 26,500 by increasing the numbers over the next few years? So does it have any plan to provide that some kind of humanitarian assistance to those people from Afghanistan?
I'm not aware of a decision having been made along those lines yet, Senator Shoebridge. If I receive any information that contradicts that, I'll let you know. Both the government and I personally acknowledge the very large number of Afghan citizens seeking humanitarian visas to come to Australia. The reality is that there is a much, much higher number of people seeking to come to Australia of Afghani background than our program can cater for. And as it stands, Afghan citizens comprise a very large, a pretty large proportion of the humanitarian program as it stands. But as I say, if there's anything further I can add, I'll let you know.
But Minister, the reason, I hear what you say, the reason the additional cohort of some 26,500 was identified was because we spent 2 decades fighting in Afghanistan. There were thousands and thousands and thousands of people from Afghanistan who had close contacts with Australia, with Australian troops, Australian aid projects.
You don't need to explain, I know this. I've met people in this situation.
And many of them are now languishing in Pakistan and Iran in incredibly precarious situations. And the 26,500 hasn't been enough to deal with the urgency. Will your government consider a further extension, some additional places, given Australia's involvement and role and the connection of these people with Australia?
I've already answered your question by saying that I'm not aware of a decision having been made. If there is a decision made, I'll advise you of that. And again, I think the relatively large allocation that's been made to Afghani citizens in our humanitarian program recognises the very real relationships and contributions that many of those people made in the period that Australia was involved in Afghanistan.
And Chair, I know this is an indulgence, but we did ask a question on notice which asked for a breakdown of ethnic groups people from Afghanistan who have been granted the Global Special Humanitarian Visa, and we weren't given the ethnic group breakdown, we were given a gender breakdown. Can we please have the ethnic group breakdown, and if not, why not?
Happy to take that on notice again. I suspect the reason why is we don't record that in our systems. We would just record them as Afghan nationals, and we would not have a breakdown of the ethnic background of the individuals, but I'll take it on notice again to confirm.
I think there are a number of criteria, so if you could revisit that, that would be useful.
Do you have a reference to that?
I'll give it to you in a bit, the exact number.
Sorry?
I'll give the exact number in a bit.
Yeah, thank you. When he gets the call, return to him. Senator Scarr.
Thank you, Chair. Ms Foster and Ms Sharp, I want to come back to this issue of the multi-year planning. I'll quote to you from Performance Target 27, which is in the Department of Home Affairs corporate plan for the year ending 30 June 2025. This is what it says. From 25-26, the planning horizon will be extended from 1 to 4 years. The planning level will be set for the first year and nominal levels for years 2, 3 and 4, end quote. And that's on page 60 of the Department of Home Affairs corporate plan. That statement in Performance Target 27 dovetails perfectly, I should say, with the Ministerial Migration Roundtable communique issued by the Honourable Andrew Giles MP when he was Minister for Immigration, Citizenship and Multicultural Affairs, where he said the following, and I quote, "State and Territory Ministers discussed the Australian Government's commitment to transition to a multi-year migration planning model over a 4-year horizon and the role of state and territory migration plans in effective national migration planning." End quote. What happened between the definitive statement made by Minister Giles in relation to a multi-year planning horizon, a multi-year migration planning model in mid-2024, reflected in the department's corporate plan? What happened between then and when now Minister Burke issued the permanent migration program 2 months late in September 2025 for the year commencing 1 July 2025? What happened between those 2 points?
Senator, as I said earlier, the government hasn't taken a decision to walk away from a multi-year planning model. I think, as you've quoted, our aspiration was to have all the work done such that we're in a position to move to it in 25-26. We have released a single-year plan for 25-26, and we're continuing to work with stakeholders on how the multi-year planning model could be designed and rolled out.
Mr Willard, do you have anything else to offer? I will be asking further questions on notice in relation to this, and I will be seeking documents. I just put you on notice in relation to that.
I'd just add, Senator, that long-term migration planning was also discussed in the most recent meeting with State and Territory Ministers, and that was referenced in the communique that was released by Assistant Minister Hill.
But that communique, which you're obviously familiar with, and I've read it, makes no reference to multi-year horizons, does it?
It talks about long-term migration planning.
Mr Willard, that communique does not use the term multi-year migration planning, does it?
It does not use that term, Senator.
Why doesn't it use that term?
It references long-term migration planning.
Why doesn't it refer to multi-year migration planning?
Senator, the communique references the discussion. I think the discussion was around long-term migration planning, which is broadly a similar concept to multi-year migration planning.
Okay. Ms Foster, why does your report, which, as I've said, was helpfully issued before estimates, and I thank you for that, the administration of the immigration and citizenship programs, why doesn't it provide any commentary with respect to the fact that this prior commitment contained in the department's own corporate plan to the adoption of a planning horizon being extended from 1 to 4 years, from 25 to 26, why doesn't it contain any reference to that? Why doesn't it provide an update with respect to the current situation? Because I can't see the phrase multi-year migration planning used in that document. I've read it from front to back. I've had a bit of time today.
So, Senator, I don't have any knowledge about the choice of the data that went into the document that was released. All I can do is reflect on Ms Sharp's evidence that, in fact, we are continuing to have discussions with states about that.
So why wouldn't your report refer to that? If that's the case, and you've made a previous commitment for the year ending 30 June 2025 to move to, and it wasn't conditional, it said from 25-26 the planning horizon will be extended from 1 year to 4 years, why wouldn't you refer to the change in approach? Or the fact that we're still working on it?
Senator, the paragraph 8 of the administration of the Immigration and Citizenship Programs document does reference that the policy roadmap set out in the migration strategy will improve long-term migration planning.
Yep.
And then in paragraph 10, we note that we're focused on longer-term reforms.
Sure. Can you point me to anywhere in the document that refers to a multi-year planning horizon, Ms Sharp?
No, Senator.
Why?
Senator, I think it's largely because the purpose of this document is largely a statistics document on what we did in 24-25.
Well, sorry, it's a bit more than that, Ms Sharp.
Well,
you read out a section that
yes,
talked
with
about
some
reforms
commentary.
being introduced. There's a lot of commentary, and I'll come to that.
Yeah, so I was just
Sorry to
about
interrupt.
to finish. I guess the origins of the document was that it was a statistics document, but we found that the statistics on their own over time probably didn't, it would have been a lot of statistics without any commentary. And so we have included explanatory commentary for the statistics we've included. I think I've already said that we have not reached the point for 25-26 where we are in a position to implement long-term migration planning or multi-year planning framework, which is why it's not in the 24-25 set of statistics, because we haven't moved to it yet.
So it's nearly 2 years since the release of the migration strategy. You would recognise that the Parkinson review was quite definitive about the need for long-term migration planning. Why aren't you in a position to move to multi-level, multi-year planning at this stage?
I guess, and Mr Willard might want to add to this, but my view is that we have delivered multiple elements of the migration strategy. The multi-year planning framework is one of the more complex elements, and we're continuing to work with stakeholders on how we'll progress it.
So, Minister, if I can ask you this question. Minister Burke, and I know this isn't your portfolio area, but Minister Burke, when he announced the permanent migration program set for 25-26, put out an announcement with 3 sentences and didn't make any reference to prior government commitments to provide multi-year planning horizons over 4 years. Why is that?
I just don't think this is... Ms Sharp has given you the answers about the government's position on this. I'm not really quite sure what point you're trying to make.
The point I'm trying... Well, I'm not here to answer your questions, Minister. Can you take it on notice, please, and ask him? Thank you. Ms Foster, what are you going to say? And you're going to have to put out an annual report that goes through whether or not you met performance targets for the year ending 30 June 2025. What are you going to say in relation to performance target 27 in relation to the commitment that the planning horizon will be extended from 1 year to 4 years? Are you going to provide an explanation as to the current status?
So, Senator, typically we do provide an explanation of where we've met, not met and why. I don't know what the current plan is for that particular one, but I'll take that on notice.
Okay, thank you. In the migration strategy, there were actual nominated time periods for the issue of skills in demand visas. Is that correct, Ms Sharp?
Sorry, could you repeat?
In relation to the migration strategy, there were nominated timeframes for the processing of skills in demand visas, given their importance. Is that correct?
I believe there were time horizons. Mr Willard might be able to speak to the specifics.
Yes, there were, Senator.
And what were those time?
21 business days for complete applications in the core skills stream and 7 business days for complete applications in the specialist skills stream.
So 21 business days for the core skills?
Core skills.
And what was the other one? 7?
The other one was 7 business days for complete applications in the specialist skills stream.
And what is the current median processing time?
Median processing times in August 2025 were 82 calendar days for the core skills stream and 14 calendar days for the specialist skills stream.
So 14 calendar days in relation to the specialist core stream, but 82 days in relation to the core skills stream.
Yes.
So clearly the department isn't meeting the performance targets that were set in the migration strategy at the moment. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So why is it that when I go to paragraph 17 of the report in relation to the administration of the immigration and citizenship programs, where you refer to median processing times were improved or maintained for visa applications in the following programs, you refer to the second stage skilled permanent visa processing, reduced from 304 to 206 days. You refer to a decrease in the partner permanent visa processing time, referred to how the visitor visas and working holiday maker visas remain steady. Why in that discussion of visa processing times is there no mention with respect to the fact that the department is failing to meet its own performance standards in relation to the skills in demand visas?
Senator, I can only assume the team was focusing on the performance measure that goes to visa processing times within the corporate plan, which is, and it's a performance measure that goes to 4 of the 6 identified visa categories are the same or improving. So I suspect that's the context for that paragraph.
So I've read this. It doesn't, with respect to Mr Willard, it doesn't provide that context. It simply says global visa processing times are available on the Department of Home Affairs website. So I actually did my own test whilst we were sitting here to see how long it would take to process a skills in demand visa if I lodged one today. In relation to specialist skills, it said 90% processed in 85 days, 50% in 19 days, right? And this is completed applications. And then in relation to the skills in demand visas, core skills, 50% in 90 days, 90% in 5 months. So that's materially worse than the commitments the department made or the government made in the migration strategy. Is that correct?
The commitments, as I recall, that went to median processing times, not 90th percentile, but as I've provided previously, the current times, they're not meeting the standards that were set in the migration strategy.
So why is there no commentary? Why is there no disclosure with respect to that fact? Why do I have to go through the website and put in my own dummy applications to find that out? Why isn't there any discussion in the administration of the Immigration and Citizenship Programs report?
Senator, as I was trying to give you the context for paragraph 17 and assuming what the team was reflecting, it reflects those 4 visa categories that are maintaining or improving processing times, which relates to a performance measure that sits in the corporate plan. That's why I was giving you that particular context.
So, Mr Willard, you're referring to the team, you're assuming the team. Who has oversight of this document? Who actually sits down, goes through this document to make sure that it gives an objective, overall view with respect to the performance of the department, of the performance of the migration scheme? Who has that responsibility?
Should be clearer, Senator. That's my responsibility.
So why doesn't it refer to that?
Senator, we'll certainly take that feedback on board in terms of that particular measure. I can only say that we have an awful lot of information that we're trying to convey in this document. We do try and keep it as tight as we can whilst providing a whole lot of information, and that in this instance that particular figure wasn't one that came to mind as being
but you acknowledge, Mr Willard, final question, you acknowledge, Mr Willard, when I look at this, it tells me the upside, it tells me where there's been improvements, but it doesn't tell me where you're not meeting the standards.
Senator, we'll reflect on your observation about those statistics and look at, for future iterations, what we can do.
Okay,
noting Mr Willard's also other observation that we don't want it to be so dense that no one can get through, but you've made some good observations. We'll look at that.
Thank you very much, Senator Scarr, for your efficiency there. We will now break for dinner and return with this outcome at 7 p.m.